Thank you. Can you enable sharing the screen? It says it's disabled at the moment. Thank you. I can't share my screen yet. Yeah, so I'm waiting to be able to share the screen. It looks like I can do it now. Thank you very much. So welcome to the brief overview workshop of cognitive therapy for PTSD. This is one of the recommended treatments for post-traumatic stress disorder. And we only have 2 hours, but I hope I can give you a bit of an overview of what this treatment consists of. So this is a therapy program that's specifically designed to treat post-traumatic stress disorder, which has been evaluated in randomized controls with adults and children, and has consistently shown a very large effect size. So if we look at the change from between before and after treatment, if somebody has moderately severe PTSD, then we would expect a full recovery. If somebody has severe PTSD, some remaining symptoms may be left, but it would still be a very big improvement. And
recording in progress.
And also important to mention is that consistently we have observed very low dropout rates in our trials. It was less than 7% of patients dropping out, which is low compared to the general field of post-traumatic stress disorder treatment, especially trauma-focused treatments, where often dropout rates are above 20 or even above 30%. And it has been shown to be superior to supportive therapy, and also has been shown to work in routine clinical care in effectiveness studies, both in the UK, but also, for instance, in Norway. And as I said, it's recommended by all the recent clinical guidance in guidelines in PTSD. If you are interested in learning more about the treatment, we have a website with free therapist resources, training videos, and a lot of materials. In order to view those, you need to register, but it has no cost to it. Just we would like to know who is watching it, and it's for therapists. But also we have shorter videos that we produced for the pandemic, as to help therapists adapt to remote working. And I should also say that we have made some Russian translations for many of our videos. We're still working on those, so they're coming along. But you would have the option to see subtitles in Russian in several of these videos. Okay, a few words about how kind of led to the development of the treatment. There is basically 2 main sources of ideas. First, we have observed, and in many research studies across the world, that post-traumatic stress disorder, while it's a very distressing condition, soon after the trauma, you will find quite a lot of natural recovery. People are resilient, and many manage to put the experience in the past and get on with their lives after trauma. So those people who are left with chronic PTSD, those are the ones that come to treatment and that we want to help with our treatment. For something must have maintained the symptoms. So the focus on the treatment is really on identifying and reversing these maintaining factors. And secondly, many of the symptoms of PTSD, such as avoidance or hypervigilance or increased startle responses, are really anxiety symptoms. And why is that? The trauma is something that's in the past. So why do people still feel very anxious? Not only anxious, they also feel have lots of other negative emotions. But why is anxiety in there, even though the trauma is in the past? So the suggestion that David Clark and I made in 2000 in our model of PTSD is that people with PTSD perceive a serious current threat, which has two sources. One is characteristics of the trauma memory. The memories are in a, you could say, a poor shape, which leads to lots of re-experiencing symptoms where people have images or sounds or smells and other sensations from the trauma pop into their mind, which with a now quality, it feels like the trauma is happening again. And this has to do with the disjointed nature of the trauma memories, where these moments in memory that are so distressing are not sufficiently linked up with what the patient knows now, for instance, that they didn't die during the trauma. And so they can re-experience the sense of they're about to die again, even though that was many years ago in many instances. The second source of these, the current threat, are excessively negative appraisals, or you could say interpretations with highly idiosyncratic personal meanings. So we can only really emphasize here that it's very personal. Even people in the same trauma can have different threatening meanings. So for instance, they may blame themselves for what happened and feel they are a bad person, or the threat they perceive may be more external, where they feel they're about going to have another trauma, or maybe somebody in their family is going to have another trauma soon. So these are excessive because they go beyond what everybody would find traumatic about the situation. And then the third proposal is that people with PTSD use strategies to control this perceived threat that maintain the memory problems and the appraisals and the symptoms. And this is also here shown again in a graphic presentation. So at the center of this idea is that people with post-traumatic stress disorder, even though the trauma is in the past, perceive this current threat, which is accompanied by intrusive memories, high arousal, and strong emotions, negative emotions such as fear, but also guilt, shame, anger, and so on. And what feeds into the sense of current threat is the disjointed nature of the trauma memories, which has the effect that if matching triggers are present, and we'll talk more about triggers this morning, then re-experiencing is triggered with this here and now quality. And also the second source here, the negative appraisals about the self or about danger in the world, feed into the sense of current threat. And people do not find out that these appraisals are not valid because they use strategies that control the threat. So they may, for instance, engage in a lot of excessive precautions. So for instance, a patient who was assaulted may not allow their children to go to school because they feel they could also be assaulted at school or on the way there. So this prevents a change in these threatening appraisals. Or another example of a strategy would be cognitive avoidance. People will go out of their way not to think about the trauma, not to talk about the trauma, or not to see any reminders of trauma. And this avoidance then prevents the trauma memory from being updated. And we'll talk about updating trauma memories and changing the qualities of memories throughout this morning, how we can help them with this. And finally, some of the strategies backfire. For instance, if people try very hard to push memories away, that actually has a paradoxical effect that they come into mind more often. And finally, rumination is, or dwelling on the excessive dwelling on the trauma is a common strategy here, which often keeps the appraisals going. So for instance, if somebody dwells a lot on how they could, if let's say they were an accident that was somebody else's fault, they may then dwell a lot about how they could get back at this other person, how they could take revenge, and that kind of keeps their appraisals of the unfairness of the event going. And this model was designed both as a theoretical model, but very much as a practical model, because it gives us already an answer to our main aims in treatment. So at the center is the idea of reducing the current threat that people perceive. And this is really not trivial, because people with PTSD often, especially if the trauma was a long time ago, have lots of things going wrong in their lives. They might have lost important relationships, they might not have work any longer, and they may have many problems in everyday life. And so it's really quite, and they may also have many, what you could call irrational beliefs that they may have already had before the trauma, but are not related to this current threat. And in this treatment here, we really want to separate those different problems out and really focus on the current threat that stems from the trauma, so that we can help them with their re-experiencing symptoms. And that involves working on the trauma memory with a procedure we call updating trauma memories, then working on triggers to help people realize that the triggers in the current situation are actually very different from what they encountered in the trauma. Working on the appraisals, really finding out what they are, the relevant appraisals, and then help to modify them. And finally, finding out what the individually important behaviors and cognitive strategies are that people use to then work with the patients on giving them up. So I'll now go into some of these treatment procedures. Obviously, we don't have time to cover the whole treatment, but to just give you an idea about what we're doing in treatment. So the first is in individual case formulation that we as therapists develop from the information we collect in the interview with the patient, and then to plan treatment, and also as a rationale for the patient for treatment. And here are a few aspects that we are looking out for. So first, we want to know what forms does re-experiencing take in this particular patient. Is it pictures, sounds, smells, or tastes that come up? Often it could be also physical sensations, and that may include pain or fainting, like if somebody was unconscious in a trauma or nearly fainted, they may experience the same faintness that they had at the time. It might also include gestures, posture, and flight reactions. People might suddenly leave a situation without really knowing why. And all of these can give us hints into what the important moments of the trauma are that we need to work on in treatment. For some people, we have really full-blown dissociative flashback where they really, when they have one of these flashbacks, actually don't know where that they are in the present. They really are fully back in the trauma, and that can include not even hearing or seeing what is around them. So in a therapy session, if that happens, obviously we work carefully with the patient so that the chances of triggering a flashback are small. But sometimes it just happens, and then it can be that the patient actually doesn't hear the therapist, even when they're talking to them, and we really have to work on bringing them back into the present. Or dreams are another form of free experience. And what is sometimes difficult to spot is that people can have the emotions from the trauma without memories at the time. So an example there was a lady we treated many years ago whose trauma involved being chased by a bull. And she was walking in the countryside by a river with her boyfriend, and actually they were having a nice day, when suddenly she felt the urge, and she described it as, I had to get out of there. And she actually was so panicky that she jumped into the river and tried to swim across the river. And actually that was in the winter, so it was very, very cold, and obviously not a sensible thing to do. But this urge of getting out of there led to desperate action. And she didn't know why she felt that, but her boyfriend had noticed that in the countryside, in the far distance, there were some cows grazing, and he made the connection, or probably she had seen the cows without really without taking a lot of notice of them, but was aware of these cows, and that was a trigger for this flashback-like reaction. So is something to watch out for as well in your patients, that sometimes it is just an emotion and they don't say, I have a memory. And I mentioned rumination, this dwelling on about the trauma, about how it could have been undone, what if they had done something differently or hadn't gone out this day, is in our view, and research confirms that, a maintaining factor in PTSD is a cognitive style of trying to come to terms with the trauma that's actually unhelpful. And it's very different from the intrusive memories that are really moments from the trauma that are re-experienced as if they are very much in the here and now. And the other thing we noticed about re-experiencing symptoms, that these are often from very moments of the beginning of the trauma or beginning of their worst moments. So they have a kind of warning signal quality. It is about things that they perceived just before things got really bad. And here are some tips about identifying appraisals and unhelpful cognitive processes and behavior. So what we really want as therapists, cognitive therapy, I don't know how familiar you are with this treatment approach. It's not really about educating people to think positively or something like that. It's really more a perspective of detective work on curiosity, where we really try to understand how the world from the patient's perspective. So really getting in their head. And we want to understand the cognitions, the thoughts and beliefs that are behind emotions, negative emotions. So especially when they are triggered in the session or triggered by reminders, what emotions come up, and that gives us a hint about the appraisals. And the appraisals in turn then drive the behaviors and the cognitive processes that they use, such as rumination, because they make a lot of sense from the patient's perspective and are very understandable if you know what the patient believes. And we talked about the sense of current threat. And finally, in order to help you with identifying cognitions and those unhelpful coping strategies, there are some questionnaires that we use that can give us a first idea, and you find them on our website as well. And I should just say that this is not sufficient, because you need to also probe for the very idiosyncratic appraisals and behaviors that people show. So this is just an example here. Short post-traumatic cognitions inventory has typical thoughts people may have after trauma, such as nobody cares about me, I'm inadequate, or people are not what they seem, or my life has been destroyed. And those are the kinds of appraisals that go beyond what everybody would find horrific about the situation. And a short response to intrusions questionnaire, which has items about rumination. I dwell on how I used to be before the event. I dwell on what I should have done differently. These pushing memories out of their mind questions, and then questions about intentionally numbing feelings. And safety behaviors are precautions that are excessive that patients may start taking after an event. This is a generic form that applies to all traumas, but we also, for instance, for road traffic accident, have a specific one. And I would like to mention that we have, we give these symptom and process measures every week before in a weekly therapy protocol, where, so because that really helps us track progress and treatment, and also really is quite informative, because we found that the process measures, changes in the process measures actually precede the symptom change. So if we see that nothing has changed on the process measures, most likely the symptoms will also not improve. So we want to really target those processes in treatment. And then once we found appraisals, we found behaviors that maintain the problem, we then explain to the patient, or we work with the patient to develop an individual formulation of their problem. And here's an extract from one of our training videos, the first therapy session.
So Louise, it sounds like when these memories come to mind, it's really feeling for you, isn't it? Like this is happening again. It's happening right now, and it's understandably making you feel very scared and distraught, isn't it? Does it make sense from what we've covered today why that might be?
Yeah, because at the time I thought I was going to die and that my children would be left alone. That's a really terrifying and upsetting thought.
Exactly, Louise. You've really got that spot on there. So when the memories are coming back to you now, so are those terrifying thoughts that you had at the time. And so it feels like you're being threatened by those men again, and you're in danger of dying when you have the memories, even though you might be safely at home, okay, when the memories are being triggered and there's no immediate threat around.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. The feeling is kind of the danger coming from the memory.
Yeah, exactly. I think we should really write that point down, if that's all right, Louise, that these memories and the meaning at the time are leading you to feeling so fearful and distraught today, okay? Let's draw that out together if we can. I'm going to share screen with you so we can map that out together. Would that be all right?
Yeah, that's great.
So let me just do that now. So as we discussed, you understandably push the memories away when they come to mind. But from doing the Pink Bunny exercise today, what have you discovered might be the unintended impact of doing that?
It probably makes them come back even more.
Right, yeah, that's a really good point, Louise. So I'm going to draw that out here too, if that's okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So yeah, what do you notice here as we're drawing this out?
Yeah, I can see that it's a bit of a stuck cycle, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it really is. Yeah. So Louise, it sounds like when.
Yeah, so you see that we try to share our model with the patient in a simplified form, and the therapist Emma there mentioned the Pink Bunny experiment. This is maybe worth mentioning. We try to make the therapy sessions very experiential. So it's obviously there's a lot of talking as well, but we really try to bring the main messages really in an experimental way. And this experiment is the so-called thought suppression experiment, where patients get told that they can, for a few minutes, they could just think about anything they'd like, but there's one thing they shouldn't think about, and it's important they don't do this, which is, and then you choose something that's like quite a vivid image so in this example, it was a pink bunny rabbit. You can choose any other animal that's like a black and white cat or something like that. That's really a visual, evocative, and people find it really hard to push this image out of their mind, which we then can use for a discussion that, well, is that something that might also be happening in their own efforts to weigh the trauma memories. So I'll give you an example here of one other clinical example that's quite relevant in these times. If you want to read the whole paper, it's Murray et al. In the Cognitive Behavior Therapist. It's an online journal, so you can download it for free. And it's about cognitive therapy for PTSD following critical illness and admission to intensive care. Many of people who are treated in intensive care may be quite disoriented and also develop a delirium because of their physical state, but also the environment in intensive care has a lot of sensory detail that can be quite disorienting, and they often don't have temporal orientation anymore. And this leads to very disjointed trauma memories, where they have like moments here, moments there that they remember, but it all doesn't make a lot of sense. And then when triggers are present that were around at the time, like the sounds, like beeping sounds, the smell of disinfectant, the blue in the National Health Service, many people have this kind of blue, particular color of blue. Anything that would look like with this color could trigger memories of this time in intensive care, lying on the stomach, so physical reminders, or medical appointments, for instance, could trigger intrusive re-experiencing that has the intrusive memories of moments possibly, but also often just the whole panic of being there or being very, very confused, and also being very highly alert and often breathless, like the physical sensation, and nightmares as well. So for instance, lying in bed on trying to sleep can be a trigger for intrusive memories, or when they are asleep, even turning into that position that they were lying on in intensive care could bring on nightmares. And here are examples of appraisals that patients that could have. So for instance, not uncommonly, when people are in a delirium, they don't really recognize that they are in a hospital and people are trying to help them. And obviously the procedures that are being done can be painful, or they are unclear to them what they're meant to do. So they might feel that staff are trying to kill me or torture me. They may feel abandoned because nobody visited them, or that they are dying. And afterwards, they might interpret the symptoms of PTSD as evidence that they're losing their mind, that they can't trust medical professionals, or that they are at great risk to get ill again. All of these would lead to the sense of current threat. And we would need to address them in turn. And here are typical examples of dysfunctional behaviors or cognitive strategies. They might avoid any medical appointments. They might ruminate a lot about what happened. They may become quite, and that kind of linked to those particular appraisals. So rumination would be linked to the staff are trying to kill and torture me. Social withdrawal may be linked to the appraisals I was abandoned in hospital. Suppression of memories may be linked to I'm losing my mind. Substance abuse as well, that's very common. And checking the body, repeated signs of future illness. So as you can see, each patient is different, but most patients will have a whole range of appraisals we want to work on, and a whole range of coping behaviors that are not helpful that we need to address. And there may be quite a lot of moments in the memory that come back as re-experiencing, and we need to address them. And like you've seen in the video, we wouldn't map out usually the whole model like I've just shown you. This is really good for the therapist to not write their notes, to really understand how the PTSD is maintained for a particular patient. But we would do the maintenance circles, individual maintenance circles with the patient. For instance, the memory of being alone in hospital and feeling abandoned really feeds the appraisal, nobody cares about me, which then leads to avoiding their friends, not returning phone calls, which then in the longer term has the effect that the friends give up and they don't get invited anymore and people don't call them anymore, which then confirms that belief that nobody cares about them. So I hope this gives you an idea about how we conceptualize the problem in an individual patient with, and then share this formulation with the patient in a simplified form and in several maintenance cycles. But the important thing is that it's a joint process, it's a joint collaborative effort. And this model will be revised throughout treatment. We might discover new aspects, we might discover further appraisals. For instance, appraisals related to shame will then often lead to patients being ashamed to share that with the therapist as well, and they may only discover these appraisals a bit further into treatment. So what are the core procedures in PTSD treatment? I already said we want to focus on the current threat, and we want to change the patient's negative emotions, changing the memories and the appraisals. And this is a list of the core interventions. I don't have time to talk about all of them. I want to focus on the ones that are related to the memory, but let me go through them in turn. So we talked about making, sharing and developing an individualized case formulation with the patient. This one I haven't mentioned. From the very first session onwards, we work with the patient on reclaiming or rebuilding their life, which means that we would work on doing activities again that were meaningful and or rewarding to them, things they enjoyed, and that have often been dropped out of their repertoire after the trauma. And in case they have lost a lot, rebuilding a life for them together. We use a lot of behavioral experiments and guided discovery to change appraisals and the maintaining behaviors and cognitive strategies. So Socratic questioning of what they believe of their beliefs, but also then testing out. This is really important in PTSD, as it is also in anxiety disorders. Not talking alone often doesn't lead to behavioral or emotional change. We do need to experiment and to make the new meanings sink in. And these are the two procedures I'm going to focus in today, which are about updating the trauma memories and the identification and discrimination of triggers. Building on this work, we would usually also do a site visit, either in person or remotely, or both. which builds on this work on the trauma memories to really sink in that the trauma is in the past and no longer happening. And we then summarize all what the learning and therapy in a blueprint. Here are some techniques that are very useful in changing appraisals and coping strategies. Guided discovery, I mentioned, together questioning the patient's view of the problem, collaborative style, and considering alternatives, like what's the alternative, for instance, to the fact that everything seems very dangerous now. Is it that the world is really dangerous and they have to take so many precautions? Or is it that the trauma memory gives them the impression, because these memories have the quality of appearing to be in the here and now? Do the trauma memories give them the impression that there's danger, even if the objective risk hasn't changed? And I mentioned this already, that we want to get into the patient's head, but it's really the therapist approaches talking about these appraisals not in a kind of educational style where you can say, oh, we basically say you are wrong, but really a curiosity of like, what do you think, what is an alternative, and how can we find out by doing experiments? And I should say it's a very individualized treatment, so we don't use the same techniques with everybody, but we really tailor the techniques we use to the particular beliefs that people have. And really important to remember in treating PTSD that a lot of the relevant information for changing the meanings of the trauma may come from the trauma memory itself. And because of the nature of trauma memories, the patient hasn't been accessing that helpful information or not used it. And I can't emphasize enough that we really need to gather evidence and experiential learning to really shift these appraisals. And there's no fixed session by session structure, because again, that's individualized, but we usually would start with the work on the trauma memory if we can, because that's really brings big shift in emotions and re-experiencing symptoms. But there are some adaptations. So for instance, if people dissociate a lot, which would actually stand in the way of benefiting from the cognitive work we are doing, we would teach them the trigger discrimination procedure first, so that they have techniques to stay in the here and now. And in certainly cognitive patterns related to shame or mental defeat, the feeling that in the trauma they completely gave up, we can do some cognitive work, like working on widening the perspective about what happened and how they felt in the trauma, by really doing some discussion about the contributing factors to the event other than themselves. So it's not them if they are ashamed about something they did in the trauma, if let's say they were assaulted or they were raped, and complying with the perpetrator makes them feel very ashamed, then we would shift in the discussion with them the focus on the perpetrator, that the perpetrator was the one who was trying to make them humiliated and make them feel ashamed. So it was the perpetrator rather than themselves who is responsible for what happened. And so to really have a bit of a cognitive, a slightly different perspective than they had in the trauma, where they were very focused on themselves. I won't go through all of this in detail. So let me just now talk a little bit about these memory techniques that we're using to help really reduce the re-experiencing symptoms in PTSD. That's the main target, but it also helps with addressing these problematic meanings people take from a trauma. But what we should not forget is that this dealing with the trauma is a difficult thing for both patient and therapist. So we want to make sure that this is a safe environment for the patient. And that is not only refers to being objectively safe, but also like to have no cues in the therapeutic environment that could trigger intrusive memories in the patient. So they need to feel safe with the therapy setting and also with the therapist. And to build this trusting relationship, the therapist all therapy should be obviously was done with empathy, but in PTSD we need to work that bit harder to really show our empathy, and especially with people who have had interpersonal trauma and don't trust other people. So we really want to make it come across that we are on their side, and also that we are okay with hearing of the horrific detail of the trauma, because otherwise they might not mention the most important things that happened and that still bother them now. And using the collaborative style also help winning that trust. We want to give the patient control over the decisions in treatment and also over the pace. So we may wonder, how can we do this now in the times of a pandemic, where we all had to work remotely with patients? So it's not easy, I think, but it can be done, and we have good experience with doing it and treating people successfully. But it is harder to gauge the patient's emotional response and to really know, for instance, are they now silent or are they dissociating, especially if you only talk on the phone to them. That's why we recommend video. And we also would use the therapist as a way to anchor the patient in the present. So talk a bit more than you might talk in a face-to-face session where you can see the patient very well and can respond to them very sensitively from moment to moment. But it can be done, and we would really encourage you, if that's still where you live is still needed, to give it a go and not wait to deliver PTSD treatment until the pandemic is over. And from the patient point of view, we would need to, they would have to a safe space at home where they can talk in privacy. And we would also encourage them to have some reminders of the here and now. That can be a smell, something pleasant smell, or a toy that reminds them of their children, or something that they can use in treatment to stay in the here and now when they're talking about the memory. So let's talk about updating memory. This is really one of the core procedures in treatment, and this is really the procedure where we can really, in the therapy session, see a large emotional shift once the information sinks in, and that then also transfers to changes in re-experiencing symptoms in the daily life and also better sleep. So the first step of this is that we want to know about what the worst moments in the trauma were. And usually in the trauma, there are several. And in order to do that, we found, and other cognitive behavioral treatments concur, that just asking the patient about this will often lead not to the full picture. So we need to access the trauma memory in just enough detail to really find out what the worst moments are that lead to these appraisals of the trauma that are still maintaining the problem in the present. And we want to facilitate an optimal level of engagement with the trauma memory, so just enough so that they emotionally access the memory, but not so much that they are fully dissociated and don't really know where they are anymore, so that the patient has to stay aware of the present at all times. And we want to access the meanings and also then the change in meanings in the memory rather than as a mere intellectual insights. So to just give you an example, we had a patient who came to us after a bicycle accident, and she had quite severe PTSD. And in the initial assessment, she talked a lot about how angry she was about the city council not repairing something in the road, and that made her fall over on her bicycle. And if we hadn't done the memory work, we would have thought we would need to work on this anger. But when we accessed actually what happened in the trauma, we found that it was really the worst thing about the trauma was for her that this was the last straw, and that she was not coping any longer, and this was basically the end of her life, in that she had a whole series of very difficult traumatic events, but also problems in her family, and she was always the one in the family who held everything together and was coping. And the meaning of this accident was like she could no longer hold the family together, and everything would fall apart. So in finding out what the problematic meanings are, it really helps knowing exactly what moments in the trauma memory these meanings stem from. But often when we do this, we also really access information that puts the meanings in perspective. So when we reconstruct the sequence of events, that can be very helpful for responsibility appraisals, for instance, that they blame themselves, even though this of events shows that it is not their fault, or accessing details we have forgotten. So an example there would be that patients who were raped often feel very ashamed about complying with the perpetrator, and the shame, they carry the shame around with them still after the event. But when they remember this moment, often do not remember the threats that the perpetrator made, what would happen if they didn't comply with them, which is obviously a very good reason to do what the perpetrator said. And by accessing these forgotten details, or not access, we could say the details they haven't accessed, we can change the meanings of those moments dramatically. And for some patients, doing the accessing the memory work can really also be a behavioral experiment to test beliefs about catastrophic consequences of remembering and of panic-like beliefs, for instance. There are two techniques that we use for this initial stage. We are revisiting the trauma. One is imaginary living. You may have heard about this in the context of prolonged exposure therapy. It basically means that the patient often closes their eyes and then goes through the trauma in their mental eye, really visualizing what happened, and also then giving a running commentary, telling the therapist what happened at the same time. And this is a technique that's very powerful to access emotions. Patients may have been kind of quite practiced to give an account of the trauma that's quite brief and more journalistic, or like in a police report. but we want really like the emotional side of it. What was it like going through this experience? What went through their mind? How did they feel? And this can help us then access important details, but also then later in the third step really lead to a felt change in meaning rather than just the intellectual insight. Writing a narrative together, that could be done on the computer together or on a whiteboard, is really good if there's confusion about the temporal order of the event, understanding how one thing followed from each other, and also for very long traumas where we couldn't possibly go through every single moment of the trauma. And we could use the narrative as really finding out which are the parts of the trauma that are the most upsetting and that lead to the re-experiencing. And finally, if people dissociate strongly, writing the narrative together gives us many more cues to anchor the patients in the present, and we can also have more control over the pace as therapists. So if people tend to dissociate, we think that the way to start is with a narrative together. And for most patients, both, because they both have advantages, and for the narrative is also a nice thing for patients to then take home and have ready. For instance, if they have intrusive memories popping in their mind, they can remind themselves of the updates. So now the next step is really a crucial one, where we once we know what a patient's moments, or we call them the hotspots because they are the most upsetting moments, are the appraisals they had at the time and the predictions they made at the time, such I'm going to die. Once we have those, found one particular hotspot, then we can look for information from the course of the event or through restructuring that tell us like helpful information. For instance, it may become clear that the patient didn't die, is not paralyzed now as they were expecting at the time. You may also think there's contradictory information against the meanings of these moments from the course of the event. We had the examples complying with the perpetrator, and here in the example, because he threatened me with a knife, it's understandable I did what he wanted me to do, because he could have attacked me with a knife otherwise. It may also be that an impression or perception they had at the time was not true. So for instance, some people are threatened with a toy gun or replica gun, but at that moment it feels like this was a real gun and they were about to be shot. And really putting that knowledge into the trauma memory, that it was actually not a true gun, and changes the meaning of that moment. I wasn't really under threat of being killed, but it certainly feels like that to the patient when they come to treatment. And it also, we can need sometimes get expert advice, and I encourage you to do that. For instance, many patients feel when they are in a traffic accident, they feel their car is going to explode at any time, and they are trapped in the car and they are very afraid. But that this is actually something that's very unlikely to happen, and engineers can explain that, and you find information on the internet as well, because the petrol is usually petrol tank is far away from the hot parts of the car. So explosions are much less likely than you see in Hollywood films, for instance. Or if the trauma involves electric shock, so getting some crucial information about the likelihood of having electric shocks from experts can be really helpful. So these are quite simple things, you could say, but the patient hasn't accessed them or isn't aware of them, that we can actually use to really put the moment of a trauma into perspective, that it might be that they were afraid that would happen didn't happen, or what they perceived at the time was actually not as dangerous as it felt at the time. So this is one example of use information. The other is the result of cognitive restructuring. We talked about restructuring appraisals, and so for appraisals of guilt, for instance, you might have need a longer discussion with the patient about all the factors that contributed to the event, and then see their own contribution much smaller than that feels to them by putting them all together in a pie chart. So I won't, you have handouts, so I won't read this all out to you, but here are some ideas about different cognitive techniques that are helpful with different types of appraisals. And you can also see those videos for different types of appraisals, how to find this information that helps shifting those appraisals, and then also making them feel different through the updating step that I'm now showing as the third and final step of this procedure. So once we have found the information that really puts the meaning of a hotspot into perspective, we will then actively attempt to insert this information into the relevant part of the trauma memory. And this is a procedure that's unique to our treatment, but we really encourage you to try it because it's very powerful in bringing about emotional shift. So that would be, there's various variants we can do. So we, first of all, we can update our written narrative that we have written about the trauma with the new meanings. So let's say we've just had the car example. So in the part of the narrative of the car accident where the patient is stuck in the car and waiting for the fire people to arrive to cut them out of the car, fearing that at any time the car may blow up and they would be killed. So when we come to this part of the trauma, like then after the moment I think the car is going to explode and I'm going to be killed, we would then put in either in another color or with capital letters what they know now. So I now know that cars are actually built very safely, and the expert has said that it's very unlikely that this could have happened, and it was just how it felt at the time, but it wasn't really happening. And so we write it in, but then we get the patient to read this moment out aloud and hold both what they felt like at the time, the hotspot, I'm afraid I'm going to die because the car is going to explode, and then also what they know now, but now I know that was actually very unlikely. Hold those both in their mind together. And this leads then, and I'll show you some video illustrations in a moment, by holding the relevant moment in memory and what we know now in mind. This then leads to an emotional and also a less re-experiencing of that moment. So doing it with a narrative is a good way of doing it, but it can also, often we use imaginary living to do this because it's emotionally even more impactful if patients can tolerate that. So while holding the same hotspot in mind, they could then bring in the reliving mode. Then they would then bring in the new information with one of the following, either verbal reminders of what we've just said, images, or so that's, I give you an example of that in a video. It can be also images or rescripted imagery. This can be particularly useful if somebody close to them died in the trauma. They can, for instance, bring up an image of the person no longer in distress or struggling or being scared, but the person peace. They can and they can also imagine them at a peaceful place where they might be now, depending on their religious beliefs. So, for instance, they could imagine the person who died in heaven with other people who are already there, who are waiting for them, and rejoin them there. What is very helpful is not to only stay at the verbal level. So imagery is very helpful to make it more emotional, but also incompatible actions are very important, and that you can also combine with the narrative work. So for instance, if we stick with this car example, somebody who was stuck in the car and couldn't move, a very good update for them would be to actually move around and say, I'm no longer stuck in the car, I move around wherever I can, while they are holding this moment in mind. So it's important to have both in mind together, the original moment in memory, and then all the things they can do now that weren't possible on the time. And it can also be, you can use incompatible sensations. So for instance, if somebody had a lot of blood in their mouth during the trauma, they could have another strong taste, chew something with another strong taste to really bring home, I'm no longer in the trauma, it's all over, and I'm okay now. And those kind of actions and incompatible sensations, they can also then use later, and the verbal reminders to remind themselves of the updates, should they still have some re-experiencing in everyday life. Work on these hotspots one at a time. So you may have some where you already know the updates quite early on in therapy. So we wouldn't wait until we have found all the moments we have to work on. So if you have one moment where the patient believes they're going to die, for instance, and not see their children again, then we could do that already in the first or second therapy session, update these moments to demonstrate that we can help them with this re-experiencing, because it has a strong effect. And so we need to go through them one at a time and update one at a time. Sometimes the meanings, if the meanings are similar, it generalizes. So you might not necessarily have to work on each individual one, but as long as they have re-experiencing from the hotspots, they need to be addressed. Okay, so let me shift now to a few video examples of this technique. I'll start with this one. So, and I should say that this is an extract of a therapy session with the real patient, but because of the internet nature of the workshop, we have produced reenactments, and Graham, who is is a colleague, is reenacting this part of the therapy session with me. And to make it, I'm sorry, but it's the same therapist role playing another patient in the next video. So don't be confused about the same person being there. So this is the patient was a patient who was a refugee who lived in England, and he was persecuted in his home country because he was a political activist. And one of his traumas, had various traumas in his home country, involved being threatened while he was out in the driving around with another person, and he was then followed by another car. They was forced to stop and then threatened with a gun, and when the gun is pointed at him, he felt he was going to be shot. And I hope it comes out in this reenactment, but if you could watch the emotional tone of when that the patient shows when we bring the update into the hotspot when he's threatened with a gun and believes he's going to be shot.
So, we talked about how when your flashbacks come into mind, they feel very much like it's happening here and now, and you're about to get killed, and that we can bring these memories more into the past if we bring in the information that you didn't die into this very moment in memory. Would you be willing to give this a try now?
Yeah, we could try it, yeah.
So let's think about when the best moment to start would be. Would that be when the car's overtaken you?
Yeah, from when I see the car, yeah.
Okay, let's try that.
Okay.
So take your time, get ready,
Yeah.
and close your eyes and then have a go.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm in the car. I'm driving, and I can see this blue car kind of coming round, overtaking. And it pulls in quite close in front of me, and starts braking. So I have to brake, and it keeps slowing down. And I don't know what's going on. Eventually, I have to stop. And I see the driver get out of that car and run over to mine and opens my door, and I see the gun, and I'm just frozen and just terrified, can't move. And I'm just thinking, this is it. I'm gonna die. He's gonna kill me.
But and what do you know now?
He didn't kill me. I didn't die.
Yeah, just play this one more time.
And what do you know now?
He didn't kill me. I didn't die. I was okay.
Yeah, so what I hope you could pick it up because what he said, what he felt at the time is that he was very surprised. And I think this illustrates nicely the nature of a trauma memory, that even though it's now many years after this event happened, this moment still has this emotional quality of this is the here and now. When he sees, it's a moment when he is threatened with the gun, he feels is going to be shot. And the information that he actually survives this and is not killed is surprising to him at the moment. This shows how really the memory is disjointed from anything that has happened after. And by bringing it in, we get this emotional shift in the session that then translates into the everyday life as well. And here we then reported the intrusions went down dramatically. Okay, this is a verbal, just a simple verbal update here, and that we used in this case. We could have enhanced it by having him walk around a bit and really feeling his body is intact and he's fully alive. But that wasn't necessary in this case. But let me now take another example of another case of young man, and don't be confused by my colleague saying it again, who was dissociating quite a lot. And he had a quite unusual and you could say extreme presentation, in that after a car accident, he had not, in which he had injured his arm, he actually did not use that arm anymore, even though the doctors had told him that his arm was fine. And that was surprising because it was very disabling. He was right-handed, and it was his right arm that he now felt he could no longer use. And that was a link to a particular moment in his trauma, where after the crash had happened, we were stuck in this car, and the airbag had gone off, so it was all kind of difficult to see. And he was looking around, looking for his arm, and couldn't see his arm. And that made him believe at the time that his arm had come off. And his memory was so strong that was still dominating everyday life, that he believed he didn't have an arm any longer and couldn't use it. So in somebody who dissociates and who has a kind of an interpretation about a physical defect, we wanted to use proprioceptive information from, in this case, from his arm, to really help update his memory, to show him that the arm was still there and he could move his arm. And I'll play you this video as well to show you a bit of the range of the updates we're doing.
So shall we work on this moment when you are in the car after the accident and you're checking yourself and you can't see your arm and think it has come off?
Okay, yeah.
So
Yeah.
if you close your eyes,
Okay.
take your time to get back into that moment in the car after the accident has happened, and you're checking yourself.
Yeah, okay. I'm in the car, in the passenger seat. And I don't know what's going on. I'm sort of, yeah, checking to see I'm okay.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't see my arm.
And what's going through your mind?
I think it's come off. I just can't see it.
And how does that make you feel?
Just scared, really,
Mm.
really scared and shocked.
Yeah. Can you see this through your own eyes?
I can see.
As an explanation, because he was dissociating, which meant he was basically outside his body, watching himself or from outside. We needed to make sure that for the updating, he would actually perceive it from the perspective of being in his body. So that's why we needed to check this here.
Myself across the chair. Sort of see me checking, and I can't see my arm.
Can you try to go back into your body so that you can see it from your own eyes?
Okay, I'm in my body. Yeah, I can't feel. I can't see my arm. I don't know where it is.
And how do you feel?
Just scared, confused.
Mm. What's going through your mind?
I think I've lost my arm. I don't know where it is.
Mm. Yeah, you're very scared. You think you might have lost your arm.
Yeah, so this is the moment when he really is in his body, and we can do the updates now, because he really can see it from his own perspective.
Now move a bit so that you turn your head and turn your left shoulder so that you can look for your arm. What do you see?
It's hanging. I can see it. It's sort of twisted and it's just dangling there.
So you can see your arm, but it's injured.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on to that feeling. You can see the arm, but it's injured. And could you now take your left hand and gently touch your right arm? How does it feel?
It's okay. It doesn't feel broken. It doesn't hurt. It feels alright.
It's fine now. It has healed.
Yeah.
Yeah, your arm is there and it has healed. You can now try to move your fingers of your right hand a bit. Well done. Can you feel them moving?
Yeah.
Now move your arm a bit upwards towards your shoulder. Can you feel it moving?
Yeah, I can feel it.
Well done.
Yeah, so you get the idea. So we're using the information from his own proprioceptive sensations, like feeling his arm move, feeling with the left hand that the arm is actually not broken any longer, to really update this moment in memory where he felt he lost his arm. And that was successful. He reported then at the end of the session. I have a video of this as well, but we don't have time, where he reports that he really no longer believed that he had lost his arm. He had been able to feel it in this session, but he still felt that the arm was kind of different from the other arm. Obviously, he hadn't used it for so long, so there was a bit of muscle loss, but it wasn't too bad. But so he had a distorted image of his own arm as being very small, just like a child's arm. So we had to do more work on this with video feedback and other procedures, and also drop safety behaviors that he had about his arm for full recovery. But this session with the updating of the arm made a very big difference in his symptoms already. I think for the sake of time, I skip talking specifically about updating memories remotely. The procedures are the same, and we can do it successfully. You may want to watch this video, which is on our website, about updating memories through remote reliving, which we have on the COVID-19 part of the website, if you are interested. But let me now continue with the other core procedure to work on trauma memories, which is the trigger discrimination technique, or also with patients, we often talk about it as the then versus now technique. So what's the idea behind that? So triggers in post-traumatic stress disorder are really very interesting. And we've worked with so many patients and they have all idiosyncratic triggers. But what is quite stands out is that there are so many triggers in the everyday environment that can trigger trauma intrusions. And we don't really get the full picture if we just ask patients about them, because patients will report obvious triggers, such as I won't read the news anymore, I won't watch TV, because there are so many stories about people being assaulted or being attacked with a knife in the news every day, and if the patient has been assaulted themselves. So these kind of are meaningful triggers and the patients spot them. But what they don't spot usually is all the, what we call with them, the hidden triggers. And these are very low level physical cues, like sensory cues that could be color, sound, taste, smell, touch, temperature, move, certain forms of movement, directions of movement, body positions, or other internal cue. And the striking thing is that only the situation can be completely different, and there can only be like one sensory overlap, which can be enough to trigger an intrusive memory or flashback. So to give you an example, we treated a lady whose trauma involved being in a hospital during a medical event in hospital. And in order to find out more about her triggers, and she had very strong reactions during her flashback-like memories. So to find out about what possible triggers were, she visited another hospital with her therapist, and we were thinking of triggers such as the smells in hospital, or maybe somebody who looked like the surgeon and so on. And she actually didn't make it beyond the entrance hall of the hospital. And she collapsed on the floor and in a flashback, and initially didn't know why she had, because when she then came around and talked to her therapist about it. And it turned out when they looked around, they identified there was a vase with flowers in the reception hall that had the same color as the surgeon's coat during the medical procedure. So everything was different. It was a different hospital. It wasn't in kind of theater, surgical theater. It wasn't, she was not being operated on anything, but it was a vase of flowers, something you would normally associate with something quite nice, but it was enough to trigger a full-blown flashback. And that could then, once they found out about this color, they could then experiment with other objects, and it was replicated, not in the same, not as strong as in the original flashback, but then find out that anything with that color would trigger strong intrusive memories. So this is an example of the detective work to find out what the individual patient's triggers are. We can either go to certain situations, or we can analyze the context of current intrusion. So they could have a diary and write down, I had, when I was at home at 4 p.m. on Thursday, I had a strong intrusive memory, and then analyze the situation. Well, where were they? What was similar to the trauma? What was have been the trigger? And it can be the whole range of these sensations here. So it can be really anything, and find out what the trigger is. And we work on one trigger at a time. So we only need one to find one to then teach patients the trigger discrimination procedure, which involves breaking the link between then versus now. So that involves really looking at, it's a shift of attention from the one thing that's a similarity and brings on this flashback to everything that's different. So it's really looking at all the differences between the trigger situation, the trigger and its situation then, the original stimulus in the trauma situation, the then versus the situation now. So for instance, being at home in bed and trying to get to sleep and then having memories of the event because lying in the same position in the bed that I was lying on the floor after being assaulted. And we would then teach patients to really tune into all the differences. So in the latter example, I'm now, it's my bed, I'm not on the floor in the street. It's nighttime, and the other one was late in the afternoon. And I'm inside, not outside, all kinds of things. There's not the smells of the tarmac. There's not the wetness of the rain and so on. And then also enhance the differences by moving in a way that was not possible in the trauma. So they can now turn to the other side when they're lying in bed and just move around in a way that wasn't possible. And all of that together will then help make it sink in that the trauma is not happening again. And this is something we practice with the patient in the session, but then also as homework, so that they then are enabled to, whenever a trigger, even one that we haven't practiced on before, comes up, they can quickly realize the feelings are coming from a memory. There's no current threat, and the situation is different in so many ways, and the trauma is not happening again. And patients find that very helpful. And here's an example from one of our training videos, how so this is a patient who was attacked with a knife.
Putting together the list of your trauma triggers. Yeah, thanks. I just had no idea there were so many triggers that I completely wasn't aware of until now.
Yeah, there are a lot, aren't there? And as you can see from looking at your list, triggers can be sights, sounds, smells, physical sensations or bodily postures that activate the trauma memory. It comes tumbling out of the memory cupboard, if you like, and that can leave you really feeling like you're back there again, like you're in danger again.
Yeah.
What we really need to do in the treatment to help you with this, to help you overcome these triggers and to put the memory back in the past, is to help you break the link between the trauma memory and the triggers in the present day. Okay, once we've done that, that should really help the trauma memory stay in the past, so that it's not coming out of your memory cupboard again.
Yeah, that makes sense. It sounds really good to me. Yeah.
Starting to practice then versus now, using a recent example of when the memory was triggered. The next step is to learn to focus on how the present triggers and their context now are different from the trauma then. This technique can be introduced by thinking about a recent time that the memory intruded and exploring all the similarities and differences between then and now on the whiteboard together. It shows that there were many more differences than similarities. In Lucy's example, her flatmate holding a knife pointing in her direction was the only similarity. Lucy and her therapist identified many differences, such as the knife was used for cooking rather than as a weapon. The person holding the knife was her flatmate rather than an assailant, and the location was her kitchen rather than the place where the assault happened. The patient learns that focusing on the differences rather than the small step is to focus on the differences between the trigger and the trauma. We use still images, video footage, sounds, smells, or
So I'm switching to another video here, I think. So here is an example now how the patient, how we bring,
Yeah, thanks. I just had
sorry, this one here.
Props to act as triggers in the therapy room. The therapist and patient also leave the therapy room together to encounter triggers in everyday life. For example, to practice the then versus now discrimination when looking at people that remind the patient of the perpetrator. It is important to find triggers that activate the trauma memory, but are not too overwhelming to begin with. To help with then versus now discrimination, it is often helpful if the patient moves in a way that was not possible during the trauma, as shown in the following examples. Practicing then versus now in a therapy room using still images and sounds. Case example 2, Susie, who was involved.
Sorry.
Yeah,
This was what I was looking for.
Used to trigger intrusive memories of her attack. She and her therapist have agreed to bring some of these cues into the therapy room to practice using then versus now. It is important that Lucy feels in control of this, as at the time of the trauma, she felt very powerless.
Okay, Lucy, so when you're ready and in your own time, do you want to take the deodorant, open it up, and then have a bit of a smell again in your own time?
Okay.
Doing really well.
Okay, I think that one's fine. It's not triggering anything. I think this is a different sort of deodorant.
So it's quite a different smell, that one. It's not triggering anything. Okay, well done for trying that one. Do you want to have a go of picking another one to try? We've got some different aftershaves here.
Yep. Okay. I'll give this one a go. I'm feeling a bit nervous.
Understandably, well done.
Yeah, it's that one. It's that one. I can feel myself getting pushed up against the wall. I feel like he's here. My chest is getting really tight.
So well done, Lucy. So that's the memory talking. So let's see if we can try and focus on what's different now. So for example, where are you right now?
Okay, so I'm in the clinic.
Yeah.
You're here.
Well done.
Yep. It's a different time. This is just perfume. The attacker's not here.
Excellent. So you're noticing lots of differences. It's important you're not being attacked right now.
No, I'm safe.
Well done, you're safe now. Any other differences you can think of at all?
Again, you're here. It's just us two here in this room.
Excellent.
I'm safe.
Yeah.
The trauma's in the past.
Good.
I can move my arms.
Yeah.
No one's attacking me.
Wonderful. Well done. Well done.
As Lucy was trapped in her trauma, her therapist asked her to move around to show herself it is different now.
And remember again, just reminding yourself what's different now, Lucy.
So I can move.
Yeah.
I can walk around. He's not here. I'm safe now. You're here.
Excellent. You're doing really well.
The trauma's in the past.
Doing lots of kind of moving around, just showing yourself there's nobody in front of you.
Practicing then versus now using triggers outside of the therapy room. When leaving the office, the therapist helps the patient to notice everything that is different in the current situation. For example, the weather, what they are wearing, and the time of day. Case example 3.
Yeah, so that is something that I want to emphasize, that it can be really useful to do out of office experiments as well, on behavioral experiments, and also trigger discrimination practice to really make this this technique something that the patient can use on their own. And if they have very strong reactions, it may be really useful to do a few out of office trigger discrimination as well. I now want to show you one more example here, where we have a lady who actually dissociated quite a lot. And in her case, this had also led to perceptual distortions in that she, when the trauma memory was triggered strongly, she would get perceptual distortions of how people looked. And that was, in her case, that people's faces went drowned. And that was something she had experienced in her trauma. She was assaulted and was knocked on her head at a party. And we never quite know whether she probably had a head injury at the time as well, which may have led to these distortions, that people's faces would turn around. And that was a problem both in therapy and also in her everyday life, because when trauma memories were triggered, then she got these distortions which told her that these other people were very dangerous and might attack her. And it could also be triggered in the therapy session, where in that my face was sometimes also go around. There was enough to go on forward that was different to make her realize she was still with me, but we had to remind her frequently in the session. So my voice, for instance, she recognized my voice as somebody she didn't know before the trauma. So I needed to talk quite a lot with her, but also she could look at, when she looked at me indirectly, where I had one of these old VHS video recorders in my office at the time, and that looks a little bit like the TV monitor. And my reflection in the TV monitor didn't have this distortion, but if she looked at me directly, sometimes I would look around, and obviously I needed to stay a safe person for her. So sometimes we just say she could look at me in the mirror to realize I didn't have a round face. But this is now an example where we used the discrimination technique successfully in behavioral experiment that she did when she was riding on the bus, which was really difficult for her because she often felt threatened by noises around her, especially noises coming from behind. And so we decided that she would try to use the trigger discrimination technique when she was on the bus, and when she felt threatened and people's faces turned round. So one aspect of one thing she had told me was that she didn't get this distortion when she was looking at children, especially babies. She really liked babies, and she liked to also play with babies, and when she was on the bus. So as a first step, I thought it might be a good idea that next time she had the chance of sitting close to a baby and the mother, to really use her engagement with the baby and the sense that the baby is a safe person, to really take in that the mother is also a safe person by really looking at the mother and realizing it's the baby's mother, and she is not a threatening person. This is a homework discussion when she comes back. And again, I should say this is a reenactment. One of our research assistants kindly volunteered to be reenact this section of the session.
So we discussed last week that when you're on the bus, you get really very scared of people around you, and sometimes their faces turn around, which makes it really scary. And we thought we might try to use the then versus now technique. And when you're playing with baby on the bus, and you then look at the mother and tell yourself it's just the baby's mother. Did you have a chance to practice that?
Yeah, so that happened on the bus actually. So there was this really cute little chubby baby, a really beautiful baby, and the baby was kind of staring at me. So I started kind of waving my hands and smiling at the baby. And I told myself come on, you can do this, just be brave, just look up at the mother. So I kind of looked up quickly at the mother, but her face was round.
I see.
And my heart was really kind of pounding. I was feeling very scared. So I quickly looked away again. And I kind of started ignoring the baby for a little bit. But then I could see kind of the baby was staring at me and kind of smiling. So I started kind of waving my hands and smiling back at her again. And I told myself, you know, just exactly what you told me. It's just the baby's mother. Just look up. You can do this. You're on the bus. You're not at the party. You're safe now.
Well done.
So I kind of took a big deep breath in and I looked up at the mother's face and again told myself, I'm safe now. I'm on the bus. And her face wasn't round.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. So I kind of looked away and then I looked back at the mother's face and it was still looking normal.
That's really good to hear.
Yeah. So I kind of took my heart was pounding, but once the face wasn't round anymore, I kind of took a big sigh of relief and kind of eased myself into the chair. And, you know, I had been thinking kind of, am I doing it too quickly or is that why the face is round?
Yeah, I think that's a very good thought, that because if we look at somebody really quickly, then really what you see is what the memory tells you. And in your case, it was at the party, people had round faces. So that's what the memory shows you. And if you then only look very quickly, that's the only thing you take in.
So I kind of just tried to do exactly what you told me, just kind of smile at the mother and tell myself it is just the child's mother. You know, I'm on the bus. And the mother actually spoke to me. She told me I like my earrings.
That's lovely. Well done. I'm so pleased that went well. Thank you. So we did.
So this is an example of using the trigger discrimination, then also in helping patients become less avoidant of situations they find very distressing. And we have learned that it is really very important to use the trigger discrimination when doing these behavioral experiments. So I'll skip forward a bit because that's something I wanted to finish off with. So we touched a bit on dissociation, and in your handouts you have some more information about how we adapt the treatment for patients who dissociate, and so that we can do the same procedures in a safe way. I would now like to just finish briefly. We only have a short time left, but to really give you a bit more examples about how we interweave the memory work with the cognitive work and also with behavioral experiments testing people's beliefs. So I just mentioned that using the trigger discrimination is really important with patients with PTSD, because if you try to do an experiment, let's say somebody has a very overgeneralized sense of danger and feels very threatened in everyday life and feels they are very likely to be attacked again, like some of the patients in the videos that we've seen, then it is very important that they use the trigger discrimination when they're doing their assignments. And to test problematic beliefs, behavioral experiments are really one of the core procedures. We prepare patients for these experiments by doing some discussion about the alternative hypothesis that the trauma memory is giving them the impression in this example that the world is dangerous and people are very likely to are very likely to attack them. So the trauma memory may give them this impression, and this objective danger may not be as high as they do. So there's some preparation about calculating the risks that they perceive versus their own experience in the past, or how often have they been attacked. And that usually leads to a much lower probability when the patient feels the danger in a situation. And then we can agree on specific experiments that can follow up on this. So for instance, this patient that I just shown you hadn't been able really to do a lot of tests to test out her belief that she's going to be attacked again because of this perceptual distortion, but also because of a tendency to dissociate easily. And she also had some panic type beliefs that people could, if she started to sweat, then people could see that she was, why did it, it just changed on its own, sorry, that she, sorry, I lost my train of thought now. So this patient wasn't really able to do behavioral experiments on her own until we had this idea about the bus situation that we just shown. And then she was also then willing to test out her beliefs that she would be likely to be attacked again, for instance, by going into the supermarket and standing in line when she had to pay because people would be standing behind her. That was a very scary situation for her. And by using the trigger discrimination technique, she was then able to test out this belief, I'm going to be attacked when I go shopping if people stand behind me. And that didn't happen. So what are behavioral experiments? These are basically tests of beliefs. They can be applied to any kind of beliefs, but especially important about beliefs about danger. We need to be really very concrete about what the predictions are. For instance, I'm going to be attacked again. The chance is 80%. And patients will really need to do what we will need to specify what they will do, and that they have to drop their safety behaviors like scanning around them for danger, and then do the experiment, and while using the then versus now to keep focusing on the present and really use the evidence, not feelings, to judge the danger of the situation, and then discuss the experiment and generalize the learning and re-rate the outcome. And here's an example from another example about a common thing for people who have been sexually abused is that they feel quite ashamed about this and will be reluctant to tell other people about this and feel they might be rejected. So we could set up an experiment here with the patient talking to a good friend about the abuse, and the patient's prediction is that I'm disgusting and she will reject me, and the probability is 60%. And how would she know that the patient finds her disgusting? She will have a disgusted look and make an excuse to leave. So the experiment itself would involve telling her while she has having treatment, and really focus on what happens and not just relying on her feelings and looking up, looking not down like she would normally tend to do when she is ashamed. And the outcome was that the friend listened and gave her a hug, and she actually seemed to care about her, and she didn't reject the patient, which made the rating drop to 20%. You can see it's not like a one trick event. There's still more work to do. 20% is a remaining belief there. But she learned from this experiment, others will not at all reject me and think I'm disgusting because of the abuse. They may even be caring. I'm not disgusting because of what I went through. I'm a strong and good friends will support me. So that this is a very powerful technique as well to shift meanings in which complements the memory work. And I would encourage you to really, as you've seen in some of the videos already, there's a lot to say for doing these experiments in the outside world. We as therapists are often used to give homework assignments and let the patient get on with that. But you learn so much as a therapist to do just small experiments just outside the therapy office, which can help you identify hidden safety behaviors that the patient may not have mentioned. They may also help patients that may struggle to verbalize what in the office what their beliefs really are about. And you can really often also find hidden triggers that you can then use for the then versus now discrimination. And they can be then a stepping stone for homework assignments. So I think doing it with them initially really helps a lot. And if the patient is too scared to do the experiment, then the therapist modeling the experiment as a first step, if needed, can be really helpful. So just to finish off, I'll give you an example, the example of the lady you just saw in the video who did the experiment in the bus. She also had panic-like beliefs that I mentioned. So she, for instance, she would break out in a sweat, and we didn't know whether that was anxiety or whether she was going through the menopause at the time, whether that was contributing. But she would visibly sweat, and she had the belief that if people see that I'm sweating, they will see I'm an easy target and they will attack me. And she was not willing to test that out on her own. So I then modeled being an easy target for her by putting a lot of water on my face, and we took a water bottle with us so that I could then look sweaty when we were walking about just up and down the street from the therapy office. So didn't take a long time. So it was certainly worthwhile putting that as part of a session. So we went outside, and her job was to observe how people were reacting to me. And her prediction was that I would be attacked, and she would also be attacked, because before, when we had done other experiments, I was there as a safe person and I could have helped her. But now, basically by looking sweaty, I was incapacitated and couldn't help her. So the prediction was both of us would be attacked. And so she was amazed to really observe people, how people reacted. And people, obviously, many people didn't notice, they just walked by, they're minding their own business. But let's say 20% of the people noticed and looked, and sometimes but people a bit embarrassed, but they looked twice, and so she doesn't look quite right. But then they went on, so nobody came to attack us. And that was, again, another important step for the patient then to be able to do that on her own. So I think we've run out of time, nearly. Oh no, we have 5 more minutes, I believe. Is that right? 5 more minutes? According to my what we might.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
Mhm.
So then let me just finish with addressing again a bit the question of how can we do the out of office work in times of the pandemic. And I'll have one more video here to share as an example of a young lady that had facial injuries during a trauma, but she, in the long term, she was only left with a light scar, but she had a very distorted self-image based on her trauma memories, that the scar was very visible and people would react to that in a negative way. And in the pandemic, she did a remote experiment with her therapist, and I'll just show you that.
Injuries during her trauma. 5 years on, she still has a slight scar. However, Jessie has a distorted self-image based on her trauma memories. She pictures her face as it looked soon after the trauma, with significant and noticeable wounds. Jessie avoids leaving her house for fear others will stare at her and respond with disgust. If she does leave the house, she tends to wear her hair down and hide her face. This prevents her from discovering how others might actually respond to her. Keeping her head down also increases her feelings of self-consciousness and gives Jessie the feeling that others are indeed staring. During a remote session via webcam, Jessie's therapist suggests she leaves home to carry out an experiment to put her fear of being stared at to the test. They share screen to set up a behavioural experiment using an experiment log. Jessie predicts that when walking down the high street, if I wear my hair up and do not hide my face, people will stare at me. They will see my scar and think I look disgusting. She rates this as 70%. A therapist wants to ensure they get some observable criteria and asks Jessie what she would observe if her prediction was true. She notes, I will see them stare at me with a disgusted look on their face. Jessie puts headphones in and they do the experiment with the therapist guiding her on her mobile phone. Jessie is asked to walk to a busy nearby high street. Jessie's therapist makes sure to check that Jessie is not using any other safety behaviours like hiding her scar. A therapist asks her to start by keeping her head down, something she usually does when she feels stared at. Jessie, how much do you feel like everyone is staring at you right now?
It feels like most people are, like 70%.
What I'd like you to do now is actually look up and look around if you can and observe like what's going on around you. Can you do that for me?
Yeah, I'm doing that now.
Wonderful, well done. Jessie is surprised to discover that nobody is staring at her when she looks up and around. Her therapist keeps talking to her on the phone, recording her observations on the behavioural experiment record sheet.
Yeah, and so this is how they updated the memory in this example. So the updates are: my scar has healed, others hardly notices, nobody is staring, I'm totally acceptable, I can walk with my head held high and let others see me. And this is what she then put into the written narrative after the hotspot. She's saying, when she says, I'm always going to look disgusting, that's others will not accept me again. That's her hotspot. And she has now the evidence from this behavioral experiment that she can put back into the trauma memory and really put that meaning to rest. So I'll stop sharing now. There's a few more handouts to give you some more, in the handout, a few more examples of techniques we may use. Sorry, it's not focused now. That we may want to use to generate other updating information, like for instance from the site visit and from specific cognitive interventions for specific cognitive patterns, such as the meanings behind guilt. But I hope I've just given you enough examples to generate interest in this treatment, so that you might want to look up some of our videos. And there's also a full day workshop on the website that would be have some overlap with what I managed to fit in today, but it's obviously a bit more detailed, and if you're interested. So thank you very much for your attention, and thanks for your interest.
Thank you very much.
Уважаемые коллеги, друзья, приглашаем вас посетить виртуальную выставку, которая пройдет в рамках 3-го конгресса «Психическое здоровье человека 21 века». В онлайн-формате для вас доступны демонстрации услуг и товаров партнеров конгресса, каталоги, брошюры, презентации, результаты клинических исследований и другие необходимые для ежедневной практики данные, интерактивное голосование, анкетирование, опросы и конкурсы, контактные данные представителей компаний, онлайн-чаты, звонки. Для перехода на виртуальный стенд экспонента нажмите на логотип интересующей вас компании. Ждем вас в разделе «Выставка» на портале Конгресса.
В 2013 году в Тверском областном психоневрологическом диспансере открылось детское медико-реабилитационное отделение, к настоящему времени функционирующее в рамках дневного стационара. В данном отделении оказывается комплексная помощь детям и подросткам от 3 до 18 лет бригадой специалистов: психиатр, психотерапевт, клинический психолог, дефектолог, логопед, врач лечебной физкультуры, инструктор ЛФК, социальный работник. В медико-реабилитационное отделение направляются дети и подростки с различными психическими расстройствами: задержка психического и речевого развития различного генеза, расстройства поведения, невротические расстройства, органические психические расстройства, синдром раннего детского аутизма, шизофрения, легкая и умеренная умственная отсталость. Врач-психиатр совместно со специалистами отделения разрабатывают индивидуальную программу каждому ребенку и реализуют ее в условиях отделения. Детям и подросткам помимо лечебно-диагностической помощи предлагается курс занятий с логопедом, психологом, дефектологом, занятия лечебной физкультурой, изобразительным и музыкальным творчеством.
Предоставляется уникальная возможность творческих занятий в мини-группах по 2-4 человека, что очень важно не просто для развития фантазии, воображения, мелкой моторики, но и прежде всего для самораскрытия ребенка, повышения его самооценки, чувства уверенности в себе. Пришедшие с ребенком родители, бабушки, дедушки имеют возможность обращения к врачу, к специалисту любому, с любыми своими вопросами в то время, пока ребенок находится на занятиях.
Доказано, что чем раньше начинается целенаправленная работа с ребенком, тем более полным и эффективным могут оказаться коррекция и компенсация нарушений, а в некоторых случаях возможно и предупреждение вторичных отклонений развития. На начальных этапах особое внимание уделяется диагностической работе, позволяющей оценить степень адаптации и выявить наиболее слабые и сильные стороны ребенка. Последующая работа ведется по специально сконструированной индивидуальной коррекционно-развивающей программе с учетом закрепления ее родителями в домашних условиях. Средний цикл занятий для детей и подростков обычно рассчитан на 2 месяца. За это время, конечно, невозможно коренным образом изменить ситуацию в семье или уровень возможностей ребенка. Однако можно задать правильный вектор для родителей.
Родители должны четко понимать, что есть та составляющая, которую мы изменить не в силах, это та вещь, которая, это тот пласт особенностей, который с ними пойдет по жизни. Нужно адаптировать этого ребенка к его же особенностям, адаптироваться самому к его особенностям и понимать, что какой-то кусочек в нем мы можем поменять аккуратно, не вторгаясь слишком глубоко, просто аккуратно что-то видоизменить. Но в целом и в общем личность, особенно когда к нам приходят уже с детьми 10-12-летними, она во многом уже сложившаяся, просто нужно ее немножко вписать в какие-то рамки, в какие-то правила, в какие-то понятия общечеловеческие. Но прежде всего принимать ребенка со всеми его прелестями, оценивать всегда конкретный поступок, но не ребенка.
В отделении проводятся занятия логаритмикой. С детьми работает логопед с музыкальным образованием и психолог. В группе обычно 6-8 детей. Занятия логаритмикой стимулируют развитие пассивной и активной речи ребенка, поскольку он имеет хорошую возможность подражать звукам, слогам, словам, которые произносит взрослый. Логаритмические упражнения способствуют развитию темпа и ритма речевого дыхания, развитию артикуляционной моторики, укреплению мимической мускулатуры, формированию фонематической системы языка, развитию темпоритмических и мелодико-интонационных характеристик речи, развитие умения сочетать движения и речь, координировать их, подчинять единому ритму оказывает благоприятное воздействие и на формирование пространственных представлений. В целях развития творческих способностей маленьких пациентов в мастерской ведутся гончарные работы. Давно известно о положительном влиянии лепки из глины на эмоциональное состояние. Завораживающее движение круга надолго удерживает детей за столом, развивая усидчивость, внимание и моторику. В отделении проводятся занятия на системе мультисенсорного развития ОМИ-ВИСТА. Занятия с каждым ребенком строятся по индивидуальному плану. Оборудование используется при работе с детьми, страдающими аутизмом, задержкой психического развития, умственной отсталостью. Также ОМИ-ВИСТА эффективно при работе с расстройствами настроения, эмоциональными и поведенческими расстройствами. С началом применения мультисенсорной системы ОМИ-ВИСТА в условиях данного отделения с апреля 2013 года наибольшая положительная динамика выявлена у детей, страдающих ранним детским аутизмом и задержкой психического развития. Всего с момента установки ОМИ-ВИСТА система была использована в ходе не менее 2000 занятий. Новая система позволяет расширить инструментальный спектр в работе медицинского психолога, повышая ее качество и результативность. В отделении активно применяется нейромоторная коррекция. Она представляет собой систему специальных упражнений, которые направлены на формирование и развитие речи, памяти, внимания. Цель программы – научить мозг правильно обрабатывать информацию, полученную от органов чувств. Данная программа рекомендуется детям с синдромом дефицита внимания и гиперактивностью, нарушениями аутистического спектра и проблемами с овладением школьными навыками. В основу тренировок положены упражнения на балансировочной доске, а также нейрокоррекционные и дополнительные общие вестибулярные упражнения на фитболе, батуте, гимнастической скамье. Нейромоторная коррекция является прекрасным дополнением к коррекционным занятиям с другими специалистами, такими как психолог, логопед, дефектолог, повышая их эффективность. Еще одна методика, которая используется в реабилитационной программе, это кинезиотейпирование. Тейпы производятся из высококачественного хлопка, который эластичен и по своим свойствам приближен к человеческой коже.
За счет того, что эта лента эластичная, соответственно, наклеивая ее на кожу, она двигается вместе с кожей. В нашем случае, в нашем отделении, мы используем кинезиотейпирование с целью улучшения микроциркуляции лимфы и кровообращения в воротниковой зоне, и наклеиваем мы эту ленту определенным способом на воротниковую зону. Еще мы в нашем отделении используем наклеивание ленты для нейромоторной коррекции, для стабилизации поясничного отдела мы накладываем на поясничный отдел эту ленту. И в занятиях с логопедом мы тоже используем это обклеивание для улучшения работы артикуляционного аппарата, для стимуляции мимической мускулатуры. Кроме того, наклеенный на кожу тейп, он активизирует многочисленные рецепторы, находящиеся в слоях кожи. А соответственно, мы подаем импульсы к головному мозгу, а соответственно мы стимулируем и работу головного мозга.
В ходе своей работы специалисты детского медико-реабилитационного отделения стремятся прежде всего помочь родителям принять имеющийся на сегодняшний день уровень ресурса ребенка, задать нужный вектор в лечебной и психолого-педагогической работе, настроить на совместное решение маленьких задач на пути к главной цели – достижение максимально возможного для данного конкретного ребенка уровня социальной адаптации.
Занимается основанием основы. Давай. Очень аккуратненько. Ниточка к ниточке. Не торопись. Молодец. Так. Вот она. 8. И ниточка пошла в обратную сторону. Так мы наматываем основу, готовим основу для ткацкого станка. Для изготовления кукол нужна чистая белая шерсть. Как у тебя дела? Хорошо? Справляешься? Да, время-то идет, конечно. Ну покажи, как ты работаешь. Молодец. И что? Ты добавляешь шерсть? Ну-ка, покажи. Ну покажи, как ты сколько добавляешь. Вот так понемножку добавляешь, да? Молодец. Ну здорово у тебя получается. Шерсть расчесанная, да? Ой, довольный. Наверное, еще надо добавлять. Надо, Нина? Еще-то надо добавлять? И сколько ты добавляешь? Вот так маленькими кусочками добавляешь. Молодец. Тогда шерсть получается очень хорошо расчесанной, да? Так. Подожди. Еще рано. Ну, давай, работай. А то для кукол нам надо много шерсти. Ладно, спасибо. Не буду тебе мешать. Работай давай. Пошла. Ну, давай.
Представьте, что окружающий мир – это хаос вещей, людей и событий, и вы не знаете, чего ожидать. Вот так некоторые дети воспринимают реальность. Им очень непросто, но надо научиться жить в этом мире. В Сургуте мы создали 2 центра, где помогаем детям при нарушениях речи, поведения и обучения. В Центре инклюзивного образования и социальной адаптации «Счастье» есть группы социальной адаптации для школьников с ограниченными возможностями здоровья.
I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the organizers of this Congress and to Natalia Triushnikova, because having a full-fledged symposium on such a huge Congress is a big honor for Moscow State Sukharev Research and Practical Center. So we have approximately 2 hours in our disposal, and within the scope of this Congress, this city, this country, for the entire world, because I know that we are being translated in different languages, we will try to provide you as much information as possible. So this symposium, this session of ours will be filled with as much practice as possible, because the Center of Moscow State Sukharev Research and Practical Center is one of the leading centers in Russia. And we are tasked with multiple arrays of different issues and subjects that we study. So I am ready to start with my presentation, or not. Sorry. Can you see my presentation on the screen? Please do tell me, because I can't see the picture. Not yet, Marina. But I see it. Okay. Give me a moment, please, colleagues.
Еще разочек. Коллеги, я временно покину.
Right, colleagues. I need to fix this. Just give me some time.
Я правильно понимаю, что меня сейчас включили с общего экрана?
Do I understand it correct that you got the presentation? Yes, Marina, I switched on your presentation and you can proceed. Okay, so that means that you're going to scroll through it. Yes, correctly. Oh, that's horrible. Okay, then it's better than nothing. Yeah, let's do it this way. Yes, thank you very much. So next slide, please.
Итак, центру Сухаревой 126 лет.
Our center is more than 120 years old. Moscow State Sukharev Research and Practical Center for Child and Adolescent Mental Health. And starting from 2012, we are called Center of Sukhareva, and we bear the name, the mentor, the person who gave a lot of knowledge to the world about child psychiatry. Next slide, please. We provide help and care of children age 1 to 18. And on this slide, you can see some numbers that on a yearly basis are being completed and achieved. So we provide all types of help. We have inpatient care, outpatient care. We have a daycare and round-the-clock inpatient service. Next slide, please. So, autistic spectrum is one of the leading subjects that we are been tasked in the last couple of years. Crisis help that are given about 1,000 children. Approximately 1,000 children on a yearly basis in inpatient care that suffer from abuse or grief. I'm not going to tell you a lot about this because all of the next presentations will be specifically dedicated to all of the subjects that you see on the screen of my presentation right now. Right, next slide, please. So in our research center, we have about 1,000 staff members. Half of them are working directly with children. Next slide, please. Right. So right now I can move on to the actual subject at hand of my presentation. And the title of my presentation is a little bit complicated. It's a little bit because when we talk about unwanted children, at this very moment, a lot of adult people, mature people, they, try to ask us, how can the children be unwanted? So I'm going to explain this phenomenon that I called so briefly and so brashly, but unwanted children. Of course, I'm going to talk about children with autistic spectrum disorders. In Russia, it is very difficult to be such a child, especially when we talk about mental disorders. And one of the main topics here under review that the identity of such child, particularly a disabled child, is very blurry. It doesn't have any sort of, let's say, specific identity. It is blurred in legislation, it is blurred in society, in interpersonal relations with parents, and in their own conscience. Next slide, please. Right, so it's blurred in the conscious because around the children or mental patient children and around our health, we have a lot of myths, numerous myths. One of the worst of them all, you can see on the screen, and they predominantly, when encountering and finding them in judgments, in texts, in books, in movies, and media, with different quotes and phrases addressed to mental patient children and adults, people often call them dangerous, that it is useless to pour governmental budget money into them because they will show no results, because it would make sense to save money on them. Next slide, please. So I did not just mention mass media randomly. On this screen, you can see actual headlines of actual news articles that are riddled in the mass media. Most cases, they bear a very negative approach towards such children. Next slide, please. And again, if we even take a brief glance in the internet, we will see that there's a huge disorder and split between the forums of parents with different children. For example, parents with normal children, unfortunately, when they encounter children with mental disorders, they usually react with fear, with panic, with the desire to exclude this child from the community. But forums for parents with special needs children, they're usually very positively filled, very friendly, very helpful. And on many websites and forums, they call them kids and children. So the entire society, as we know it, is riddled with this idea of unwanted children. And let's start with legislation base and regulations. In 2005, we adopted a federal law 2347 that includes a federal list of rehabilitational events, activities, and technical equipment and services provided to disabled people. This list is being constantly updated. It includes all categories of disabled people, deaf people, blind people, but it doesn't include our children in this list. I'm not going to stop on the numbers because you know them for a fact that 25% of children with disabilities are children with mental disabilities. Next slide. But I should say a little bit about statistics in general. As I said, 25% of all disabled children are mentally disabled. And if this number would be stable, we can maybe come to terms that, you know, a quarter of our children are not being involved in all of the legislation decisions made by the government. But this number is growing. It's not just 25%. Here in light green, you see actual facts, and this dark green is our forecast in comparison with the somatic disabilities, somatic disorders and sicknesses and ailments. Next slide. Now let's take a look at the point of view from the competence of our professional community on this phenomenon of unwanted children as a whole. In 2017, at the behest of Ministry of Healthcare of the Russian Federation, we adopted a new list of children that are subject of routine checks. And there we got children of age as early as 2 years old. And so 2 years old children are now, I would say, families with children with 2 years old children. They are now being subject to the screening, this routine checks, and it is done by pediatricians. So here's a question: at the value of what competencies pediatrician can take care of our children? And it is clear that this pediatrician can ask himself the following questions. These are very complicated questions, because not in the university, not in the med school, not in the internship, GP doesn't get answers to these questions. So it would make sense that pediatrician would ask himself, why do I even need to do this? And at this very moment, inside the mind of professional, this medical professional, again, I hold great respect for these professionals, he draws a line, this border, that children with mental disabilities, I can't, and I won't work. Now, let's take a look at the point of view of organizational psychiatric care to the same question, how it is organized in Moscow, let's say, inpatient. Currently, we render psychiatric care and help to children so that GPs and psychiatrists, they are immersed in adult psychiatric work. And they are basically in between. So a portion of them actually are being stationed for children's hospitals, but they are not required by the chief of medicine of this hospital. And again, apologies to chief of medicine, they don't often need them. And there's a lot of illustrations because of that, a lot of examples, especially if we can take a look at the diagnostic room. The majority of hospitals, they still use handwriting when filling out cards, medical cards of their patients. Still. Next slide. Another aspect is bullying. And the system of education, again, specifically, let's take, for example, the city of Moscow, they pay a lot of attention. They pay a lot of attention to this issue, this eternal issue of children groups, cliques, and communities. It has been going on for the longest time, not just now. And now let's take a look how many children are being admitted to our Sukhareva Research Center at the level of initial complaints, and they mentioned bullying or tortures, both outpatient and during the hospitalization, both of them. Just to reiterate, it's not 2-hour consultation with a psychiatrist that allows you to identify these signs of bullying. These are children themselves complaining about bullying. Next slide, please. And here is probably the scariest slide of them all when we talk about unwanted children. The number of refusals and parents refusing and giving their children away with mental disabilities. Starting from 2018, we see that parents with their blood-related children, they're being given away by their own parents if they have mental disabilities. So the number for 2021, you see the number for 8 months. And if we take a look at the forecast, then the total number on all types and all forms of refusal from taking care of your own child still maintained at a very high level. Even one child is too many. But if we talk about actual numbers in dozens of children, hundreds of children, this is scary. Next slide, please. So, speaking about the subject of unwanted children, I would like to mention that our special children, the children that we work with, not a lot of people would like to stay with them, well, to keep them in the family. They're being excluded from school groups, they're being bullied. And these children, they are excluded from the attention of pediatricians, and they don't get enough attention from the government and authorities. So who actually wants them? It's a very sad story, but it's true. But our employees need them. Our center needs them. I love this this celebration that became a tradition. It's a special ball. It's a dance, evening dance, and employees of our center, they dance. It's like a prom, and this is how they demonstrate their attention and their care to our children, to our patients with mental disabilities. Next slide, please. And I know that you can read, but I would lovely quote this catcher in the rye phrase. You see, I'm imagining as how small children are playing in the evening in a huge rye field. Thousands of babies, thousands of children, and not a single adult person, just me. And I'm standing at the precipice of a cliff, right? And my mission is to catch them so that they would not fall in the cliff because they're playing, they're running, and they don't see where they're running. And I'm catching them so that they wouldn't fall. That's all that I do. Just being a catcher in the ride. I know it sounds stupid, but it's the only thing that I really want to do. And that makes me a fool, I guess. Jerome Salinger, Catcher in the Rye. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I thank all of the listeners and viewers for your attention, and I would like to deeply thank the employees of a center that are going to give their presentations after me, and they will share our successes, our hardships, and our issues that we tackle. And of course, I would like to thank all of the employees of the Moscow State Sukharev Research and Practical Center for Children that are working with children today, because we need them. Unfortunately, I won't be with you all day long because simultaneously I'm supposed to give a presentation at the other room. But it's important for me that you have this polymorphic, polyphonic ability to give presentations one after the other. Thank you very much. So, Anna, I would kindly ask you to be a moderator when I'm gone, okay? Thank you. So we can continue. Is that correct? Yes, Anna, you can continue by all means. Right. So the next subject that we would like to talk about is suicidal risk in practice. After, giving a presentation after, of course, Ms. Bebchuk, and head of our Research and Practical Center, it is very difficult, but I will try to keep up. In my presentation, I would like to mention our achievements, about the amazing work and effort that have been achieved and done by employees of our center. But I should probably start not with achievements, but with what is the actual problem at hand. So this slide, I'm using it quite often when I'm giving presentations because it's actually very, easy to understand. Suicide for people ages from 15 to 29 years old, one of the leading causes of death. So takes second place for females, second place for both sexes, and third place for males. In our center, we work with people with suicidal ideation, starting from initial thoughts, intentions, and that's leading to suicide attempts. The predominant number of people who come to us, and if we extrapolate the numbers that we have, then it would mean that 0.05% of all children population of Moscow, or every 52 or 53 children, once in every 100,000 children, are suffering with suicidal ideation or suicidal attempts. But again, statistically, it's not very representative number because it's not very true. It doesn't reflect the entire story, the entire truth. So if we talk about school children, that would mean that almost every 100 school children in 100,000 school children want to kill themselves. If we take a look at this chart with all of the children that get admitted with suicidal ideations, the number starts dropping. Looking at this chart, I really would like to say that it's thanks to our efforts, this number is dropping. I would, but again, I'm very cautious with everything that I said, because again, the year 2020 is a COVID year, and statistics have been changed drastically because of the lockdown, the coronavirus. So I will not hold my breath on the improvement of situation. So these are the children that come to our center or get admitted to our center. So in the year 2020, despite the coronavirus, in our center, we were working with 833 children with different suicidal ideations. And of course, it's just the tip of the iceberg with these problems. Because if we take a look at our Russian search engine Yandex and see how many people basically Googled how to kill themselves in school, we see that it has been Googled more than 12,000 times. So we cannot say for sure how many children is there really with suicidal ideation in our country. The problem is that our routine inspection before child actually gets admitted to psychiatrist is not very effective, because the only people who take care of them are school psychologists, social workers, and general practitioners. So if we talk about pediatricians, about 75% of people with suicidal ideation visited general practitioner before a suicide attempt. And what happens next? Nothing happens, because the GP doesn't refer them to anywhere. We know that 75 of them actually went and complained to general practitioners. So 3 out of 4 of every children try to ask for help, and only quarter of them, 25%, went to psychiatrists, and it didn't lead them anywhere. Why? Because the predominant number of specialists, not just teachers, but also doctors, professionals, they don't talk to children about suicide because it's a tricky subject. We had a public poll that we organized with pediatricians, whether they ask their patients about suicidal thoughts, suicidal ideations, suicidal attempts. And the most common answer that we got from pediatricians is that no, we don't ask them about this because we haven't studied it at the university, at med school. So 96.6% of medical experts, they just try to give a general assessment of an emotional state of a patient based on their appearance, tone of their voice. They ask about mood swings. They try to take a look at if there are any signs of self-harm. But only 35% of doctors actually ask their patients about suicidal plans, ideations, and behaviors. And among these 35%, only 56 of them asking parents about the suicidal behavior, and only 24% of doctors actually ask these questions to the child himself. And why? Why do medical specialists and experts don't ask about suicide? Because why are they afraid of it? Most common answers is that they don't have time, they don't know how to ask it, they're afraid that it's not ethical enough, they are afraid that the parents will complain to about this doctor, that they can find the right words, or it's even beyond their competence. Or the worst of them all is, why should I remind the child that suicide exists? Because I might push a child to a suicide, is what they think. And how true is that, really? Of course, it's not true at all. There are lots and lots of studies starting from the year 2000 of thousands of different students and a lot of patients, whether asking questions actually influence person to actually get closer to his plan of executing his plan. Actually, it's the opposite. If medical experts asking these questions, it's actually a relief, is what the patient experiencing, because they feel that someone actually finally asking them about this pressing issue, that someone actually expressed interest. So basically, doctors are afraid of asking these questions, and patients are dying to get asked. So What do these medical experts that actually suspect that child is experiencing or expressing suicidal behavior? 69% of them refer them to psychologists. 36% of them refer them to psychotherapists, and 51% of them refer them to clinical psychiatrists. That's basically half of them, and about 7% they don't refer them to anyone. So if we ask doctors what do they base their referral to, they answer that they usually refer children to specialists that they know personally. They're afraid to directly sending them to psychiatrists because they're afraid that they're going to get complaints from the parents of the child, and they're also scared that they're going to stick them with needles, they're going to, put them on antidepressants, that they're going to make their mind woozy and hazy, and it's going to basically bear a huge stigma on the child because of your referral. So why is it so difficult? Why is it so difficult to look into the degree of suicide risks of our children, our teenagers, and not just teenagers, because actually suicide is getting younger. It's getting younger with each year. We see suicidal behavior among children younger than ever, because suicide in of itself doesn't come up because of the influence of just one factor. It's a multifaceted beast, and not just a medical, but also cultural, social, communal, that's also being affected by some individual factors, biological factors, psychological, and micro and macro social factors. And the influence of these factors, of course, varies from person to person. That's why specialists need to measure all of the factors of basically attack and factors of defense. So pro-suicidal factors and defense factors, whether a person has them or not. It's a very interesting experiment. We had an experiment during the COVID year. So again, COVID is called the isolation year. We didn't have many outpatient care. Children were spending more time with their parents, but nonetheless, we still get a lot of children admitted with suicide. Only in April and May, this number decreased, where people were afraid of going outside. And then the number of people admitted to our center evens out, and we got a paradoxical situation. There's actually a growth of people with suicide ideation. As you can see, take a look at this is the number of January. They're the same for 2019, 20, and 21. But in April, we see absolute growth. So in January, after winter vacation, children starting going to school, and then they are writing their tests after the end of this semester. And as Marina said, after sitting in front of a computer, studying online, they are again forced to encounter all of this noise, all of this sensory barrage, all of this socialization that we all forgot how to conduct. And that's where suicidal ideation comes from when they get back to school. It turns out that for our teenagers and children, these external social factors, the factors of social environment, school environment, is playing the leading role, because as you can see, it's the number of teenagers admitted with suicidal ideation tripled this April. So what's been happening during the isolation? This data actually confirms my suspicions. During the isolations, teenager is again subjected only by micro-social factors. So it's his immediate environment, his parents, his family, and studying at home. We see that depression is rising, that irritation is rising, anxiety is rising, and that all leads to suicidal ideation behavior. It's scary that understanding of adults and children is very different. For example, we see that suicidal behavior is 21% among children and teenagers. Adults haven't seen anything in their kids at all. They did not notice any change. So we have a deterioration of mental state of teenagers during isolation and after we went outside the lockdown. So it only exacerbated the situation. So a teenager with suicidal ideation is being basically controlled and defined and relies on microsocial family matters by the society and the school environment, school community as a whole, and his personality, and some biological predisposition, of course. And again, presence of any sort of mental disorders. And the suicidal threat is again greatly defined by the ratio between external and internal motivation, which again can be expressed by depression, that, you know, COVID is misery, we're all gonna die. And also this feel that you lost control over your own life because, you know, you are forced in a lockdown. Nothing is based on my decision. Your hands are tied. And also external motivation during the COVID, again, is growing at the backdrop of conflicts with parents. A lot of family have been fighting more and more. And there's a lot of disruptions of interpersonal relations because of that. We all know what teenagers are subjects to the risk group. And we need, of course, to attribute it case by case. So these are teenagers with difficult and troubled families, with the ones that have under custody, with different disabilities. But of course, it also comes from macrosocium, bullying, feeling alone. Microsocium is troubled families, biological predisposition, and it all leads to suicidal attempt. And every time medical experts need to imagine this scale, suicidal scale. On one tip of the scale, we have this angst and feeling of uselessness. And on the other tip, we have a disruption of interpersonal relations. And we have to weigh all internal and external factors all over again with each patient. So why suicidal behavior is such a difficult challenge for a medical expert? Because you cannot forecast that this teenager will commit suicide, because there is no questionnaire or any sort of scale that could are credible enough that could actually give you real risk of committing suicide. And also, when a lot of medical experts encounter this suicidal ideation, they feel unsure about their competencies because they feel that they cannot effectively judge the suicidal risk. And of course, they're lacked in resources and in time. It all leads to growth of suicidal behavior. So what can you do? You should not be scared of asking these questions to your patient. This is a questionnaire that we developed in our center, and it includes just 5 questions that any medical expert can ask, even GP. These 5 questions are enough to find high risk of suicidal behavior among teenagers and children. So what's next? After you found that this teenager expresses high risk of suicidal behavior, you need to refer this information to their parents and persuade them to seek professional help. Worst case scenario, you have to hospitalize the child. So what do we have in our research center? We have, of course, a clinic of crisis help. We provide all stages of help to children and teenagers with suicidal ideation. This is pre-hospitalization help. So, for example, we have a hotline. We have a special consultation room of crisis help, and the child or a teenager can call himself or herself. We have, again, round-the-clock inpatient care. We provide it in our clinic, where we diagnose, we treat, we rehabilitate. We have daycare with different tutors, with doctors, specialists. Also, family therapy is also something we provide. So during the daycare, we gradually restore all of the abilities and defense mechanisms of teenagers. And the last but not least is post-hospitalization stage. It's where we provide outpatient consultation support. So that's the phone number that you can use to reach out to us. And please visit our website. There's a lot of interesting information, or you can even visit our YouTube channel, both for parents and for children. You can find a lot of interesting things. Thank you for your attention.
Анна Яновна, добрый день. Я могу начинать свою презентацию?
Наталья Вячеславовна, просим.
Спасибо. Анна Яновна, завершите, пожалуйста, вашу презентацию.
Я закрыла.
Да, все, спасибо. Могу начинать, не дожидаясь от организаторов команды?
Я думаю, что
Да, конечно, конечно.
Please welcome Natalia Ustinova, the medic doctor, chief researcher of the Sukharev Research and Practical Center for Child and Adolescent Mental Health of the Moscow Healthcare Department, head of Department of Social Pedagogics and Organizational and Multidisciplinary Support of Children at the Research Institute of Pediatrics of the Central Clinical Hospital of the Russian Academy of Sciences. She'll be presenting about algorithm of routing, diagnostics, and treatment of child with ASD. Well, child's psychiatry has not been that popular as a research domain in Russia. So we should apply all the contemporary methods that are available to enhance interest to children's psychiatry so that it would engage more and more people. I would like to address to the strategic session that we hosted in 2019, where, by the way, our today's mediator, Dr. Marina Bevchuk, also participated. And that Congress put together educators, psychologists, psychiatrists, answering asking the following question: if there is a family with a kid with autism, how should the family start? How should the family begin this journey? Who should be the first doctor? Neurologist, psychiatrist, psychologist, therapist? Who should guide the way? Since then, we have been trying to answer the question together, to understand, to hear what the parents want from us, what the parents need from us. Parents are very advanced, very educated in that sense. They understand what are the major obstacles that they may face. And it turns out that the issues at hand are very diverse, not only related to psychological health, by the way. Many questions were specifically therapeutic. And physiological questions. Specifically, they needed the help of a children's physician. When, for example, ASD has already been diagnosed, it's very hard to find the children's physicist that could help. And it's very hard to find specialized doctors. It's often that the doctors are not taking seriously enough the health of children with ASD. For example, constipation is very widely spread amongst children with ASD, and that problem does not get enough attention from specialized doctors. Probably that's the specifics of Russian culture, but still, it's evident. More often than not, parents do not fully understand what is the difference between different forms of ASD. So phrases like atypical ASD is something not fully ASD. So there's a ton of issues, and we can resolve them only if we work closely with the family, with the kid, and the multidisciplinary team. Because there are often issues of a diet, for example, in the parents' community. And it's not always the children's physician who can know all of it. We need the aid of a specialized doctor. So this issue has been in the works for a while. It's related to a broader set of psychology, psychiatry. There has been recently a presentation at the important Congress, and it's been claimed that there is a paradigm shift for the understanding of psychoneurological disorders. And there has been the idea to approach differently to the treatment of those disorders. So I believe if we speak about the disorders in children, specifically if there are some special traits in development, this paradigm shift is evident. We need to act. It's not the set of some rare researchers. That's the reality of our life, which cannot be ignored. And if we put together children's physicians and psychiatrists, that's something that must be done today. It's not that it's a should have, it's a must have. For the time being, we have not had any decent pieces of research that would describe that the treatment of somatic disorders would lead to the improvement of psychological state. For obvious reason, because children are very, very different. And satellite diseases are very, very specific. But we have indirect signs that somatic health of children with ASD disorders is strongly violated. One of the well-known research about preliminary deaths amongst the people with ASD. So if we look at the entire group, the lifespan in a group of ASD is 16 years lower. If there are also some intellectual disorder, mental disorder, then the lifespan is 30 years less. And we don't have the answer whether it's social factors to blame or low medical supervision, low quality medical supervision, or there are some fundamental disorders that make an impact to that. But if we look at the reasons that led to a preliminary death, we can observe, for example, inborn percentage, high percentage of inborn disorders. That could have been diagnosed earlier. We can see endocrine disorders, glandular disorders. Therefore, the confirmation that we need to be dealing with the health of children with mental disorders is evident. We need to deal with the physical health, not only psychological health, not only mental health. So if we talk about ASD, what are the specifics? What are the risks? And of course, pediatricians not always know how to do this, but there's no way out, because giving a time frame for a psychiatrist, a year or 2 years, is not a way out. And the screening approach that we have now, the 2-year-long screening, is an extreme measure. If you recall, if you have been ever studying to become a pediatrician, we may recall that the specifics of psychological development is something that we studied, that it was always a part of pediatricians. But I don't know why. Pediatricians can very easily see disorders in motorics, but if we speak about psychological disorders, which has always been a part of pediatricians' responsibility in Russia. For some reason, pediatricians are not observing that as tightly as they should. So we're speaking not about new competencies, but the competencies that historically have been inherent to the job of pediatrician in Russia since the beginning of the last century. Therefore, in addition to screenings, there's also monitoring. The hands-on examinations, again described in the norms and regulations, 3, 6, 12 months, 18 months, 2 years. And if at any particular stage, the pediatrician can see violations in physical development, not only in motorics, the pediatrician needs to do something. And that could be done, for example, via multidisciplinary diagnostics, or what the parents call often research odyssey. Particularly, they evaluate the hearing, because it's very sad often when the kid, for example, is diagnosed with ASD, but there are actually violations with hearing, some disorders with hearing. That is why the evaluation of hearing is standalone. So any kid with ASD, according to international standards, needs to experience a fully fledged hearing examination. If we speak more seriously, it goes without saying that a qualified psychiatrist could always tell a difference between a person with hearing disorders and ASD. Those are different types of behaviors and different types of reactions, but still all of this is protocoled. And if we talk about international guidelines for routing, there's separate evaluation for hearing. If we talk about deeper multidisciplinary diagnostics, we'll discuss it later. But these two processes, diagnostics, precision diagnostics by psychiatrists, and deep multidisciplinary diagnostics are normally parallel. Pediatricians should not be expecting the precise psychological psychiatrists' diagnosis. It's good enough for pediatrician to see that there are certain disorders in mental development of a kid. That's enough, and pediatrician has enough competencies for that, but not enough tools, because of course there's a need for checklists that will help a person to highlight that there are certain issues. In any case, if there are problems, then deeper multidisciplinary diagnostics can begin without any precise diagnosis from psychiatrists, which is still important to provide aid. So what can we take into account when we're considering this routing of diagnostics? Well, there are recommendations which would not satisfy everybody. And speaking about international guidelines, there are guidelines of American Association of Pediatricians, which is again targeted, focused on multidisciplinary examination. Both documents are not quite enough to fully provide efficient aid to the group of children with ASD. If we speak about clinical recommendations, then there are almost no recommendations for pediatricians, which again complicates the work of pediatricians who don't know how to behave with a kid, what to start with, what to do. If we speak about recommendations by the American Association of Pediatricians that more pay attention to this sort of supervision, this is the American system, which is a bit different from Russian system, and we cannot fully copy-paste American recommendations into Russian context, because up until this disorders, they have, there have been done certain elements of diagnostics, certain analysis before the diagnosis, which is different compared to Russia. A few words on the diagnosis. The end diagnosis of the psychiatrist is an important part that helps us to clearly define the routing, and in many ways the destiny of a kid. Here's an article of our colleagues that which once more set the context for the future. So, all of our problems that we have regarding consensus and diagnostics will not go away, even if we establish this provocative paradigm, biomarkers of autism, again, against EDR or ADAS diagnostics tools. We don't know which will come up on top, because neither ADAS nor EDR are fully diagnostic tools in either country of the world. These tools are not used for diagnosis confirmation, and clinical recommendations of the Ministry of Health of the Russian Federation are not highlighted as tools for diagnostics of ASD. All of our disorders are only diagnosed based on clinical picture and anamnesis of the illness. Biomarkers of autism are not there yet. It's still in development. Yes, we are anticipating for them to approach a certain consensus, but still, it's a conversation for the future. So what do we have now? Research Odyssey, as it is called by parents. Parents read a lot of articles, not always well written, not always well justified, often commercially justified. So the parents are trying to explore their kids and look for the reasons that caused the mental disorder. And there are obvious precursors for the examination, for the analysis, that could identify the problems with a 90% probability, which is long and expensive. That includes a number of analyses, but modern psychiatrists should be at least aware of these sort of things in order to understand the nature of what we are dealing with. Turns out that working with pediatricians, I see children with classic cases of autism, with the syndromes, which are described in many articles, but the articles are saying that these are autistic traits, but not classic autism. Why is that happening? Because all the illnesses listed here are rare. So if we make conclusions, we need to look at more children. For example, in some countries, there are 3 cases or 2 cases of this rare diseases. We need to accumulate some volume of data, and that will take time. Therefore, relying on my personal experience, I can say that we cannot say that there is a primary autism and secondary autism. It's hard to say that way, because let me reiterate, I have seen children with different terms of sclerosis, with classical autism, absolutely book autism, workbook autism. And moreover, if we speak about DiGeorge syndrome, immune deficit syndrome, there were, of course, satellite deficit states to that. So everything happening to classification now, sort of step back, that we have been discussing a lot with colleagues, is a step back to make 2 steps forward, to kind of look at the dead end that we have reached and to try to find a crossroads, to reshuffle the set of tools and symptoms that we're considering. We need to try it this way. If this one doesn't work out, we'll try it differently. Yet, the Research Odyssey is a very important part in terms of aid to the children with different sorts of ASD. And if we have not even been able to find the actual reason, this is still the information, we still get the information that we collected. We can assign children, certain groups, understand what can relate to what. And we're now at the stage of collecting data. So again, let me tell you this, that we're not going we're not jumping to conclusions, but it's hard to move forwards without any extra data. If we speak about metabolism, there are inherited metabolism disorders, such as phenylketonuria, purine metabolism disorders. Of course, it's easy to deal with. In many cases, adding something or removing something, certain substance from the body, can either diminish or prevent certain disorders. In the case of phenylketonuria, it's very easy to do. So preliminary diagnostics of this sort of disorders is very important, which helps the psychiatrists to understand that even these sort of processes could lead to classical disorders of ASD. We had only 5 diseases in neonatal screenings lately. But the regulators promised to increase the set, and we will hopefully be able to protect more children from this sort of psychological disorders. So you see, we had only 81 diseases in 2012. Now it's 116, which is, again, a positive fact. But without the set of treatment, it's still useful to do diagnosis. Even today, maybe the therapy will come up in a year or two. If we talk about satellite medical problems, let me sum up the research of the recent years. We speak about children with certain disorders, of course, are more inclined to have a chronic disease compared to general population. Often, this chronic diseases are often unnoticed for many reasons. Sometimes the parents don't notice it because they don't see the physical suffering behind the change of behavior, or sometimes the pediatricians cannot see the problem well. There are lots of stereotypes and archaic views when any state is interpreted as part of the clinical profile of ASD. Specifically, I'm talking now about pediatricians. And another thing is that our patients, even when they're adolescents, cannot describe the discomfort they're having, also does not make diagnostics easier. Again, it's not that there's a Soviet problem or Russian problem. This problem is international, which is widely discussed in the international community as well. Normos Sartouris wrote in 2013 about this, about a comorbidity of mental and physical diseases. It's not our competency. If we want to really find out about it, we need a multidisciplinary team. It's also important that comorbidity does not mean combination of 2 diseases that are following their own particular track. The presence of 1 or 2 diseases, 2 or 3 diseases, leads to complications and makes treatment more harder and less efficient. I will briefly talk about the slide about satellite psychological disorders. This is not exactly what I was going to speak about today. I'm sorry, we're running a bit out of time. When we talk about satellite pathologies, this could be connected to different sort of behavioral expressions. When behavior analysts are working, that could be related to personalized behavior, related to different sorts of disorders identified by pediatricians. There is no pill for ASD, but ASD is associated with a number of states. Some of them could be treated with drugs. So there's a way to improve the state of a child and improve the quality of the family life. And a couple of words to conclude about the fact that we're having a program now. I mean, we have done a lot in the recent years, and we truly hope that together with the Sukhareva's center, thanks to the support of Marina Sukhareva, will be able to host a fully fledged examination for a number of kids and undertake this full research odyssey. We are anticipating for the results, hopefully we'll discuss them at the upcoming conference. Thank you for your attention.
Спасибо большое, Наталья Вячеславовна. Олег Замилович расскажет нам о телемедицинской помощи в центре. Олег Замилович.
Добрый день, Анна Яновна.
Yes. Natalia, thank you. Let's welcome Kirill Abramov. Yes, please do mind the time, though.
Видна ли моя презентация?
Can you see my slides?
Анна Ян, подскажите, пожалуйста, все ли видно?
Can you see my slides? Could you please let me know? Yes, it's fine. Could you please switch PowerPoint to the slide demonstration? Dear colleagues, I will try to be brief. Sorry, this is not Kirill Abramov, this is Oleg Karyadinov. So my name is Oleg Karyadinov. I'll be talking about telemedical technologies in children's psychiatry. We'll be speaking about pros and cons of that approach. And pros and cons are in many ways connected to the field of regulations that we have in this domain. Mainly federal law, Russian Federal Number 242, and regulations regarding the processes of application of telemedicine in our practices. They have been formulated in the executive order of the Ministry of Healthcare of the Russian Federation, number 265N. So, the most important starting points. Telemedical aid is split into two main sections. Telemedical aid in a form of doctor to doctor and patient to doctor. On this slide, you may observe certain options of application of it. For example, the form of doctor to doctor. When we assume remote consilium, educational events, data exchange of the results of research between experts, and also remote solutions for managerial issues in healthcare. Patient-to-doctor format, exchange of results of researches or conclusions between patient and expert. This is a very promising, but it's a very promising approach, but we're only at the initial stage of it.
Консультация пациента специалистами, врачами, психологами и другими специалистами помогающих профессий, о чем, собственно, я им буду говорить.
So, I will be talking about some other aspects. So, at the period that we're experiencing, the pandemic was a catalyst for the development of telemedicine. This is the data of the Ipsos research. This is the data of the North America, showing that the blue columns is June 2020, and turquoise is April 2021. So you see the weight of telemedicine as a result of pandemic, the increase. And you can see that according to all of the specialties, there is significant growth at first. And then by April 2021, it all went down back. In all the specialties, and with the only exception being psychology and psychiatry, which is becoming more and more popular in terms of telemedicine. The Sukhareva Center, in my opinion, for mental illnesses among children is leading in Russia in terms of telemedicine, particularly in children's mental diseases. It all began in July 2020 in cooperation with the Center of Telediagnostics and Telemedicine of the Department of Healthcare of the city of Moscow. And we can see on this slide that starting with December 2019 to April, they have hosted a number of consultations with the participation of 5 psychiatrists. But starting with May last year, the number of consultation has jumped significantly. And by May 2020, in addition to 5 specialists, we added another 90 to the headcount to justify the demands of the moment. In the framework of the pilot project, almost all of the categories were there, mostly development disorders. Let us take a look at how the parents of our patients considered the situation, how they were supporting or not supporting telemedicine. Speaking briefly, the parents were very positive about remote support. Probably the only thing that was a cause for some sort of tension is the lack of in-person contact that everybody was used to, and certain privacy concerns. Although those concerns were significantly over-exaggerated. Specialists were not so unanimous in their opinion about remote consultancies because there were some technical difficulties at first, quite a lot. And it took time for everybody to learn to use this remote technologies. But the intention to use telemedicine is there, and the experts are pretty optimistic. As a result of the pilot project, we prepared a set of methodological recommendations, and at the bottom of the slide, there's a link which you could follow to learn about them. It's published at the website of the Department of Healthcare of Moscow government. Now speaking about the Sukharev Center, they have been using telemedicine throughout the entire last year. So it's become a routine practice for Sukharev Center, specifically for the hospital department, for inpatient department, because now it's much harder for parents to get to the inpatient department. So consultation with the parents is now almost fully remote. Due to COVID, it's much harder for parents to get into the inpatient part of the hospital. There has been over 4,000 consultations with psychiatrists, mostly family psychiatrists, doctors, other experts as well.
На плановой консультации родители могут записаться в личном кабинете.
Now, the parents can use their personal account to register for the consultation. And it's important to have a record at the hospital. I will explain later why. The essential attributes of telemedical health is systems of identification and authentication, secure connection channels, and secure data storage that could be used via telephone, text messages, email, and video conferencing. But they are not protected. That's why in Russia, they're not legal for telemedicine. So, patient to doctor consultations are split into two parts in terms of legal regulation. Primary consultation, when the patient has not yet applied to the medical organization, and repeated consultation, when there's already a medical record in the hospital and everything has been regulated. For primary consultation, there are strict regulations. It's forbidden to diagnose a patient and assign treatment at the first teleconferencing meeting. That's just not allowed. Also, there are also treatment contradictions. Contraindictions, etc. And of course, if we can see, for example, neural anorexia nervosa with significant loss of weight, we're not diagnostic with telemedicine, we're just hospitalizing the person. There are also relative contraindictions. For example, the doctor cannot make an impact on what is happening at home in the family of a patient, such as violence or escalation of violence. Remotely, the doctor cannot do much of that, but the doctor cannot leave a person without aid. I will not be talking about limitations regarding initial consultations. If we speak about repeated consultations, on the other hand, they're very convenient and feasible to solve a lot of preventive issues. Including ambulance situation, it's not possible to prescribe all of the medicines in the framework of this approach, in the framework of telemedicine. And an important point for this sort of aid is storing and registering the documents, fully tracking medical record for the inpatient. And all of the records must be stored for at least 1 year for telemedicine. Of course, that requires quite a lot of computing power and storage, etc. On the other hand, that is a big advantage. I will talk about that a bit later in a bit more detail. Limitations are obvious. The disadvantages are obvious. The ability is only visual and audio channels. We cannot estimate a lot of traits of behavior. And I will give you the example of ASD to show some practical drawbacks of this approach. So if there's a baby on this side of the screen, he or she can react to the image of the expert in very different ways. While if, for example, the doctor is talking to the kid with ASD via telemedicine, the doctor cannot even be often sure that the kid is talking to him or paying attention to him, because the kid with ASD can be just very, very interested in the display itself. For example, there's a simple point It's difficult to catch the eye of the person when doing telemedicine session. So if I want the patient to feel that I'm looking into his or her eyes, I need to be looking not on screen, but into the camera. The phenomenon of the keyhole, when we're looking at the patient, we're only seeing a part of space where he or she is existing in. We cannot fully estimate the reaction or non-reaction to other stressors or sounds. Something that's happening in the room, a TV or something that's not seen. We can build misleading hypotheses. For example, we don't see any stressors, but as a matter of fact, the person is watching a cartoon on a TV behind the monitor. So if we want to do telemedicine, we need to, of course, take into account the specifics of the approach, learn certain skills, be flexible and creative. For example, if we want to evaluate what the kid reacts to, the image of you, your address, or just the monitor or something there, you can, for example, go out of the field of view, disable your camera for a second, use a ton of other fun tools. Another slide. Of course, there are many advantages to telemedicine. So much more advantages than disadvantages. It's more accessible. It's the way to be in touch with a specialist. This is economic visibility, especially for patients. The storage of video, we can always reiterate the session. That is the lower threshold to address the expert. So as we believe, this is a very useful factor. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Oleg. Julia, looking forward to your presentation.
She will tell about self-harming behavior. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, organizers. Just give me a moment.
Все это правильно включить.
I will switch everything on.
Так. Что-то пока мне не получается.
Right. Give me some time. Yeah, press the
Да, я
green
это как
button.
раз сделала.
I did that, but
Не вижу, чтобы это была
it's taking some time.
презентация.
I'm not seeing my presentation yet.
Одну секунду.
Just 1 second, please.
А можно попросить организаторов
Can I
ее
ask
включить?
organizers to switch on my presentation? Alisa, could we ask? Yes, I will need Yulia to switch on her screen sharing.
Так, сейчас. Да что ж такое?
Oh, sorry.
Так, у меня что-то не получается. У меня все свернулось.
I'm not doing it right. Yes, Yulia, you need to press the red button. Stop
да.
screen sharing. Oh, yes.
Ага, спасибо.
Yes, that's it. That's it. Right, colleagues, while the presentation is loading, I shall remind you that we have a time limit.
Ага, спасибо большое.
Yes, thank you very much.
Мой доклад будет посвящен
My
несуицидальному
presentation is
самоповреждающему
dedicated
поведению
to
и попытаемся
non-suicidal
сформулировать
self-harm
какие-то
behavior, and I
ключевые
will
различия
try
между
to
ними и суицидальной
allocate
попыткой.
sort of
Как уже было сказано, в
differences
нашем
between
центре мы
suicide
наблюдаем
attempts
детей и
and
подростков до 17 лет
suicidal
включительно.
behavior.
И
So
вот с такого рода проблемами
these are
мы
the
сталкиваемся
problems
довольно
that we
часто
encounter
у
very
наших пациентов.
frequently
Можно
among
дальше?
our patients. Next slide, please.
Следующий слайд можно, пожалуйста?
Can I have a next slide, please?
Алиса?
Alisa?
Пролистните, пожалуйста, вниз, если можно.
Yes, Alisa, can you switch on the next slide, please?
Так, что такое?
Right. Everything went out.
Пролистните следующий слайд,
Right.
пожалуйста.
Can you please show me the next slide?
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much.
Большинство исследователей
So,
несуицидальное и самоповреждающее
most of,
поведение,
the
так же как и
researchers of
суицидальное
non-suicidal
поведение,
behavior
относят к одной большой
just as
группе,
suicidal
группе
behavior attribute
аутодеструкции.
to one
То есть
big group,
это
auto-destruction
таких
behavior group. So
актов, действий, связанных
these
с
are
намеренным
acts and
членовредительством
actions
в клинике
related
различных
to
заболеваний. В
behavior
эту же группу также
of
относят расстройства пищевого
self-destructive
поведения,
nature.
различные рискованные виды спорта
Here we
и
also
зависимости
attribute
от алкоголя и
eating
психоактивных веществ.
disorder,
Можно дальше, пожалуйста?
alcohol and substance abuse, and risky behavior.
Что же такое несуицидальное самоповреждающее поведение? Это намеренное нанесение себе
what
телесного
are
вреда
non-suicidal
с
self-harm
малой
behavior?
вероятностью летального исхода.
These are
И направлены они обычно на решение
deliberate
внутриличностных
self-harm
или различных межличностных
of a
проблем.
physical
По
nature
сути своей, нанося
without
самоповреждение,
any intention of
подростки
killing
предпочитают
himself or
сиюминутные
herself.
положительные
So
последствия. Ну, например,
teenagers
успокоение,
use this
получение
to soothe themselves, to calm
удовольствия,
themselves down, to
несмотря
draw
на
pleasure from this,
долгосрочные
despite the
последствия не
long-term
очень хорошие, например, ухудшение
negative
взаимоотношений с
effect,
родителями
again,
или, на
such
самом деле,
as
отказ от реального
worsening,
решения
deteriorating
проблем,
of
которые
relations
возникают.
with parents and family,
Постепенно
and of course
самоповреждения могут стать
dissociation
привычкой
from the
справляться с
society as a
трудными
whole.
жизненными
So
ситуациями.
self-harm
Пожалуйста,
actually seen
дальше.
as a coping mechanism. Next slide, please.
Основными свойствами
So,
несуицидального
main properties of
самоповреждения можно
non-suicidal
назвать
self-harm
преднамеренность,
can be including
повторяемость,
that
целенаправленность,
they
социальную
have
неприемлемость,
intention,
отсутствие
they are
суицидального
repeatable,
намерения
they have
как
an
такового
actual
и чувство
goal,
облегчения, которое
they bear
наступает
social
после
stigma.
самоповреждения.
It's
Дальше,
actually the
пожалуйста.
lack of suicidal ideation, and there's
Из бесед
some
с
sort
нашими
of feeling of
подростками
relief.
мы составили
So,
примерный
when
перечень того,
talking to
что они
teenagers,
пытаются
we
добиться,
compiled
нанося
a list
себе
of
самоповреждение.
why they
Но, как
commit
правило, речь все-таки идет о
self-harm,
том, что они
non-suicidal
пытаются справляться с
nature.
различными
Usually, they
эмоциональными
try to cope with
трудностями.
various
Да?
emotional
Например, часто
difficulties.
слышна
For
фраза,
example, very
что
often
они
we
пытаются
hear this
превратить
phrase that
эмоциональную боль в
they try
физическую.
to
Или,
turn
например,
emotional pain
избавиться от
into a
невыносимых
physical one,
переживаний и
or
невыносимых
they
мыслей.
would like
Или вернуть
to
ощущение
relieve
контроля
themselves,
над
or
эмоциями.
bring back a sense of control
Или
over their
сбежать, опять же,
emotion,
от травмирующих воспоминаний.
or run away from traumatic experiences
Какое?
or memories.
Нередко подростки говорят о том, что с
Very
помощью
often teenagers also
самоповреждений,
mention that
что их они наносят на пике, ну, например,
with
суицидальных
self-harm, they
мыслей, на
usually do
пике
this in the
суицидальных
heat of the
желаний,
moment,
и таким
in the
способом,
heat of
не желая
suicidal
на самом деле
ideation,
умирать, они
and
пытаются
whilst not
избавиться от
wanting
этих
to
вот
kill
мыслей.
themselves,
Пожалуйста,
they
дальше.
harm themselves to relieve themselves of
Основные
strong
способы,
emotions.
которые
Here
мы
are the
также наблюдаем у нас в
main
клинике,
means
это
of
порезы,
self-harm. They include cuts,
укусы, ожоги,
bites,
расчесы,
burns,
бывают ранения
scratches.
себя острыми предметами,
They sometimes
нередко на
puncture
пике, например,
themselves
тревожных
with
состояний,
sharp objects.
удара о стены, ну
They
и
punch
ряд
walls or hit
неинструментальных так
themselves
называемых
on the walls,
самоповреждений, выдирание
and
волос, прикусывание
they
щек,
tear
губ и
their
тому
hair,
подобное.
they bite their
Как по
lips
нашим
or
наблюдениям,
cheeks.
так и по
In
наблюдениям
accordance with
различных
our
специалистов,
studies
которые
and studies of
занимаются
other
этим
experts
феноменом,
that deal
самоповреждения
with
не имеют
non-suicidal self-harm,
суицидальной цели,
they do not
они не
bear
опасны для жизни, но тем не
suicidal
менее
purpose.
повышает толерантность к боли,
They're
снижает
not
страх смерти,
all at all
и частота
time
последующих
dangerous, but
суицидальных
they
актов
increase pain
при
tolerance
наличии
and they
самоповреждений
decrease the fear of
возрастает.
death.
Но
So
тем
the
не менее,
frequency
стоит
of
здесь оговориться,
non-suicidal
что
self-harm
далеко не
is growing
все
and
дети,
becoming
наносящие
frequent and frequent. But
самоповреждение,
not
далеко не
all
у всех
teenagers
происходит вот
that
эта вот
are
трансформация
doing self-harm, not all of them
самоповреждающего
are the
поведения в
subject of the
суицидальное или
transformation of
там эти
non-suicidal
самоповреждающие
behavior when it
поведения
becomes
дополняются
suicidal behavior,
суицидальным.
because
Ну,
sometimes it
например,
complements it,
группа
sometimes it
детей,
doesn't.
которые,
But for example,
ну,
a group
скажем,
of teenagers that,
если брать
let's
детей
say,
нашего центра, да,
if
например,
we
это
take children
дети
that
с
we
тяжелой
work with,
умственной отсталостью,
they
или
also
дети,
include
маленькие дети
people
с различными
with
заболеваниями, которые
intelligence
наносят себе
disability
самоповреждение,
or
говорить
any
о том,
other
что
disorders,
вот
and
это
they
риск суицидальный у
do
них такой
self-harm.
высокий будет, ну, это некорректно.
And if we
самом
tell them
деле,
about high
другая группа
risk
детей
of
есть, у которых,
suicide,
правда,
it's
эта
not going to help.
трансформация происходит,
Another
и
group of teenagers that
самоповреждающее
do
поведение
have this
дополняется в
transformation and
дальнейшем
suicidal behavior
суицидальным.
actually
Об этих
becomes
мы
more
детях и
acute,
поговорим
more
дальше.
prevalent. And I
Ну,
will tell you
например, это
more
могут
about these
быть
teenagers.
дети
And
с депрессивными
it
расстройствами
can
чаще
include
всего,
teenagers with
или
depression
дети с
disorders,
расстройствами эмоций и поведения, когда
or with
депрессия
emotional disorders and
сопровождается
mood disorders,
поведенческими
where depression
нарушениями.
is
У
accompanied
некоторых
with
детей
different
с
mental
шизофреническими
disorders,
расстройствами также
sometimes
эта
with
трансформация может
eating
происходить.
disorders such as
Дальше можно?
bulimia and other transformations. Next slide, please.
Так вот, здесь классическая
So
схема
here we have a classic
суицидогенеза.
case
Как
of
правило,
suicidal
все-таки
genesis, as we
те
call it.
дети, у которых
As a rule of thumb, children that
к несуицидальному самоповреждению, потом дополняется оно
that
суицидальным,
start with
самоповреждение
non-suicidal
начинается на
self-harm
этапе
and then it gets
досуицидального
complemented
периода
with suicidal
и
behavior.
на
Usually
этапе
it starts
пассивного
at the
мышления
pre-suicidal stage
суицидального.
and at the stage
То
of
есть здесь,
passive
вот если на этих
ideation.
этапах оказывается
These are the
ребенку
two
помощь,
stages where we
то,
need
в общем,
to
она
provide
может
care and
обойтись
help, psychological help
хорошей, качественной
to
психотерапии. Эта
children.
помощь сводиться к
It can
ней,
be in the form of
либо,
good
ну, если
psychotherapy,
потребуется
or
медикаментозное лечение,
if
то это можно
necessary,
делать
we
на
can
амбулаторном
prescribe
этапе.
some medicine, and we
Когда
can do
мы
this at
уже
the
переходим на
outpatient
этап
stage.
суицидальных
When we
намерений
move on
дальше,
to the stage of
то, конечно,
suicidal
речь идет
ideation,
уже о
active
стационарном
ideation,
лечении, о
here we
более
talk about
серьезном
inpatient care and more
медикаментозной
serious
терапии.
medicine that we
Пожалуйста, дальше.
prescribe. Next slide, please.
Если рассматривать статистику
So if
нашего
we look at the
центра,
statistics of our center and the
значит,
children and
то,
teenagers that we work with,
это дети, которые к нам
they
поступали в связи
usually
с разными
are the children
суицидальными
that
проявлениями.
came with different suicidal behaviors.
За
All
период,
of them
например, с
different.
15
For the
по май
period of
2021
starting
года
from
таких детей
2015
было
to 2020, we had
5486.
more than
В
1,500 of those.
92% случаев это
92
дети с
cases
мыслями,
of
с
them,
намерениями,
they
с
had
попытками разной
ideations,
кратности, однократными,
suicidal
многократными.
attempts, and
Вот в
self-harm
92%
attempts. And
случаев
in
эти
92
дети наносили
cases
те или
of
иные
these teenagers,
самоповреждения.
they were doing self-harm
Начинались
with
эти
almost
самоповреждения, ну,
suicidal
где-то
behavior.
за
And it
4
started
минимум, да, максимум
maybe
12 месяцев до
4
того,
or 12
как
months before their admission,
появились суицидальные активные
before
мысли.
they got active suicidal
Из
ideation.
видов самоповреждений
As for the means and
преимущественно
types
это
of
порезы.
self-harm, again,
Это
predominantly
72%,
it
они
involves
наносили
cuts,
только порезы, эти
72%.
дети. Остальные очень часто сочетали
The
порезы
rest
с
of them
чем-то
usually
еще. Да,
complemented
там
cuts
порезы
with
и
something else.
пережидания,
For
порезы
example,
и
cuts
расчесы,
and
но
burns, cuts
самопорезы это
and
основное,
scratches, but cuts
основной
are
способ
the
самоповреждения.
main way of
Пожалуйста,
self-harm.
дальше.
Next slide, please.
Так в чем все-таки отличие?
So, what is the difference?
И как их распознать?
What is the
Ну,
difference
во-первых,
and how
естественно,
can we
надо
spot it?
разговаривать, да?
Of course, we need
И
to talk
подростки, с
with the
которыми вы
person.
установили
And
доверительный
teenagers,
контакт,
where
часто вам
you
расскажут
already
о том,
established a
что
trusting relationship,
повреждения они
they
наносят,
will
например,
openly tell you
не имея
that they're doing
суицидального
self-harm,
намерения на самом
and
деле,
they don't have any
наносят
sort
на
of
пике
suicidal
эмоционального
ideation. They
состояния,
just do this in the
пытаются
heat
так
of the moment.
разрядиться.
They're trying to relieve themselves.
Способы при несуицидальных
So
самоповреждениях все равно
means
более
of
легкие, потенциально
non-suicidal self-harm
несмертельные.
are, lighter
И
ones and they're
несуицидальные
not
самоповреждения
lethal.
наносятся, естественно,
And
чаще, они регулярны,
non-suicidal
в
self-harm
отличие
are
от
more
суицидальных
frequent
попыток.
in comparison with the suicide
Тем не менее,
attempts.
можно говорить о том,
Nonetheless,
что все-таки у
I can
ряда
state that
детей несуицидальные
among a group of
самоповреждения
teenagers,
является маркером
non-suicidal
повышенного
self-harm
риска
is
суицида.
red
Можно
flag
дальше?
of increased suicide risk group. Next slide, please.
Среди людей, которые
So, among
сталкиваются
the
с детьми с
people
самоповреждениями, это
that
могут быть
work
родители, там, школьные
and
педагоги,
live or
врачи
talk
общей практики, да и, в общем,
to
врачи-психиатры,
teenagers with
существует
self-harm, such
ряд
as
мифов
teachers, parents,
о
medical
самоповреждающем
experts,
поведении.
and such, and
Я
they have
здесь
myths
такие
on
основные
self-harm
представила,
behavior. So
но
here I represent the main ones, but
можно заметить, что они, в общем,
you
диаметрально
can notice that
противоположны.
sometimes they're actually
Кто-то говорит о том, что, ну,
absolutely
все это
opposite.
просто мода
Some
современная,
people say that it's
что
just,
ничего
it's
серьезного, если
trending.
рана не
It's
глубокая.
nothing serious if
И,
it's a shallow
собственно,
wound.
делать ничего так особо-то и
And,
не надо, люди
you
просто
shouldn't do anything
внимание
about it.
стараются привлечь, и там
It's just,
окружающими манипулируют.
that's just how they
Естественно,
manipulate
дети,
and
которые
try to,
сталкиваются с
draw
таким
attention of
отношением,
other people.
никакой
And
качественной
when
помощи
teenagers
не получают.
encounter such opinions
И
from other people, they
состояние
don't get any professional
развивается
help.
дальше, мы
And
упускаем
their
время, и
mental state, of course,
впоследствии это
deteriorates,
требует
we lose
серьезного лечения.
valuable time,
Другая
and
группа
ultimately it requires more
людей,
serious serious approach.
Считает,
The
что
other group
наоборот
of people, the
катастрофизирует это всё и
opposite,
считает, что это
they
попытка неудавшейся
exacerbate. They
самоубийства,
believe believe that all self-harm is suicide attempts.
это люди
All of them,
ненормальные,
without
их место в
exception.
психиатрическом
These
учреждении,
people
что
are
этим людям быть
abnormal.
опасно для
They
общества.
should be
Мы получаем стигму,
institutionalized,
мы получаем
and they get
нарастание
stigmatized.
тревоги, ухудшение
We
состояния того же
see
ребенка,
their
опять же, не
depression
получаем
and
качественной медицинской
anxiety
помощи.
growing, and again, they don't get
Можно
any
дальше?
professional help. Next slide, please.
И по сути,
So basically,
как правило, что же правильно? Да?
usually,
Правильно все-таки
what's the
серьезно
right way to
относиться
go?
к
The right way to go
самоповреждению,
is to
понимать,
treat
что
this
это не
seriously, to
норма,
treat self-harm
но тем
that
не менее
it's something that is not normal, absolutely not.
необходимо
And of
выяснять
course, you
четко,
have
да,
to
почему,
get to the bottom
что
of this.
происходит, и
What is going
оказывать
on? Why
в
is this
рамках
teenager
действительно там
self-harming?
состояния, заболевания,
And you have
проблемы,
to,
да, ту
you know,
помощь, которая
make a
необходима,
diagnosis.
адекватную
Is
помощь.
it a disorder
Уровни
or is it something
профилактики,
else?
как обычно, их три,
So
да,
we
первичная,
have three
вторичная,
levels
третичная.
of prevention:
Очень
initial,
часто как раз
secondary,
на
and
уровне первичной
tertiary. At the
профилактики
level
мы
of
можем
initial
решить
prevention,
многие
we
проблемы
can solve
наших
a lot of
подростков
potential
и
problems for
самоповреждения
teenagers, especially including self-harm issue.
закончится, в общем-то, да, на
And it
уровне
can actually,
вторичной,
you know, we
когда
can
уже
finish it
это
at the initial
состояние
level.
кризисное, нужна
Secondary
медицинская
level
помощь.
is when we need
Ребенок
some crisis
оказывается либо в
help.
стационаре,
We either
либо
put the
в
teenager
поле зрения
in
уже врачей и
inpatient
психиатров, где
care
необходима комплексная
or
и
under the
медицинская, и
supervision of
психологическая,
clinical
индивидуальная, групповая,
psychiatrist
семейная
or
помощь,
you know,
психотерапия. И,
group therapy,
наконец,
family
третичная
therapy, and
профилактика
any other
после
types of
выписки из
therapy.
стационара,
And
необходимо
tertiary, after
наблюдение и
the
продолжение
teenager is
психотерапевтической
discharged,
работы с
we still
подростком.
need to counsel
Следующий
them
слайд
and
можно?
work with them. Next slide, please.
В полной мере
Right. So
помощь в центре Сухаревой
we
оказывается таким
render
детям помощь
full-scale
комплексная,
help to
полипрофессиональная, с
such
участием и
teenagers. It's
психиатров, и психологов,
multidisciplinary. We have
семейных и
psychologists,
индивидуальных.
we have family specialists, we
Собственно, на
have
слайде
social care
представлен
teachers.
телефон
And on
кризисного
this slide,
кабинета, да, и телефоны для
there
записи на
is
прием.
the schedule
Всё,
of
спасибо
our
большое.
crisis doctor department. Thank you for your attention. Yes, thank you very much, Julia, for following the timing. It's very good. Now, Ms. Drobish will tell us about another group of children and teenagers that are admitted to our center, eating disorder group. Colleagues, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about this very, very important and pressing matter. I will be telling you about the specificality and characteristics of rendering care and help teenagers with eating disorders. And, well, it is clear then when helping teenagers with different diagnoses, there's a lot of specificalities. Colleagues before me told you about complications and difficulties when we work with other groups of patients. And on this slide, I tried to outline all of the difficulties that you or me as a psychologist can encounter when working with patients with eating disorders. One of the biggest obstacles of all is teenager being resistant to the help that is being given to him or her. Yulia spoke partially about this, and the myths that she listed, they're quite, they're also prevalent in eating disorders. For example, when we hear an idea that, sure, you can get help, but this help is not serious, and eating disorder is okay, everyone's doing this, and every teenager goes through this stage. So they're becoming ambivalent to getting help, because during the therapy, you are treating, a certain set of symptoms, for example, vomiting, but you're okay with other symptoms. For example, you still limit yourself at eating, or you would like to retain your anorexic weight, or you want to lose more weight. So we often encounter this partial compliance, where they're ready to partially work with eating disorder, but only with one or two symptoms, tops. So, of course, very important role is played by the immediate environment of this patient. And if, for example, we talk about outpatient groups that we have at our center, we can support a healthy environment. But when teenager goes back to his school or college or any other immediate environment, then again, he's getting criticized or bullied or getting ridiculed because of his or her appearance, because there are certain set of beauty standards of beauty, and of course they affect your, again, immediate environment. And again, it's not always easy to do interventions because of that. There's a huge barrier of this long way of getting help, of actually reaching out for help. This is what my colleagues already mentioned. And very often when we start working with families, this is the moment where family is exhausted. They've already spent all the resources that they have. They tried everything, nothing worked. And now, when it seems that finally they found the right center where they can get qualified help, they don't have any efforts or resources to do this, to overcome this. Another important barrier is that even for families that come in time to get help, due to the changes that occur in our society, a lot of people are well informed about eating disorders, and they reached out to us in time. Still, there's a question of what's next. Where do we go next? How can we seek qualified specialists? Where do we go? What sort of the recommendations we have to follow and observe? So these are the main problems of working with patients with eating disorders. Generally speaking, yes, awareness is rising about this problem, but the question of what's next and where can you get help, that's a tricky one. If we take a look at the global best practices of eating disorders among teenagers, that the main bulk of recommendations, again, here are some recommendations from British colleagues and American colleagues, you can see that we can use family-oriented consultation and help, especially for teenagers. We can use different protocols. We can use individual protocols of treatment. Usually they are built on the CBT treatment. They also have different transdiagnostical protocols, so work focused on eating disorders, and also group support. So a group work with both patients and their family members. So generally following the same principle, we work with eating disorders at our research center. We usually work with the full families of teenagers, not just teenagers themselves, and we also can provide individual consultations, group work, stage by stage. We can provide them with inpatient and outpatient care just as much. But if we take a look at efficiency of the work that we're conducting, because traditionally eating disorders are piled the category of with low efficiency in markers and metrics in therapy. So here we have some data of meta-analysis of lots of different studies. And when we work with teenagers and children, you can see on the slide, highest efficiency is family therapy in its classic version. Also therapy focused on the family. Aside from it, we can use Maudsley approach, but again, it's a family-oriented one. So this is a transdiagnostical approach that assumes for teenagers a lot of work, a lot of groundwork with their family, and then also coupled with individual consultations. I will briefly explain all of these approaches and how we apply them, and I shall start with this systematic family-oriented approach, because this is basically the foundation of all other approaches that has lower efficiency. So when we talk about family therapy, any sort of symptom, including eating disorder, can play different functions in different families. So in order to effectively help this patient, we need to understand what sort of function this eating disorder is pursuing. At this slide, you can see main functions that we can encounter when working with eating disorder. So I will try to use about the use of the systematic approach at example of one case. This is working with the structure of the family. And this is something that has been founded by Salvatore Minuchin in 1987 in his work Psychosomatic Families, when he worked with anorexic people. He said that, yes, in eating disorders, there are three groups of factors. It's individual factors of teenager, then it's involving child in parental conflict. That's why for family therapy, we require all members of the family. We cannot just work individually. And thirdly is particular patterns of interaction or interpersonal relations. And we pay a lot of attention to two factors. First of all is overprotective parents. And it's not just one way. we have to see this broadly as a high level of care of both parents to children, and when they go out of their skin to avoid any conflicts. That's one. And second is rigidity. This is something that basically robs us of all flexibility that we may have. We cannot flexibly interact with other people, and family cannot come up with any sort of other behavioral patterns, and that's why they're doomed to repeat themselves, their mistakes of the past. And that's why we need to work with the family again to work through these difficult conflicts, these uncomfortable truths and stories that occur behind the closed door. And they can do this actually without our help when we explain it to them. There's a very interesting technique, very beautiful, that's called family dinner. When we ask family, just have a lunch during the consultation and show us how they're having lunch or dinner, and come up with some sort of behavioral strategies that we can teach both parents and teenagers with eating disorders. And based on that approach, we create, again, a systematic approach of helping entire family, both patients and their families that suffer from eating disorders, with certain techniques with food. It includes 3 stages. First stage is introductory, when we just help family members to just understand what's going on. This is basically educational level awareness, so that parents would know how to help their children, help them to restore healthy eating habits, not to exacerbate relations with them, not to, pushing them even further. So basically, this stage is explaining what to do when you discover that your child is suffering from eating disorder. Second stage is when you learned everything from the first stage. Next task, the task of a therapist, is to help this family to, again, give responsibility for their eating behaviors and responsibility for their well-being to teenagers themselves. They need to explain to them and teach them what to do if, for example, they don't want to eat. So our task is to, again, basically reinstate healthy eating habits among teenagers. So here we talk about, making some rules, agreements within the family. So some procedures, standard operating procedures on how they're going to, outline eating behaviors. And third stage is after inpatient care. This is when we try to establish a healthy identity of teenager as a responsible, as an independent, as a full-fledged being, again, within the family and beyond the family, for example, with their friends, in school, with their own aspirations, hopes, and dreams. That's, again, is based on the ideas of a systematic family approach. But again, this is focusing on teenagers themselves. And another approach that, again, made the next step from this systematic family approach, it's a Maudsley approach. This is basically, let's say, comprehensive diagnostic approach of working with eating disorders that included all the previous experience of working with eating disorders patients. And as a key factors of this model, that is basically establishes the entire therapy, there are some ideas about, again, immediate significant others and members of the family. So this is working with the immediate environment of the teenager. Aside from this, in this protocol, we work with different cognitive styles of teenager, again, increasing their flexibility, working with eliminating rigidity. Then we teach them ability of regulating their emotional state, establish more efficient communications with the environment. We also work with the values of these teenagers. So to ask them questions, who am I, son, eating disorder? If I take away eating disorder, if I don't position myself as a eating disorder victim, what other values are left in my life? If I stop, treating myself as an eating disorder connoisseur, so to speak. So of course, working with these 3 items, with this difficult and different cognitive styles, with outlining the system of values, is impossible without, again, engaging the family, because, again, teenager is heavily dependent on family relations. And, well, that was a brief overview. That's it on my part, and thank you for your attention. Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Dovbysh. Thank you. we have a very important presentation. Next one is Dr. Alexander Abramov. He's going to talk about child psychopharmacotherapy.
Yes, give me a second, please. Can you see my slides? Yes, we can. Good. Good day, dear colleagues. Today, together with our clinical pharmacologist, we'll be talking about this complex subject. And I truly hope that we shall be able to figure out a way to find a solution, at least right now, regarding how to deal with all of this. On this slide, we can see a range of problems, trying to break them apart into a number of levels. Generally, they are more related to regulations regarding the legislation of the Russian Federation and also the work of administrators and regulators. There's a lack of research amongst children, which have been conducted according to the research medicine. And it's hard to adopt in Russia the results of international researches. Often, unfortunately, the pharmacologists have to be intuitive, and there's a lack of evidence-based medicine. And there's a number of social problems. There's stigma, anti-psychiatry, self-help, which is so common in Russia. That's a whole different other subject. A few words about regulations and contradictions, off-label problems, etc. Let's talk about that. In Russian legislation, there's a lack of off-label generics and drugs. On the other hand, the use of a drug according to the instruction is not very well regulated, specifically not in federal legislation. There are only mentions in sub-legislations and some judiciary practices. According to the Article 70 of Federal Law number 323, the doctor is in charge of treatment, not a consultant, not a researcher. None of them is legally responsible for the patient. That's a very important point. Therefore, according to the latest edition of this piece of legislation, starting with January, medical aid is being done according to clinical recommendation. For the time being, clinical recommendation, there's clinical recommendation for schizophrenia, speech disorders, ASD, but we do understand that, of course, there's a number of other mental disorders amongst children. In addition to that, pretty soon there will be the new classification introduced, and clinical recommendations, therefore, will be contradicting to different names of illnesses. We don't know whether there will be methodological recommendation regarding the new codes. There's no clarity about that. And the third point is related to diagnostics amongst children. Due to ontogenetic properties, it's hard to do, meaning that the doctor doesn't have capacity, working only in a framework of clinical recommendations, to work on special syndromes. Those who are doing hands-on medical services truly understand what I'm talking about. That truly is a framework of activities today. On this slide, we have a range of contradictions, for example, between the order on clinical recommendations and standard for aid. As a matter of fact, clinical recommendations allow the use of the off-label drugs, but the standards, on the one hand, are being developed on the basis of clinical recommendations. On the other hand, the application of off-label drugs is sort of not allowed because everything should be done according to the instruction that is coming with the drug. A few words on practical and theoretical problems. Let's talk about that. Can you see my new slide, right?
О кризисе психиатрии и кризисе клиники, науки сейчас очень много говорят, и детская психиатрия здесь не исключение. Существует этот кризис по разным причинам.
There are different problems, and of course there are contradictions between schools in Russia, psychiatric school. It's hard to do evidence-based medicine amongst children. There is a danger to it. There's lots of specifics and regulations. Of course, researching children is naturally more stigmatized. Young doctors who are practicing more, they're losing the basis for clinical thinking. The thinking is changing alongside global trends. Hands-on doctors are considering in other categories as well. There are certain drugs that are proven to be working. There are those antidepressants for adolescents, neuroleptics, and as a result, these researchers are not adopted. More and more drugs are going to off-label category, primarily because there has been adopted a decision to unify all of the descriptors and instructions that would correspond to original drugs. Think about it, it sounds differently. No data about efficiency for adolescents, and the drug is not allowed. These are very different formulations. So if we need to study the difference between generics and original drugs, every doctor knows the situation when, for example, a certain drug can all of a sudden disappear from pharmacies. There's no research that anti-epileptic drugs, for one non-patented generic, could work differently. Why the same thing could not be in psychiatry? Why the risk of epileptic relapse is not as critical as other mental disorder relapse? So certain non-traditional neuroleptics and combinations are used not for age-appropriate groups. We have a patient, for example, she's 10 years old, she's epileptic, in remission, and for the last year, she has more autoaggression. They're assigning therapy for 2 months, holophromalin, but the improvement is not sustainable. So they're dynamically changing the therapy within a year, trying a different combination, and for the hospitalization, the lady is getting chlorprotoxin, Neuroleptil, 15 gram, Lepixol when she's overexcited, and a couple of extra drugs against epileptics. Probably the dopamine receptors of this girl are quite covered. In certain ways, the person cannot even, the kid can even verbally explain what's happening apart from autoaggression. So really to consider what psychopharmacology can give us. You can call it resistancy, but the problem of resistancy in most cases in our practice has been developed for the adults. We can start with the fact that metabolics with children has a number of specifics that require a more careful approach to state resistancy. In addition to that, we still do not have clear understanding on how neurochemical systems of children and adults are equivalent or non-equivalent. Point 3, the definition of resistancy. Classical definition by Sergei Solov means that there's a gap between expected effect when we use adequate psychopharmacology. So every word here needs clarification. So let me do that. The expected effect means that we need to have the forecast for efficiency of therapy based on clinical data. For adults, it's about in 50-30% of cases, impossible to clarify. For children, on the other hand, we have a number of other specifics which have not been discussed in detail. Second one, the adequate psychopharmacological therapy, which is again assigned according to clinical precursors with certain duration, doses, and regime. So we need to have at least 2 consecutive courses with different mechanics. So we can see here that we are not really eligible to resistancy in this particular case. A few examples from legal practices, I will not read that in too much detail. However, There's an issue here. Why is this example different naturally from the observation that I gave? Probably the difference is that it didn't go to court in the end. That's the only difference. Now a few words about the solutions to this complex problem. As a matter of fact, we do have to work to mitigate risks, working together with regulators. And we could highlight a few branches here for administrative activities and research activities. So if we speak about the activities of those who organize the treatment process, that means interactions with regulations, lapidary representation of problems, persistent initiations of regular research meant to analyze accumulated experience for psychopharmacology amongst children. I'm not criticizing. The psychopharmacologist. I'm criticizing approach. There's lots of things that have been understudied, although many of those things are right. They're just not justified by research. That's the only thing that I mean. And another thing is that we need to translate a lot of international articles in psychopharmacologists. The book by Steven Stell, The Basis for Psychopharmacology, published in 2020. It's very well accustomed to Russian clinical recommendations. So probably this is a good loophole to somehow fix the situation. Are my slides switching, by the way? And for the family doctor, it's also about tracking medical registry, medical records, explaining the capacities and capabilities of psychopharmacology's description of side effects. Obviously, the experts need to be aware of the most advanced and the newest clinical recommendations, informing colleagues about that. So everybody is ready and on guard. Thank you for your attention. Alexander, thank you. So we are wrapping up this part of the conference, and we truly hope that we have been able to show and tell about a number of problems in children's mental disorders. If there are any questions, I think you can just ask them on the chat. We'll gladly answer them later. Are there any questions, Alisa? Not really. There's one question from the listener, but can you speak it out loud so the person who asked the question would hear the answer? Okay, so the question was about who is the expert on working with the family in Sukhareva Center. In our center, that is social educator who works with the family on the most complex issues. For example, a situation when a parent initiates the process of giving away parenting rights. That's a special kind of work, not for family psychologists, obviously. It's called specialists on working with the family. Thank you. Anything to add? Okay. Then I'm very grateful to all of you who were with us here today in spite of a Saturday. Thank you for being interested in the most essential issues. Thank you for your diligence in presentation. And I would like to thank the host for putting it together. I'd like to thank you all again.
Уважаемые коллеги, друзья, приглашаем вас посетить виртуальную выставку, которая пройдет в рамках 3-го конгресса «Психическое здоровье человека 21 века». В онлайн-формате для вас доступны демонстрации услуг и товаров партнеров конгресса, каталоги, брошюры, презентации, результаты клинических исследований и другие необходимые для ежедневной практики данные, интерактивное голосование, анкетирование, опросы и конкурсы, контактные данные представителей компании, онлайн-чаты, звонки. Для перехода на виртуальный стенд экспонента нажмите на логотип интересующей вас компании. Ждем вас в разделе «Выставка» на портале Конгресса.
В 2013 году в Тверском областном психоневрологическом диспансере открылось детское медико-реабилитационное отделение, к настоящему времени функционирующее в рамках дневного стационара. В данном отделении оказывается комплексная помощь детям и подросткам от 3 до 18 лет бригадой специалистов: психиатр, психотерапевт, клинический психолог, дефектолог, логопед, врач лечебной физкультуры, инструктор ЛФК, социальный работник. В медико-реабилитационное отделение направляются дети и подростки с различными психическими расстройствами: задержка психического и речевого развития различного генеза, расстройства поведения, невротические расстройства, органические психические расстройства, синдром раннего детского аутизма, шизофрения, легкая и умеренная умственная отсталость. Врач-психиатр совместно со специалистами отделения разрабатывают индивидуальную программу каждому ребенку и реализуют ее в условиях отделения. Детям и подросткам помимо лечебно-диагностической помощи предлагается курс занятий с логопедом, психологом, дефектологом, занятия лечебной физкультурой, изобразительным и музыкальным творчеством.
Предоставляется уникальная возможность творческих занятий в мини-группах по 2-4 человека, что очень важно не просто для развития фантазии, воображения, мелкой моторики, но и прежде всего для самораскрытия ребенка, повышения его самооценки, чувства уверенности в себе. Пришедшие с ребенком родители, бабушки, дедушки имеют возможность обращения к врачу, к специалисту любому, с любыми своими вопросами, в то время, пока ребенок находится на занятиях.
Доказано, что чем раньше начинается целенаправленная работа с ребенком, тем более полным и эффективным могут оказаться коррекция и компенсация нарушений, а в некоторых случаях возможно и предупреждение вторичных отклонений развития. На начальных этапах особое внимание уделяется диагностической работе, позволяющей оценить степень адаптации и выявить наиболее слабые и сильные стороны ребенка. Последующая работа ведется по специально сконструированной индивидуальной коррекционно-развивающей программе с учетом закрепления ее родителями в домашних условиях. Средний цикл занятий для детей и подростков обычно рассчитан на 2 месяца. За это время, конечно, невозможно коренным образом изменить ситуацию в семье или уровень возможностей ребенка. Однако можно задать правильный вектор для родителей.
Родители должны четко понимать, что есть та составляющая, которую мы изменить не в силах, это та вещь, которая, это тот пласт особенностей, который с ними пойдет по жизни. Нужно адаптировать этого ребенка к его же особенностям, адаптироваться самому к его особенностям и понимать, что какой-то кусочек в нем мы можем поменять аккуратно, не вторгаясь слишком глубоко, просто аккуратно что-то видоизменить. Но в целом и в общем личность, особенно когда к нам приходят уже с детьми 10-12-летними, она во многом уже сложившаяся, просто нужно ее немножко вписать в какие-то рамки, в какие-то правила, в какие-то понятия общечеловеческие. Но прежде всего принимать ребенка со всеми его прелестями, оценивать всегда конкретный поступок, но не ребенка.
В отделении проводятся занятия логаритмикой. С детьми работает логопед с музыкальным образованием и психолог. В группе обычно 6-8 детей. Занятия логаритмикой стимулируют развитие пассивной и активной речи ребенка, поскольку он имеет хорошую возможность подражать звукам, слогам, словам, которые произносит взрослый. Логаритмические упражнения способствуют развитию темпа и ритма речевого дыхания, развитию артикуляционной моторики, укреплению мимической мускулатуры, формированию фонематической системы языка, развитию темпоритмических и мелодико-интонационных характеристик речи, развитие умения сочетать движения и речь, координировать их, подчинять единому ритму, оказывает благоприятное воздействие и на формирование пространственных представлений. целях развития творческих способностей маленьких пациентов в мастерской ведутся гончарные работы. Давно известно о положительном влиянии лепки из глины на эмоциональное состояние. Завораживающее движение круга надолго удерживает детей за столом, развивая усидчивость, внимание и моторику. В отделении проводятся занятия на системе мультисенсорного развития ОМИ-ВИСТА. Занятия с каждым ребенком строятся по индивидуальному плану. Оборудование используется при работе с детьми, страдающими аутизмом, задержкой психического развития, умственной отсталостью. Также ОМИ-ВИСТА эффективно при работе с расстройствами настроения, эмоциональными и поведенческими расстройствами. С началом применения мультисенсорной системы ОМИ-ВИСТА в условиях данного отделения с апреля 2013 года наибольшая положительная динамика выявлена у детей, страдающих ранним детским аутизмом и задержкой психического развития. Всего с момента установки ОМИ-ВИСТА система была использована в ходе не менее 2000 занятий. Новая система позволяет расширить инструментальный спектр в работе медицинского психолога, повышая ее качество и результативность. В отделении активно применяется нейромоторная коррекция. Она представляет собой систему специальных упражнений, которые направлены на формирование и развитие речи, памяти, внимания. Цель программы – научить мозг правильно обрабатывать информацию, полученную от органов чувств. Данная программа рекомендуется детям с синдромом дефицита внимания и гиперактивностью, нарушениями аутистического спектра и проблемами с овладением школьными навыками. В основу тренировок положены упражнения на балансировочной доске, а также нейрокоррекционные и дополнительные общие вестибулярные упражнения на фитболе, батуте, гимнастической скамье. Нейромоторная коррекция является прекрасным дополнением к коррекционным занятиям с другими специалистами, такими как психолог, логопед, дефектолог, повышая их эффективность. Еще одна методика, которая используется в реабилитационной программе, это кинезиотейпирование. Тейпы производятся из высококачественного хлопка, который эластичен и по своим свойствам приближен к человеческой коже.
За счет того, что эта лента эластичная, соответственно, как бы наклеивая ее на кожу, она двигается вместе с кожей. В нашем случае, в нашем отделении, мы используем кинезиотейпирование с целью улучшения микроциркуляции лимфы и кровообращения в зоне, в воротниковой зоне, и наклеиваем мы эту ленту определенным способом на воротниковую зону. Еще мы в нашем отделении используем наклеивание ленты для нейромоторной коррекции, для стабилизации поясничного отдела мы накладываем на поясничный отдел эту ленту. Значит, и в занятиях с логопедом мы тоже используем это обклеивание для улучшения работы артикуляционного аппарата, для стимуляции мимической мускулатуры. Кроме того, наклеенный на кожу тейп, он активизирует многочисленные рецепторы, находящиеся в слоях кожи. А соответственно, мы подаем импульсы к головному мозгу, а соответственно мы стимулируем и работу головного мозга.
В ходе своей работы специалисты детского медико-реабилитационного отделения стремятся прежде всего помочь родителям принять имеющийся на сегодняшний день уровень ресурса ребенка, задать нужный вектор в лечебной и психолого-педагогической работе, настроить на совместное решение маленьких задач на пути к главной цели – достижение максимально возможного для данного конкретного ребенка уровня социальной адаптации.
Занимается основанием основы. Давай. Очень аккуратненько. Ниточка к ниточке. Не торопись. Молодец. Так. Вот она. 8. И ниточка пошла в обратную сторону. Вот так мы наматываем основу. Готовим основу для ткацкого станка. Для изготовления кукол нужна чистая белая шерсть. Как у тебя дела? Да. Хорошо? Справляешься? Это я. Да, время-то идет, конечно. Ну покажи, как ты работаешь. Молодец. И что? Ты добавляешь шерсть? Ну-ка, покажи. Ну, покажи, как ты сколько добавляешь. Вот так понемножку добавляешь, да? Молодец. Ну, здорово у тебя получается. Шерсть расчесанная, да? Ай, довольный. Наверное, еще надо добавлять? Надо, не надо. Еще-то надо добавлять? И сколько ты добавляешь? Вот так маленькими кусочками добавляешь. Молодец. Тогда шерсть получается очень хорошо расчесанной, да? Так. Подожди. Еще рано. Ну, давай, работай. А то для кукол нам надо много шерсти. Ладно, спасибо. Не буду тебе мешать. Работай давай. Пошла. Ну, давай.
Представьте, что окружающий мир – это хаос вещей, людей и событий, и вы не знаете, чего ожидать. Вот так некоторые дети воспринимают реальность. Им очень непросто, но надо научиться жить в этом мире. В Сургуте мы создали 2 центра, где помогаем детям при нарушениях речи, поведения и обучения. В Центре инклюзивного образования и социальной адаптации «Счастье» есть группы социальной адаптации для школьников с ограниченными возможностями здоровья. Здесь ребята стараются стать более самостоятельными и общительными. К примеру, ребенка спрашивают:
Никит, куда ты ходишь?
А счастье – это научиться улыбаться, дружить, перестать бояться громкой музыки, пробовать новую еду, учиться новому, ходить в обычную школу, в магазин, в кино. А в 2014 году мы открыли Центр педагогической коррекции «Логаритм» для детей от 1,5 до 18 лет. Здесь мы помогаем детям запустить речь, проводим комплексную реабилитацию, развивающие занятия. Мы работаем с самыми сложными ребятишками, у которых такие заболевания, как синдром Дауна, синдром Ретта, Мартина Белла, Аспергера, задержка психического развития, аутизм. Специалисты центра используют уникальные методики – томатист, fast forward, in time и многое другое. Нам очень важно понять природу каждого малыша и подобрать к нему ключик. За 3 года работы «Логаритмом» мы приблизили к норме не 100 детей. Они ходят в обычные школы и практически не отличаются от своих сверстников. Для нас это большая победа. Каждый ребенок должен быть уверен, что его любят любым. Любите своих детей такими, какие они есть. Приходите к нам, мы будем вам очень полезны.
главное в проекте «Тренировочная квартира» заключается в том, что мой сын Гонсалес Александр впервые в жизни оторвался от дома, от семьи и прожил почти 4 месяца на своей собственной самостоятельной жизнью, чего у него никогда раньше не было.
В проекте «Тренировочная квартира» только потому, что хотел жить самостоятельно, наверное, познакомиться с другими людьми, вот, и немного научился жить самостоятельно.
Сейчас мы расскажем про проект ТК. То есть не про сам проект, а про то, как мы в нем участвовали. Конечно, мы очень надеялись на то, что Вова наш станет очень аккуратным, что он научится убираться, пылесосить, следить за чистотой. И, говорят, он неплохо научился. Но дома он почему-то этого не делает. А еще мы знали, что Вова очень хочет научиться готовить. И он готовил на тренировочной квартире и себе, и своему другу. И тоже мы надеялись, что он это будет делать дома. Но дома он это делает очень редко. Но зато произошло то, на что мы даже не надеялись. Вова стал отлично чувствовать время. Раньше это было его самое слабое место. Он очень плохо чувствовал время.
Я хорошо готовлю, убираюсь, мою посуду и стираю одежду. Я хочу жить самостоятельно. Мне эта способность пригодится на будущем, чтобы я жил самостоятельно, без мам. Ну, возможно.
Сын Максим в феврале месяце, всего 1 месяц, был на тренировочной квартире, из-за заряда бодрости, драйва, желания жить, желания дружить и общаться, вот откуда ни возьмись, просто хватило на полгода.
Для меня это значило какая-то попытка проявить самостоятельность и попробовать себя в реальной жизни, узнать, насколько я готов ко всему этому.
Мне очень понравилось жить отдельно в квартире, самостоятельно. Я научился готовить, научился, плохо или хорошо, убирать места общего пользования, научился мыть полы, научился многому чему. Очень много чего узнал интересного, проживая один, вообще о квартирах.
Для меня самое главное – это то, что, живя на тренировочной квартире, он не обращается ко мне 100 раз на один с вопросом, что мне делать, а ищет ответы на этот вопрос в чьей-то еще помощью. Очень хочется надеяться, что и сам находит ответы.
И мне очень нравится эта работа тем, что я могу помогать другим людям, у которых тоже есть ментальные особенности, с тем, чтобы они могли лучше справляться в жизни со своими трудностями и вообще спокойно жить в обществе.
Для меня работа на тренировочной квартире означает возможность помочь людям видеть прогресс в наших подопечных, как они становятся самостоятельнее и их жизнь становится лучше. Это дает мне надежду, что жизнь любого человека может стать лучше, а значит, может стать лучше мир. Просто иногда миру нужна помощь.
Я там учусь чему-то новому, там, например, готовить еду, стирать вещи, гладить, чтобы все в жизни приобрести необходимо, вот. Научусь ездить сама, чтобы ориентироваться в дороге, вот. Чтобы покупать продукты, не покупать всякую гадость, а покупать именно продукты, которые готовить, вот. И брать, например, с собой на работу, перекусывать.
Для меня самое важное в тренировочной квартире – это научиться пользоваться бытовой техникой, самостоятельно готовить и, конечно, распоряжаться своим временем.
Илюш, а рассказывай мне, что это такое. Меня зовут Таня.
Таня?
Таня.
Да, расскажи.
Да.
Привет.
Не отвлекайся.
Привет. Таня, привет.
Привет.
Вас зовут Таня, да?
Да.
Наверное, я для себя вывела формулу, что это не заболевание, это другие люди, кто-то их называет инопланетянами, они по-другому чувствуют, они по-другому понимают этот мир. Ну, не знаю, у них спектр вот этих чувств намного шире и намного чувствительней.
А ты что делал? Что это такое?
Шкурка для зайцев, для ежей, для сов, всем.
А зачем ему одеваться?
Чтобы не замерзнуть.
Ну это же игрушка, она же ничего не чувствует.
Хоть людям это будет спокойней.
В смысле, люди переживают за то, что она замерзнет?
Ну, дети то. Ну и может они согреются об шкурке.
Это нарисовано, сейчас скажу, снеговик и кто-то еще. Этот самый лыжник. Это он едет на санках. Лыжник.
Почему написано «совершенная любовь»? Это что значит?
Санки — совершенная любовь. Я знаю, что это такое. Он едет на санках.
Совершенная любовь — это людей любить. Это когда люди из разной кожи.
Вот любишь ты вот родителей, мороженое, делать что-то, вот движение к жизни.
Любить девушку, вот, можно сказать.
Да?
Ну да.
Приятное что-то делаешь себе, а не другим. А то если бы не было бы смысла жить.
Я живу и не только для себя, но и для других. Мне отдают тепло свое, и я должна давать, не должна, хочу отдать свое тепло другим людям.
Они смогут жить так, как мы их научим. Вот если мы их не научим, они сами не научатся. Они вечные дети. Такие вечные дети.
А думаешь, отличаются чем-то дети от взрослых?
Опытом. В остальном нет. Ну, кто взрослые что-то о мире знают, а дети нет. Вот учатся еще, растут. У кого больше опыта, тут лучше живет.
А если ты все знаешь, тебе разве не скучно жить?
Значит, найди то, что не знаешь.
Кто-то любит обниматься, кто-то любит вот эту тактильность. Для кого-то тактильность вызывает боль, а для кого-то резкие звуки, громкие звуки тоже причиняют боль. Но они все разные. Если говорить, да, о ребятах с особенностями, они все разные.
Наверное, это какая-то раса, знаешь, из каких-то гуманоидов, да, живущая в каком-то там своем мире, да.
Он вот такие штуки делает. Ну, таких интересных существ я бы так никогда бы... Вот я знаю, что некоторых ребят, у них не очень хорошо получается вот эта моторика мелкая, но им так это нравится, что просто одно удовольствие им помогать. Такого чистого восторга от творчества я ни у кого не видела.
А ты развиваешься, чтобы что сделать?
Чтобы скучно не было. Ну, то остановишься, и все.
Ты философ, что ли?
Да.
Да?
Ну, раз философ, значит философ.
Проект «Мастерская». Сопровождаем взросление лиц с психофизическими нарушениями «Перспектива». Направлен на создание системы комплексного сопровождения подростков и взрослых в процессе социальной дневной занятости. Данная модель социального сопровождения позволяет лицам с инвалидностью развивать относительную самостоятельность и автономию, решать проблемы самовыражения и самоопределения, быть включенными в жизнь сообщества через обучение, практический труд и творчество. В рамках проекта реализуется программа комплексной реабилитации и адаптации лиц с психофизическими нарушениями и продолжается разработка программно-методического комплекса модели социальной дневной занятости с сопровождением в условиях ремесленных мастерских, где кроме трудовой составляющей параллельно отрабатываются новые технологии социально-психологической поддержки в сопровождении лиц с инвалидностью. В рамках данной программы исследуются и применяются особые методики терапии искусства: музыка, изобразительное искусство, речь, движение и физическая культура, определяющие влияние на развитие и становление личности взрослых лиц с психофизическими нарушениями. Целенаправленно изучается и учитывается взаимосвязи дневной занятости и психофизиологического состояния организма личности инвалида и их постоянного влияния друг на друга. Результат достигается за счет использования уникальных технологий работы в структуре дневной занятости, оптимального сочетания посильного ремесленного труда и реабилитирующей составляющей, за счет создания особой микросоциальной среды, использования новых поддерживающих форм работы с семьей, волонтерами и специалистами. Решение проблемы организации мероприятий для взрослых инвалидов с психофизическими нарушениями во многом связано с вопросом эффективной подготовки профессиональных кадров в области сопровождения. В проекте предусмотрено организация и предоставление базы для прохождения практики студентов-магистрантов, совершенствование консультационной методической базы для студентов-магистрантов педагогических вузов, проведение семинаров по психолого-педагогическому и культурно-досуговому посвящению для родителей и волонтеров, мастер-классы по тиражированию и передача опыта специалистам, студентам профильных вузов. Для специалистов предусмотрены курсовые программы по различным направлениям поддержки психологического здоровья в целях профилактики выгорания. В проекте продолжается сотрудничество команды профессионалов, педагогов и психологов и других НКО. По итогам реализации проектов сотрудничества с Ассоциацией Содружества Московским государственным педагогическим университетом планируется подготовка сборника методических материалов по результатам использования прикладных реабилитационных методик в области сопровождения инвалидов с психофизическими нарушениями в процессе социальной дневной занятости. В дальнейшем возможно развитие проекта в отработке создания необходимых условий для качественной взрослой жизни людей, проживающих в ПНИ. Реализация мероприятий программы принципиально повысит качество жизни инвалидов и их родителей, расширит возможности их успешного функционирования в социуме, что будет способствовать преодолению социальной изоляции всей семьи и их социальной поддержки.
В Брянской области насчитывается более 4000 детей-инвалидов. Больше половины из них – это дети с различными поведенческими отклонениями. От верно выбранной реабилитации зависит многое, но в одиночку родителям порой трудно справиться. Посильную помощь в таких ситуациях оказывают консультативные и коррекционные центры. Об одном из них – Центре психологии и развития человека «Сфера» мы и расскажем вам сегодня.
Вот этот центр создавался для того, чтобы собрать, мало того, что специалистов с большой буквы, которые действительно квалифицированы, которые действительно ответственно подходят к своему делу, но и для того, чтобы у нас появилась в Брянской области возможность абсолютно всесторонней помощи деткам и взрослым. И наши люди брянские не ехали куда-то за 1000 верст за чудной терапией.
В Центре «Сфера» оказывают коррекционную помощь детям с различной патологией развития по уникальной системе, в Брянской области нигде больше не практикующейся. В Центре внедряют и используют лучшие отечественные и зарубежные практики, разрабатывают собственные программы помощи детям и взрослым.
Раз, точка. Два, точка.
Специалист Центра Светлана Данилова работает с детьми с различным неврологическим статусом. В своей практике используют уникальные методики. К примеру, войта-терапия дает отличный результат практически при любом нарушении опорно-двигательного аппарата. Ее применяют с самого раннего возраста. Метод Кастила Моралеса эффективен при речевых нарушениях, а бабат-терапия помогает включить в работу пораженные участки нервной системы. Но, как правило, для успешной терапии необходим комплексный подход, который разрабатывается с учетом индивидуальных особенностей ребенка и его состояния.
У нас идет работа с подходом и других специалистов, то есть многофункциональный подход к ребенку конкретно. Если он приходит на коррекцию, то не пользуется только моими коррекциями. У нас подключается вся наша команда.
Тише, Танечка, не плачь, не утонет речки меч.
Сейчас маленький Егор читает стихи, считает и готовится к школе. А еще 2 года назад он абсолютно не понимал речь, не мог сказать ни единого слова. В 3 года мальчику поставили диагноз – сенсомоторная алалия. В Санкт-Петербурге, где жил ребенок, найти специалиста, который бы смог помочь, не удалось. Почти год семья мальчика обращалась к различным врачам и специалистам, но результата не было.
Мы привели его к логопеду. А логопед сказал: нет, я не возьмусь, он очень тяжелый, этот ребенок. Вам поможет только сфера. Обратитесь туда, ему нужна прежде всего терапия, специальная терапия.
В сфере к проблеме Егора подошли комплексно. С мальчиком начали работать дефектологи, эрготерапевты, коррекционные педагоги и логопеды. Первые результаты такой терапии в семье заметили уже спустя 2 месяца.
У Егора пошло потихонечку понимание речи. Он начал говорить первые звуки. Мы услышали первое «привет». И для нас это было «привет», это было какое-то откровение. Мама, папа, это все было уже здесь в 4,5 года.
Один из методов, которые использовали в лечении Егора – биоакустическая коррекция головного мозга. В Брянске таких аппаратов единицы. В центре «Сфера» с помощью этого высокоэффективного метода помогают детям с различными невротическими заболеваниями, отставанием в развитии, а также этот аппарат в комплексной терапии помогает снять тревожность, агрессивность, нормализовать детям сон и аппетит, а также запустить речь у неговорящих детей. Последнее наиболее частое явление в современном мире. В центре «Сфера» для коррекции таких особенностей используют уникальные методики, в том числе и методику Новиковой.
Вот собака, возле будки,
Сейчас очень много неговорящих деток, причем неговорящих, можно сказать так, тотально, да? Просто которые даже не произносят звуки. Эта методика заключается в том, что идет работа именно по онтогенезу, по тому пути, как зарождается речь. Начиная, я работаю с гуления, лепета, и дальше уже выхожу на слова, фразу, и уже детки начинают говорить.
Уникальность центра «Сфера» заключается в высококвалифицированных специалистах. Тут используют инновационные современные методики и те, что уже проверены годами.
Метод аудиопсихофонологической стимуляции по методике Альфреда Томатиса. Это методика для коррекции речи у детей с аутизмом, для детей с тяжелыми речевыми нарушениями, для дисграфиков, дислексиков, для людей с заиканием и так далее. И вот есть специальный аппарат, который производится в Швейцарии.
Немаловажную роль в центре уделяют и взрослым, которые обращаются со своими проблемами, как физического, так и психологического характера. В центре помогают выбрать правильный способ реабилитации после перенесенных тяжелых заболеваний, который учитывает индивидуальные особенности человека и степень тяжести болезни. После комплексной работы психологов, эрготерапевтов, дефектологов и аппаратной коррекции результаты, как правило, не заставляют себя долго ждать.
Очень сложно проследить и сказать, когда появятся какие-то результаты. У нас идет коррекция комплексная, это еще зависит от других специалистов. Примерно 4 месяца мы наблюдаем какие-то результаты. Это может быть и раньше, в каких-то единичных случаях. Дальше, соответственно, мы меняем программу, подключая какие-то различные направления других специалистов.
Эрготерапия на сегодняшний день является довольно мощной методикой восстановления и коррекции всевозможных нарушений. Это могут быть неврологические, психические заболевания и проблемы с опорно-двигательным аппаратом. В России это направление применяется относительно недавно. К примеру, в Брянске есть всего несколько специалистов, практикующих этот прогрессивный метод. Эрготерапия помогает улучшить не только физическое состояние человека, но и его эмоциональный фон.
В центр сфера обращаются не только родители, да, но и взрослые тоже. Для решения своих проблем, для решения вопросов каких-то ситуаций сложных. И здесь тоже центр сфера может помочь.
Психологии человека тут уделяют немало внимания. Зачастую корень многих проблем кроется именно в психологических состояниях взрослого и ребенка, а иногда и всей семьи. Плохой сон малыша, слабый аппетит, либо же наоборот, частое переедание, трудности общения со сверстниками и родителями, проблемы с речью и множество других могут стать результатом внутренних страхов ребенка. В центре прибегают к помощи современных методик диагностики и решения подобных проблем. Одна из таких – песочная терапия. Именно песок – тот материал, с которым детям проще и легче контактировать. В силу различных обстоятельств малыши не всегда могут озвучить то, что их беспокоит, а при помощи песка и бесед с психотерапевтом в форме игры дети легко раскрываются и показывают свои страхи и волнения. При правильном подходе эта методика дает потрясающие результаты уже после первого курса терапии.
Это очень хороший вот именно как и терапевтический, и диагностический способ, потому что мы сразу можем увидеть ситуацию, продиагностировать ее и выбрать нам, значит, либо проводить индивидуальные занятия с одним ребенком, либо сюда уже подключать родителей, потому что у нас существует такое вот занятие, как мама плюс ребенок.
Семейная терапия помогает родителям лучше понять своего ребенка, увидеть мир его глазами, посмотреть на себя со стороны, увидеть свои особенности воспитания, сделать выводы и стать ближе к своему малышу. А главное, предупредить комплексы и его психологические проблемы в будущем.
Мама, проживая в своей семье, она унаследует какую-то модель поведения. Естественно, она другой модели поведения не знает, нравилось ей это в семье, либо не нравилось, волей-неволей она переносит это поведение на собственного ребенка. И проблемы зачастую бывают не в самом ребенке, а именно в родителе.
Даже дети, не имеющие каких-либо нарушений, нуждаются во всестороннем интеллектуальном развитии. Самый оптимальный возраст – дошкольный. Именно в эти годы закладываются основные принципы восприятия окружающего мира.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, good afternoon. Welcome. Now we'll be talking about genetics and mental health. talking about clinical expression diagnostics of different inherited diseases, hereditary diseases. And now please welcome Yekaterina Kuznetsova, the researcher at the Federal Bochkov Medical Genetic Scientific Center in Russia. She'll be talking about Martin-Bell syndrome, discussing etiopathogenesis and molecular genetic diagnostics. Yes, dear colleagues, my presentation will be dedicated to Martin-Bell syndrome. This is the hereditary disease, which is a very important reason for ASD as well. So for the first time, it was described in 1943. And in 1969, for the syndrome was actually identified the specific cytogenetic defect in the chromosome that gave the second name to the disease. And in 1991, there was FMR gene charted, which actually causes the development of the syndrome. Next, the gene and this research and the syndrome research showed that the reason is pathological increase or expansion of the prenucleated CTC portal, which was implemented in this legislator part of the gene FMR1. So the reason of expansion is 99%. There's a 99% reason for the Martin-Bell syndrome, and in most cases, the disease is justified by the point of premutation or the decrease of its plenty. The gene number 1 is the mRNA gene, mRNA. So this property of the protein explains that during the Martin-Bell syndrome, the nervous system is mostly affected. The expansion here is happening via mitogenesis amongst women, which increase the number of triplets in the line of generation. So if a woman has normal number of repetitions, she cannot have sick children. With the amount of repetition via premutation. If we talk about inheritance via male line, there's no expansion, and man can only transmit the premutation to the daughters. If you look at the number of repetitions, norm is 6 to 50, premutation is 55 to 200 in terms of repetition. If it's in the range 50 to 200, that's the allele of premutation, which does not cause to Martin-Bell, but it causes the precondition for full mutation in the next generation, connected to a number of preconditions that I will be talking about later. At the normal level, the premutation is expressed in the increased level of mRNA of the FMR1 gene, and also the decrease of the FMRP protein. So the more repetition, the level is the lowest level of expression. So if we need to consider the, if we go over the threshold of 200 repetitions, we have anomaly methylation, which leads to decreased gen expression and the lack of protein as a result, which leads to the syndrome of Martin-Bell. In order to interpret it more clinically, there are two types of normal allele range, then 45 to 50 repetitions, it can form then into a premutation, leading to the full mutation next generation. All of the patients with premutation are in the group risk for satellite states, and full mutation with the repetition of over 200 triplets, which leads to the development of Martin-Bell syndrome. The classical clinical phenotype of the Martin-Bell syndrome patients is, of course, autism, ADHS syndrome, anxiety, sleep disorders, social adaptation disorders. Phenotypically, they have normal body, but they have elongated face, wide forehead, and outstanding ears. they can also have the prolapses of the symptoms can vary. And problems with mitral valve. About 25 to 40% can have mosaicism, depending on the number of repetitions and metallation. Mosaicism of metallation can inhibit the expression of mRNA and protein, so the remaining level could affect the clinical expression of the syndrome and lead to a softer phenotype amongst boys. There's a number of cases described when the male patient had full mutations, which is not followed by metallation. And therefore, they had normal phenotype. The number of these sort of patients could be up to 5%. So, as for a clinical picture for Martin-Bell syndrome amongst women, it's softer and more variable. The average notion of IQ amongst women is 74, better than for boys. And according to different sources, 30 to 50% patients with full mutation of the FMR1 gene can have normal IQ. While overall, the spectrum for disorders amongst women is pretty much the same as for boys. We should also consider that there are weaknesses in abstract thinking, arithmetic, spatial orientation. The softer experience of a man is, of course, the second chromosome. It's the reason we the second chromosome. The other thing is that if there's mutilated form of health X chromosome or damaged X chromosome, in the first case, the level of protein is significantly lower and the clinical image is heavier. In the case, if the X chromosome that's damaged is inactivated, the clinical image will be softer and phenotypic expression of the syndrome may be minimal. As I have said before, the FMR1 gene pathology is not only Martin-Bell syndrome. That can be also premutation that causes the development of satellite syndromes, such as tremor, ataxia, FRA-X associated with neuroleptic disorders, and FRA-X associated with the preliminary ovary failures amongst women. FXTS, neurodegenerative disease, which starts later, which happens amongst 40% of those who have premutation, and it's characterized in the tremor and also the disorder of cognitive function, also some neuropathologies, vegetative discussion, and a range of psychiatric symptoms. Usually, manifestation is happening after 50 years, and it happens much more often with men than with women. FX and AND, neuropsycholeptic disorders associated with the permutation of FMR1, causes it can be observed amongst the half of those who have premutation, and that is a group that includes neurological expressions that do not include tremor. That could be anxiety, depression. They can be more prone to stress. They may have dizziness, dysfunction of smell and hearing, chronic pains. They can have also problems with social orientation in childhood. Taking into account how often Martin-Bell is spread in population and high frequency of those who have premutation, we need to underline the task of early diagnosis. At the moment, globally, when we're testing the presence of this syndrome, we're doing for the following group of people: patients of any gender with certain disorders in development. mentally handicapped children also. Those patients who have leg tremble and also ataxia. It's cerebral ataxia, I mean. So, since we're talking about the repetition of this gene, this molecular violation need to be diagnosed. More often than not, they use for diagnostic two platforms: the hybridization by Southern blot and PCR, different sort, with detection of products of reaction. Bold hybridization by Southern is the golden standard for Martin-Bell syndrome diagnostics, which allows us to evaluate the number of repetitions of the gene. This method means that genome DNA is in a combination, and the other one is metal sensitive. There's also the part of DNA that includes 5.2 kilobase FIP1 gene, which adds additional gap into the formulation of the fragments 2.1 kilobase. Therefore, genome DNA that's developed by this complex is split into by electrophoresis, then it's going to the membrane, then happens the hybridization with the tube, then there's detection with the probe. That's how we analyze, and we have this scheme for analysis of the results by Southern blot. For normal men, as a result of diagnostic, we can observe here allele of the normal size in no methylated area of analysis. If we talk about women, if there's no pathology, we have two bands of normal range and size, one not methylated, another one by all means methylated, because one of the X chromosomes is always methylated due to the natural condition of it. So if there's premutation, we will be able to observe fragments of excessive size in non-methylated area of analysis. And if a patient has full mutation, we'll be able to observe the increased size of fragments in the area of analysis. Therefore, we can get complex conclusion on the status of methylation and the amount of repetition of the gene. In spite of all of the advantages, the Southern blot method has a number of disadvantages because the technology is quite expensive and it's very labor intensive. It takes a lot of time. It needs also a lot of service for genome DNA. And in order to identify the number of repetition, there can be some sort of they may be statistical inaccuracy, statistical error, which is quite big. So the PCR is often used for diagnostics as well. The products can be split into sizes and identified by electrophoresis or by electrophoresis in a different way, as you may see on the left. The technology is based on the application of PCR, and it has certain disadvantages as well. The major thing is CDPR triplets, which again is a problem for PCR, and for quite a long time, in a number of labs, there is certain limitation to sensitivity for this method, with a threshold of 100, 150 repetitions, and heavy alleles are not identified by PCR. Another complex point for diagnostics is analysis of with premutation and full mutation that could be harder due to implementation of lighter allele, and therefore there's a risk to not see heavy premutation or mutation due to the low number of PCR product. Nevertheless, the technology of this sort of reaction has been updated a number of times, and at the moment, there is a range of diagnostic sets that are commercially available, which quite successfully solve the diagnostics problem for Martin-Bell syndrome. The most widely spread commercially available product is Ausura set from USA, which, by the way, recently got the FDA approval for clinical application. It's based on special PCR set for this repetition. It's used by the capillary electrophoresis. Capillary vessel electrophoresis, and as a result of the diagnostics, we can see at the capillary electrophoresis, the peaks correspond to the alleles of a gene, and if there is full mutation, we can see some peak that's not identified by size, but identifying that there is full mutation. So if we add the third primer, we can solve a problem of differential diagnostics for women between homozygous state or for normal allele. And those ladies who have heavy fragment with a premutation or full mutation and haven't synthesized the primer here allows us to differentiate the state. Let me show you a number of examples to make it more hands-on. On the image, you can see the results for diagnostics for a patient, for a woman who has normal genotype and 2 alleles, 22 and 31 repetitions. And below, we can see the diagnostics for the woman with premutation, one normal allele and a number of peaks corresponding to mosaic shape of premutation with a range of from 88 to 136 repetitions. Below, there is a result for diagnostics with a patient with full mutation who has one normal allele and a peak corresponding to the full mutation. Similarly, we can see a peak for a boy with full mutation. Allele of normal range is not there because he has only one X chromosome. And finally, here's the result for diagnostics for the man with premutation. We can also see the range of peaks. This is a mosaic form of premutation. And to conclude my presentation, I would like to show you the method that we use in our lab to diagnose the Martin-Bell project for syndrome for boys. We use the special sort of PCR. We are testing the hydrolyzed DNA. The system also includes the hydrolysis control and DNA control. The experiment is on hydrolyzed and non-hydrolyzed samples. If the promoter of the gene is not methylated, rectitase, we don't see the project for the PCR. If there is Martin-Bell syndrome and there is promoter gene for FMR1, there is restriction enzyme. We are observing the characteristic fragment that corresponds to the FMR1 gene promoter, and we can make a conclusion about the presence of methylation that shows the presence of Martin-Bell syndrome for a given patient. This is a very simple method, very quick, very efficient. The disadvantage of it is that we cannot differentiate here patients with mosaic forms of Martin-Bell syndrome. This technology is not applicable for girls because they have second X chromosome that is always methylated, and the sort of diagnostics is not possible for them. Therefore, patients, for ladies, for girls, we're using the combination of PCR with the repetition in the visualization, with the visualization of product for capillary electrophoresis that helps us to define the size of a given PCR product and calculate the amount of repeated repetitions. And for the repetition, we also use a special sort of PCR that for amplification includes methylated and non-methylated parts of the FMR1 gene and control area for exceased gene. The results are evaluated by the proportion of intensity of products from methylated and non-methylated parts of the FMR1 gene. In this promoter area, the normal intensity of product is corresponding if the patient has the Martin-Bell syndrome and he has normal ventilation for the promoter. This balance is going towards the methylated allele, and therefore, based on the disbalance of methylation, we're making a conclusion that the patient has full mutation and the Martin-Bell syndrome. This is probably everything that I wanted to tell you today. Thank you so much for your attention. Questions, please. Thank you. I don't see any questions on chat.
Right, you can switch off your screen sharing and we can move on to the next speaker. Will be given by Igor Kanevets, and his title of presentation is Clinical and Genetic Characteristics of Patient with Intellectual Deficiency. Igor is head of Department of Genetics in the Genomed Laboratory. Please, Igor, you have the floor. Igor, we're listening to you. You have the floor. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you, Ms. Dadali, for your wonderful introduction. So, in the age that we can actually name the NGS era, I think it's important to discuss the issue of chromosome anomalies and how different deficiencies come to be, for example, arrested development, intelligence deficiency, which are basically synonymous for these impairments and impediments. So by studying them, we can probably guess what sort of methods of diagnostics have highest efficiency when we try to observe such patients and try to maybe determine what sort of symptoms patients with arrested development can increase the probability of chromosomal anomalies. As you can see, chromosomal anomalies is one of the groups of one of the main reasons and causes that leads to arrested development. So certain syndromes, of course, are the talk of the town, not just among psychiatrists, but general populace as well. But of course, as we know, there are a lot more these syndromes, and not all of them can be diagnosed with using standard approach that include, for example, phenotype analysis or genealogy analysis. And, you know, it seems to be like a simple question. How many syndromes can we see in these pictures? Just two different children taken at different ages of their life. You cannot always find the answer. So here we're talking about the deletion syndrome, 1p36. It's a very common chromosomal syndrome. You can see that children with this syndrome, they have different anomalies of their development, which actually are very non-specific. And they can be observed under different chromosomal causes as well. Usually it is accompanied with arrested development, but for genetic consultation, we need to find other symptoms. And here, as an example, you see some information about these patients and what sort of approaches we can use and which one are the most successful one. This demonstrates an importance and significance of our genetic diagnosis and determining such diagnosis. Even if we see arrested development, we see some fits, and we see some small anomalies of development. But accurate analysis can help us forecast and plan treatment for the child. So what are the instruments we can select to determine accurately the diagnosis when talking about chromosomal anomalies? So all of the methods that you see at the leftmost part of this picture are being used actively. Of course, some methods are more popular than the others. So for example, if we are to ask our colleagues, psychiatrists, for instance, what sort of diagnostics method they know about, they probably talk about the karyotype analysis, which again earned its trust. It allows us to find the big chromosomal anomalies, big restructures, But again, there are some drawbacks because it doesn't allow us to see sub-microscopic changes with the size that are less than maybe 8 or 10 MBs or less. This is, of course, a severe limitation that doesn't allow us to use it at all times, of course, especially for children that have arrested development and small anomalies of their development. So FISH method, this is molecular method that allows us to analyze both the chromosomes and the numbers of copies of some separate parts of it. This can be used efficiently when we, for example, have certain hypotheses, clinical hypotheses. And we would like to try this hypothesis, would like to test it, would like to confirm it, or again, deny it. So when we're looking for a certain syndrome, for example, Williams syndrome or McDermott syndrome, in these cases, we can just tell the lab guys to just find the number of copies in a specific part of chromosome. But as you saw, we not always can do this. We don't see the full picture, clinical big picture, and it will not show us full pathology. So FISH, again, is not applicable at all times. If we would like to see all chromosomes and color them differently and just calculate their copies, and this is possible, by the way, laboratory is not going to be very happy because, again, it will take a lot of efforts to calculate all of the copies of chromosome. So it is used very rarely when we have some clinical predispositions and indication for that. Next technology is called chromosome micromatrix analysis. Again, good method, allows us to calculate and compare copies of chromosomes on the basis of DNA analysis of the patient with some reference profile, and it can outline both small or big up to 1000 par of nucleotides chromosomal damages. Again, it cannot find as balanced chromosomal anomalies, but when we talk about arrested development patients, we don't often look into balanced anomalies as a possible causes for that. So it checks out. And another method that I already mentioned, this is NGS, the analysis of which allows us to, again, determine possible chromosomal damages. But important point here is that the signs of these damages has to be validated, which again takes time and increases its cost. So this NGS method as a routine test for finding any chromosome anomalies cannot be done because it's too expensive. If we talk about this chromosome micromatrix analysis, as you can see, it looks like this. Oligonucleotides that are printed on this cartridge, which is called chip. And after lab stages, we get the profile that we just compare, and we compare with our database. The results of such comparison, we get information on any sort of parts or places with intensification of signal, or again, a lack of intensification of signal, and that allows us to determine the clinical importance of such findings. This technology that we use and the results that, again, we assign to patients with arrested development will be presented by me, and they're used in big clinical centers, facilities, and hospitals. Some of them presented at the previous slides, and I would like to say what sort of advantages we have in postnatal diagnostics, in chromosome diagnostics, and diagnosing different signs of arrested development. So here you see 3 types of signals that we got from various micromatrices, and you can see for yourself that some lines, they're thicker, some are thinner, and that's exactly right. Here we have 3 matrices. They contain different number of markers. And of course, the more markers we have, the smaller sizes of restructuring we can notice. And currently, the highest number of markers is contains about 7 million markers. This is exonic level. We can basically see the changes in 7,000 of genes, see any sort of exonic changes So we can find one gene with mutation that can lead potentially to intelligence deficiency and mental handicap. And here I would just like to present you with an example of a medical check of a child with arrested development, with protruded external ears. He reacted very negatively at the medical checkup, and after we conducted this chromosome micromatrix analysis at the exonic level, we found this deletion, zygote deletion, here represented in the red square. So the first exonic genes here, RPL10 genes are again described in the database. They are again related with a linked syndromatic mental handicap of the 35th type. So some may say that this deletion can be seen as a cause for such disability, but again, we need to determine the diagnosis. We need to compare everything that we have in the medical records of the patient and everything that we have in the prescription for this patient. Please notice both microcephaly, cephali, and long philtrum and prominent ears are all already included in the medical card of this patient. So we've decided to decide that the chromosome micromatrix analysis as a very efficient method. And we use it for patients with either mental handicap, with intellectual deficiency, or arrested development. And in our database, we found 495 patients with one of the listed traits of diagnosis that you've seen at the previous slide, and we conducted this analysis. So when we take those groups of patients, we found 32 patients. Again, this takes the first place with the small anomalies of development. 16 of them had congenital defects of development. Cerebral palsy 11, 7 with convulsions, and autistic spectrum disorders, 6 of those. So trying to determine the causes and the reasons for these disorders, we found almost 20% for those, which we determined diagnosis 100% after our chromosome micromatrix analysis. We can safely sure that these were the causes. We found out the causal effect between those chromosomes and their diagnosis, but only in 20% of cases. So 5.5% had a probable analysis, but again, more studies and tests were needed. So here is the structure of chromosome anomalies in the studied group. Again, along with the lists of the number of copies. When we see variations of the numbers of copies, we can safely say that these patients may have a certain common factor that, again, is described as a syndrome in their medical record. Again, 18 patients had deletions and applications that were not included in the OMIM database, and 15 patients had anomalies of several chromosomes, and 6 of those had multiple anomalies of one chromosome. What does that tell us? It tells us that this method is very accurate in a way, but if we only focus at one part of chromosomes that are described to be as the main cause of this disorder, then it would take us a lot of clinical tests and trials to get to the bottom of this. If we take a look at the frequency of several chromosome syndromes in the studied group, then you can see that the number of patients with Engelmann and Prader-Willi, we had 5 such patients. 4 patients had the Phelan-McDermott syndrome, and the third of them had mental handicap and the rest development of the first type. And in this context, they were actually came randomly in this. So the deletion syndrome of 10q26.2 and other syndromes that we also identified among the patients of the study group. Very briefly, I would like to say about the characteristics of 2 syndromes, very interesting syndromes for me, and they're interesting because as many other chromosome syndromes, they have both clinical and non-specific anomalies, which again justifies using the studies of a chromosome using this chromosome micromatrix analysis. And they also have non-specific clinical manifestations. Here we have some of those that can be found among these patients. It's hypertonia, it's arrested development, it's epilepsy, it's congenital heart defects, it's kidney defects, it's eyesight impairment, it's scoliosis, it's deformation of chest. And again, it can all be linked with the changes of the number of chromosomes. So again, here we have a 17 chromosome that again captures this gene. And again, here we see the mechanism of this gene. And again, this attribute to syndrome of Coulin-de-Vries. Another syndrome is the syndrome of Phelan-McDermid. Again, lots of articles were written about it, lots of studies, peculiarities of treating such patients. But please take notice the phenotype of those patients, and their characteristics are not as acute, maybe, and we cannot attribute it very quickly when we only look at clinical manifestations. And that is why determining the diagnosis is very important on how to treat these patients. And again, if we look at the syndrome of Phelan-McDermid, it's the 22nd chromosome. Here you can see it. And using the analysis, we saw that these restructures cannot be identified. And if you recall, I told you that in our patient group, we found out the accurate diagnosis among 15 to 20% of all of the patients. Among them, we found the causes for their arrested development and autistic spectrum disorder. It was related to multiple congenital anomalies of their development. Again, this was all made possible by the chromosome micromatrix analysis, but again, that's only attributed to 15 to 20%, which is a big spread. Another analysis of 19 studies that included more than 150 patients with arrested development showed us diagnostic efficiency from 4.5% up to 28%. So the median is 14%. So again, it's quite evident that if we have congenital defects or small anomalies, this efficiency will be higher. What about the recommendations? So American Academy of Child and Adult Psychiatry, they recommend to conduct a chromosome micromatrix analysis for all patients with arrested development and or autistic spectrum disorder, but not all medical communities agree with them. Some of them recommend to conduct this micromatrix analysis for patients that initially got negative results from the sequencing. So the first recommendation here, I would say, with, again, chromosome micromatrix analysis for patients with multiple congenital anomalies and multiple syndromes, both autistic spectrum disorder and arrested development. So I would say that this is the right recommendation that, again, can be seen in our medical practice as well. So as well as studying the chromosomes and their anomalies respectively for the arrested development and its identification, we use NGS tests. And here, for comparison's sake, I'm showing you how efficient we can have a diagnostic yield, which again varies a lot, from 20% to up to 89%. And that again shows us that it all depends on the, first of all, number of subjects and what sort of defects and disorders we're talking about. So the question is, which is important. So who should among our patients go to a chromosome multimatrix analysis, and who should go and do NGS analysis? So as for the phenotypes, I would say chromosome multimatrix analysis. And I think, yes, chromosome multimatrix analysis is more efficient. So you see, again, two patients here, photos taken at different ages, that have same syndrome. Visually, you know, the phenotype of one patient is more protruded, more elongated. And this is the Kleefstra syndrome. Whereas the second patient that referred to NGS, she had targeted mutation. So phenotype matters for assigning a method of what we're going to use, either matrix analysis or NGS. Again, here it's important to talk about the sequencing, because in between different algorithms of determining the results, we have sometimes high concordancy of micromatrices of all types, such as Affymetrix, Agilent, and Illumina. And we have sometimes low concordancy in between algorithms. And despite the fact that we had a lot of reasons to believe that sequencing is important, all of the findings, again, should be confirmed. It cannot be just on a recommendation basis, only after the results of analysis. So in conclusion, I would like to say that intellectual deficiency and arrested development is a very frequent and not specific sign, not just of chromosome anomalies, but a multiple of genetic syndromes. So chromosome multimatrix analysis, when comparing to karyotype analysis, again, shows us more pathogenic chromosome anomalies among children. The determination and yield of chromosome anomalies is higher among children with congenital anomalies of development. This information is important for selecting group of patients who should be referred to what sort of text, or to where we should recommend them. And again, NGS is not a standard method of diagnostics of chromosome anomaly, because we need to validate it by using reference method and analysis of the number of copies. That's it on my part. Thank you for your attention, and I'm ready to answer questions if there are any. Yes, thank you, Mr. Konevets. Thank you. No more questions right now. Could you please shut down your screen sharing, because we need to move on to our next presentation. Right. Will be presented by Olga Levchenko, researcher of the Federal Bochkov Medical Genetic Scientific Center, and her title of presentation is Monogene Variants of Intellectual Deficiency in Children. Please, you have the floor. Can you switch on your mic, please?
Микрофон включите.
Так.
Right. Okay, let me put up my screen. Can you make it the full screen, please? Good afternoon, colleagues. My presentation today will be dedicated to monogene variants of intellectual deficiency among children. So where do we start? Where do we start the diagnostics? First, we start, of course, with the clinical checkup of intellectual deficiency. And as you probably know, in order to determine this diagnosis, we need to fulfill three conditions. First of all, is when we see a decrease of IQ. That includes impairment of thinking, of learning, some problems of planning, and making causal and cause and effect connections. Another condition that should be met is a decrease of adaptive functions in our patient. That include conceptual skills, social skills, and practical skills. Third important condition is manifestation age. That should be before the development stage. In different countries, this age is designated by the government. In Russia, it's 18 years old. So what problems are related with the diagnostics of intellectual deficiency? First of all, of course, if differential diagnostics of, again, hereditary and non-hereditary intelligence deficiency. Again, one of the most difficult parts of the situation is non-syndromatic impairments of intellectual deficiency, because they are the hardest to find. Diagnostics, again, can be said that and done at different stages. So it can be light, it can be average, it can be heavy, it can be acute and deep. And intellectual deficiency has a high clinical and genetical heterogeneity. It's important. And again, there are some problems with the chromosome microstructural and their impairments and anomalies, respectively. So before we got this, again, methods such as chromosome micromatrix analysis or sequencing. More than 60% of these intellectual deficiencies were left unclear before the advent of such technology. Of course, they say that the environment happens, the health of a parent happens, but after we got the sequencing method, still 30% of causes are left unclear. We still don't know what are the reasons for the intellectual deficiency, but now monogenic reasons take the cake. About 15% also microstructural causes lead to intellectual deficiency. But that again depends on who we're going to study. Another important notion here is hereditary or non-hereditary intellectual deficiency. One of them is the fetal alcohol syndrome, one of the most common reason. One of the main factors that causes intellectual deficiency among children. And both for geneticists and for psychiatrists, they need to know the peculiarities of this system. So in order to confirm it, we need to go through checklists. So we need to confirm the characterized small facial anomalies. For example, the thin eyelids. They have very small and thin upper lip. Vermilion, prenatal and postnatal deficiency of growth, insufficient growth of brain, and the last one is neurobehavioral damages. So here we see in the rightmost picture is a girl with the fetal alcohol syndrome. As you can see, the eyelids are quite abnormal. As you can see, very smooth filter here at the vermilion upper lip, and for these patients, they're also characterized by another is this fold in between index finger and middle finger. Again, this can be confused with other syndromes, but again, here is a prominent case of fetal alcohol syndrome. So there are some mechanisms that explain and describe fetal alcohol syndrome. It's very similar to other for example, serious syndrome. Because again, with the influence of alcohol, they also impair the development of the fetus. So intellectual deficiency can be non-syndromatic and syndromatic. So syndromatic forms of intellectual deficiency, they present a specific combination of different signs and symptoms that allows us to make a clinical diagnosis. So psychiatrist or any other medical professional can actually assign this diagnosis without any sort of tests. There is this application that is available for download for iOS systems, smartphones, and you take a picture of facial characteristics of your patient. This program, based on neural networks, analyzes the database of its patients. It can, with high probability and accuracy, can identify syndromes. Why is this important for a psychiatrist or for a neurologist or anyone else? I believe that more often than not, we get patients to our appointments and they say that psychiatrist or any other doctor doesn't want to prescribe a treatment before we confirm some genetic disease. And when it's syndromatic, we can without waiting for anything, we can do this without waiting for a long time to get the confirmation of your genetic ailment. So in case of when this is a syndrome has been confirmed clinically, for diagnostics, of course, we should refer to sequencing of either one or several genes. So there are some small gene panels. Again, if several genes are responsible, then we do sequencing of them, and we can make a chromosome micromatrix analysis if we think that it can be the cause of chromosomes. It is more difficult if intellectual deficiency is non-syndromatic. Here, it is very difficult to actually determine diagnosis. intellectual deficiency can be isolated, where the patient has intellectual deficiency and no phenotypical differences or particularities. For example, leftmost patient looks like an ordinary man, but in actuality, we found a mutation in his gene that is responsible for intellectual deficiency. And the patient, the right picture, he looks as a syndromatic patient, as geneticists like to call them, but it's not a syndromatic patient. It has a very non-specific combination of different symptoms with very scattered neurological symptomatics. So, for example, he has a very low volume of hair, big nose, big lips, hypertrophy of his gums. But such patients, they don't look alike. They're all very different. For example, his brother, his blood brother, can look normal, or his sister, or anyone else, really, and they can look different, and they would have absolutely nothing in common. In this situation, of course, we cannot easily assign them with diagnosis, so that's why we needed to conduct some diagnostics, either a full genome or chromosomes, and assign different tests and analysis. Again, to remind you, full exome, it's a gene panel that consists of about 20 to 22,000 different genes of all genes that we have. So the efficiency of diagnostics, again, varies a lot from the degree of intellectual deficiency. So if it's a severe or acute intellectual deficiency, in 50% of cases, it's usually prescribed by the de novo mutation in outbred population. Outbreeding population, I apologize. So usually cerebral palsy is one of the main perpetrator of this. So if it's an inbreed population where we have, again, blood marriages, then we should take a look at autosomic and recessive forms mutations. But more than 70% of people with intellectual deficiency, they don't have severe degree of intellectual deficiency, and genetically, out of all those, they vary from 5 to 25% based on the selection of the patients that you pick for your group. Again, there's also a lot of difficulties of diagnostics when autism is present, because it doesn't allow us to run certain tests. And, well, basically autism in of itself has a very low genetic justification. So again, it makes our job even harder. Right. So the more small anomalies of development we have in the patient, the higher probability to find the mutation, regardless of the method of diagnostics. It's just, the more of them, the efficiency grows. Not a lot, efficiency small. So when we talk about isolated intellectual deficiency, the probability of finding mutation is just 5% at most. And that's, you agree with me, is a very small number. So it's not epilepsy, it's not some sort of motoric arrested development, it's just intellectual deficiency, and that's it, individually. Then it is very difficult to determine a diagnosis. But 5% is not 0%. So in this situation, we also should do something about it. And we also should run some diagnostics, especially if for a patient, it's important to plan, let's say, their birth, to increase, at least somewhat, increase the efficiency of the diagnostics. Patients should start from looking at genome. And even better, full genome in 3.0. Because this one, I think, is the best analysis that we have out there for such patients. Of course, we cannot exclude genetics 100%, but by doing full genome, we will have higher probability that the reason is not hereditary. At least there's that. So currently, and until we come up with any new methods for patients, at least they, rule out hereditary issues, and they will, stop torturing the child with the further checkups at doctors. So, you know, it's not that simple. You know, you either go to exome or, you know, chromosome micromatrix analysis, but can psychiatrists assign and prescribe this genetic test? Generally, yes, because we have lots of opportunities and places and facilities where we can refer this child to and maybe look in his genome. Overseas in different countries, that's exactly how it happens. But there are some peculiarities here, of course. There's a caveat. Intellectual deficiency has a very high genetic heterogeneity. So the studies that we have out there right now, there are a lot of those, these studies. So we can, for example, we can assign them with a panel of autism, panel of, you know, mental handicap, panel of something else. But at the picture, at these charts, if you will, this is annual publications dedicated to intellectual deficiency and discovering new genes. Again, as you can see, the tendencies is growing. On an annual basis, we discover, well, I would say on average, I would say 500 new genes, and gene panels in of themselves, they have a limited number of genes. So these panels, they consist of 150 genes, tops. So in this year, for instance, we uncovered 100 new genes responsible for intellectual deficiency. And all these 100 genes, they're not included in this panel, but just as much they can be the cause of the ailment of a child. And this panel is assigned only in case if we have clinical diagnosis. We know for a fact that genes that are responsible for this clinical diagnosis are included in this panel. In any other case, of course, for diagnostics of intellectual deficiency, I believe that panels are, well, not assigned. But if we have some clinical data, then it's a good instrument. Moreover, intellectual deficiency has a very high clinical heterogeneity, as I said. So patients with mutations in one gene, similar gene, will look differently. So in this article, they looked at 143 patients from non-syndromic intellectual disability to Coffin serious syndrome. So less than half, they have a non-syndromic intellectual deficiency. So if a child looks, you know, unlike any other syndrome, that does mean that there is no syndrome. But using modern methods, it became clear that variability of clinical diagnosis is very widespread. You have to take that into account. And I would like to remind you, of course, I would like to explain that full exome is also a panel of genes of itself. And based on those producers of those, all genes, all exomes, they can include different genes in themselves. So here we have on this chart a picture of overlap and intersections of the number of genes. And this crossing, again, only 19,000 out of 92,000 is a shared panel. Because some of the producers, they have more number of unique genes, some have less number of unique genes, but again, have to be taken into account because full exome, you know, if you do full exome analysis, we can exclude genetics. No, that's not how it works. Unfortunately not. We cannot exclude genetics. But again, it's a very efficient way of diagnostics. As for differential diagnostics with chromosome and microstructural damages and impediments, as we saw from this chart, of course, monogenic ones take a quarter of this. And again, as a previous speaker said, full exome analysis is more efficient than chromosomic micromatrix analysis. But that's not that simple. It's not that simple. In our laboratory, when doing study, we conducted, again, chromosome multimatrix analysis with intellectual deficiency, and we found that more than a half monogenic disabilities. It's either deletion of one gene or a portion of a gene or deletions of several genes, where just one gene was the cause of an intellectual deficiency. Any other was just insignificant or didn't lead to any sort of disability. So that, again, you have to take that into account. So monogenic disorders and syndromes can be found differently. So, on the basis of the literature data that we have and the previous data from other studies, we propose to use the following analysis, this following flowchart of diagnostics intellectual deficiency. So, if we have intellectual deficiency and you excluded hypoxia, fetal alcohol syndrome, and the works, you can be assigned a series of standard analysis, for example, blood test, acidity of urine, karyotype, or some specific tests when we have suspicions on specific syndromes. For example, we need to exclude them, then we assign them. If that doesn't happen, then that means that we have a non-syndromic intellectual deficiency. And as I said, if we don't have any sort of signs of dysmorphogenesis or any sort of defects or epilepsy, then in this case, of course, I think it's better to make a genome analysis, and even better, a trio genome. I think it's a better one of them all. If we do have some signs of dysmorphogenesis, we should start with exome because if its efficiency is 40%, and then, only then, we move on to chromosome micromatrix analysis with efficiency of about 33%. So, again, but cost effective, if we look at the financial side, which one is better, exome or matrix analysis, it doesn't make that much difference, really. So, efficiency of diagnostics of exome is 7% higher than chromosome matrix analysis. It would make more sense to start with exome analysis because I think it's quicker. Right, even though the majority of foreign doctors recommend starting with chromosome micromatrix analysis. So, but in Russia, it's done differently. And I have several questions to psychiatrists. Very often we got patients in our lab that are being referred for consultation to us, and unfortunately I couldn't find any sort of recommendations of what type of patients psychiatrists should refer to a consultation of a geneticist, and for what reason, to discuss treatment or assign some tests or something else. What about children with intellectual deficiency and autism? How would the treatment change when we have a pathogenic genetic variant? Again, still, we need to work with the speech defect doctors, with special needs teachers and whatnot. And again, third question is molecular genetical diagnostics. Is this a specification and clarification of psychiatric diagnosis or its confirmation? That's an interesting question. So I really would like to find answers to this question. So thank you for your attention. That's all on my part.
Olga, thank you. We don't hear feedback from the psychiatrist. Psychiatrists probably they don't know the answer to the question that she set. I believe that any doctor, including a psychiatrist, would set to genetic analysis to identify whether it's genetic condition or not. And I don't see any specifics in treatment. I mean, I'm not a psychiatrist, but I believe that there are no exceptional specifics there. But maybe we will hear some feedback from the psychiatrist listening to us at the moment. Let's continue with the final presentation for this panel. Welcome Guseva Darya, genetist of the Federal Bochkov Medical Genetic Scientific Center. She'll be talking about monogenic variants of defects of brain development leading to intellectual deficiency. Thank you for the intro. Dear colleagues, thank you so much for the opportunity to present at this distinguished congress. Today, I will be talking about monogenetic thresholds for brain development that lead to intellectual deficiency. The essential importance of the subject is evident because about 40% of all the genetic conditions are deficiencies regarding the brain. There are isolated and also those that are part of a symptom, a complex. At the moment, there are about 200 genes identified that cause this sort of condition. There is classification for the variants of defects of brain development, which is split into major groups: defects of the core and infantile defects. So the core are split into two major groups. If we talk about cerebral cortex, that's neuronal and glial proliferation. Second, the disorder of neuronal migration and post-migrational defects. As for neural and glial proliferation, there are three disorders here. Microcephaly that happens as a result of the fall of proliferation and increase of apoptosis of the cells in the embryonal period, the increase of the proliferation and fall of apoptosis of the pre-cells for megalencephalia, and anomalies for proliferation or hotspot diffuses for dysgenesis and dysplasia, which is for comatose, the tuberous sclerosis. Microcephalia. The innate condition. Syndrome-based, microcephalic, and Michmo syndrome, Mera-Gorlin syndrome, Seckel syndrome, and non-syndromal of microcephalias, such as autosomal recessive preliminary microcephalia that is justified today by 25 genes, 50% of which are the ASPM genes, the preliminary microcephalia, the type 5, and 10% for the BDR62 gene, that is preliminary microcephalia type 2. It's 1 in a million case at the moment. This autosomic recessive type of inheritance, mutation in WDR62 genes. At this slide, gene, there's a clinical case. This is a family which had 2 boys, age 3 and 5, with innate inborn microcephalia. This is their youngest on the photo. So, the circle of his brain, of his head, was 30 centimeters at birth, which which is minus 3 standard deviation. The MRT of a brain showed that there's pachygyria, polymicrogyria, and additional conditions. When we were sequencing enzoma, we have identified 2 mutations in the gene WDR62, which was present in the parents. If you want to learn about it in more detail, you can look at the article that we've published regarding this particular case in 2020. Also, we have witnessed a very rare syndrome, the Michmo syndrome. There are 10 patients in the world with this syndrome. It's less than 1 in a million. X-connected recessive inheritance with the mutation in EIF2S3 gene. With this condition, the patient has microcephalia, which progresses up to -8 standard deviation, epilepsy, hypogonadism, mental retardation, obesity. At this slide, you may see the clinical case when We had a family, came with this boy, 8 years old. For the first time, this family applied for treatment in 2008 when the boy was 2 years old. Back then, they suggested doing sequencing of the exome, which they said no to in 2014 due to the very high cost of the analysis. The family came to us again in 2021. With the Proband i3 on the photo. And since there were 2 cases in the family, they did additional medical genetic consultancy for the family, and it was a more evident clinical picture. So according to the symptoms, we were looking into lab of functional analysis of Mr. Skobelov in our medical center. We did the mRNA analysis and have been able to identify new pathogenic mutation in the gene, which was in a homozygote state, that is I3, and the same was for the mutation identified in the cousin SIPs. The parents were heterozygotic genetic carriers. Macrocephalia with gigantic expression, and also Smith-Kinsmar syndrome. Macrocephalia is also followed by the defects of brain development and other organs and systems. Syndrome, Smith-Kinsmar syndrome. Also, less than 1 in a million case. Autosomal dominant inheritance mTOR gene mutation. With this condition, the major clinical symptoms are macrocephalia, macrosomy, both motoric and speech defects, intellectual deficiency, and pharmacoresistant epilepsy. On the slide, you can see the boy also that we examined. He had out of clinical symptoms macrosomia and motor functions deficiency. And also, I'm sorry, you're having problems with the sound. Do excuse me. So, there was mTOR mutation in the kid, but there was no this mutation amongst parents. They were not carriers of this mutation. With this syndrome, by the way, since there's pharmacoresistant epilepsy, by the current moment, there are publications that are dedicated to the treatment of epilepsy with the mTOR inhibitors. Anti-tumor treatment to stop pharmacoresistant tensions. Another problematic syndrome, syndrome of macrocephaly, polymicrogyri for capillaris and malformation. It's caused by somatic mosaic in the PIK3CA gene, which justifies heaviness, because to confirm the sort of syndrome, we need to take either capillary malformation or part of the skin to confirm this in gene sequencing. Because if we do it with blood, according to the classical method, we can miss the molecular reason. This syndrome is characterized by macrocephalia, blood vessel malformations, the flaming nevus, as they call. There are also deficiencies in development, intellectual deficiencies. Defects of the brain can be expressed by polymicrogyria, and this is cancer-associated syndrome that is characterized by nephroblast leukosis, and also there's major mutation here. The replacement of glycine and glutamine 545 to lysine. The second defect is violation of neuronal migration. 4 major groups there: lissencephalia, subcortical stereotypia, and subglobal dysplasia, and polymicrogyria. Lissencephalia type 3. Second most often amongst the defects of neuronal migration. LIS1 gene mutation, sorry. Again, less than 1 in a million case. Autosomic dominant inheritance in tubulin alpha 1A gene mutation, characterized by epilepsy, microcephaly, intellectual deficiency. If we look at MRT of the brain, we can see agyria, pachygyria, hypoplasia of the cerebellum. On this slide, you can see the MRT of the patient who also we examined. Here you can see the result of frequent mutation of the swapping of in gene TABU1A. Post-migration defects, group number 3. Here we have polymicrogyria, cortex dyskinesia due to the metabolism violation, Zellweger syndrome, for example, and Smith-Lee-Lopez syndrome, post-migration macrocephalia, or secondary, we call it. In this group of illnesses, we have often Rett syndrome, Angelman syndrome, Otto-Wilson syndrome, etc. Infratentorial defects of the cerebrum, the bridge, Dandy-Walker anomaly, and others. In this group also we have synopatia and Joubert syndrome. And for this group, let me also tell you about the defects of intellectual development with microcephalia, for the cerebellum. Again, less than 1 in a million case. Dominant inheritance by Cusk gene mutation, characterized by macrocephalia, progressing up to 10 standard deviation, and also deficiencies in motor and intellectual development. If we look at the MRT of this patient, we can see puntocerebral hypoplasia, and sometimes it's normal. On this slide, we can see the inheritance of a family that again applied for the examination in our clinic. They had the boy that was born dead with the brain deficiency without adequate medical genetic consultancy. They have not identified the reason of death of the boy, and the family, without any sort of medical examination of fears, was planning second pregnancy. They had a girl with also microcephalia and hypoplasia. Here's the MRT of a girl. They did full exome sequencing, and they've been able to find the dyslexia of glutamine amino acid 725 position 275, which was validated in the heterozygotic state for the girl, and the parents did not have that mutation. However, for this particular condition, they described the gonad-based mosaic for women. So again, when we look at the blood of the parents, we cannot find the mutation. But however, if we take a look at the sperm for the gonad, for the egg and sperm cell, we can see that mutation. That can be checked for men because it's easier to do the analysis for sperm. The egg of a woman is harder to access. So in this sort of family, we can forecast and plan prenatal diagnostics with the use of pre-adaptive genetic diagnostics for this particular mutation. To conclude, I would like to say that deficiencies of brain is a heterogenic group of diseases. And to define the etiology of defects of the brain will help us to improve our understanding of pathogenesis of a large number of hereditary diseases, and also define the processes of different structures of brain and their functions. The sort of brain disease etiology will help us to evaluate genetic risks for giving birth to a kid with deficiencies again in a family. So we're concluding this panel discussion. So we will therefore conclude and say goodbye to our listeners. I would like to thank all of the presenters for their contribution. I hope it was interesting to the psychiatrists as well to know about hereditary diseases. But I truly hope that was useful. At least there's some interest. Thank you for your attention.
Уважаемые коллеги, друзья, приглашаем вас посетить виртуальную выставку, которая пройдет в рамках 3-го конгресса «Психическое здоровье человека 21 века». В онлайн-формате для вас доступны демонстрации услуг и товаров партнеров конгресса, каталоги, брошюры, презентации, результаты клинических исследований и другие необходимые для ежедневной практики данные, интерактивное голосование, анкетирование, опросы и конкурсы, контактные данные представителей компании, онлайн-чаты, звонки. Для перехода на виртуальный стенд экспонента нажмите на логотип интересующей вас компании. Ждем вас в разделе «Выставка» на портале Конгресса.
В 2013 году в Тверском областном психоневрологическом диспансере открылось детское медико-реабилитационное отделение, к настоящему времени функционирующее в рамках дневного стационара. В данном отделении оказывается комплексная помощь детям и подросткам от 3 до 18 лет бригадой специалистов: психиатр, психотерапевт, клинический психолог, дефектолог, логопед, врач лечебной физкультуры, инструктор ЛФК, социальный работник. В медико-реабилитационное отделение направляются дети и подростки с различными психическими расстройствами: задержка психического и речевого развития различного генеза, расстройства поведения, невротические расстройства, органические и психические расстройства, синдром раннего детского аутизма, шизофрения, легкая и умеренная умственная отсталость. Врач-психиатр совместно со специалистами отделения разрабатывают индивидуальную программу каждому ребенку и реализуют ее в условиях отделения. Детям и подросткам помимо лечебно-диагностической помощи предлагается курс занятий с логопедом, психологом, дефектологом, занятия лечебной физкультурой, изобразительным и музыкальным творчеством.
Предоставляется уникальная возможность творческих занятий в мини-группах по 2-4 человека, что очень важно не просто для развития фантазии, воображения, мелкой моторики, но и прежде всего для самораскрытия ребенка, повышения его самооценки, чувства уверенности в себе. Пришедшие с ребенком родители, бабушки, дедушки имеют возможность обращения к врачу, к специалисту любому, с любыми своими вопросами, в то время, пока ребенок находится на занятиях.
Доказано, что чем раньше начинается целенаправленная работа с ребенком, тем более полным и эффективным могут оказаться коррекция и компенсация нарушений, а в некоторых случаях возможно и предупреждение вторичных отклонений развития. На начальных этапах особое внимание уделяется диагностической работе, позволяющей оценить степень адаптации и выявить наиболее слабые и сильные стороны ребенка. Последующая работа ведется по специально сконструированной индивидуальной коррекционно-развивающей программе с учетом закрепления ее родителями в домашних условиях. Средний цикл занятий для детей и подростков обычно рассчитан на 2 месяца. За это время, конечно, невозможно коренным образом изменить ситуацию в семье или уровень возможностей ребенка. Однако можно задать правильный вектор для родителей.
Родители должны четко понимать, что есть та составляющая, которую мы изменить не в силах, это та вещь, которая, это тот пласт особенностей, который с ними пойдет по жизни. Нужно адаптировать этого ребенка к его же особенностям, адаптироваться самому к его особенностям и понимать, что какой-то кусочек в нем мы можем поменять аккуратно, не вторгаясь слишком глубоко, просто аккуратно что-то видоизменить. Но в целом и в общем личность, особенно когда к нам приходят уже с детьми 10-12-летними, она во многом уже сложившаяся, просто нужно ее немножко вписать в какие-то рамки, в какие-то правила, в какие-то понятия общечеловеческие. Но прежде всего принимать ребенка со всеми его прелестями, оценивать всегда конкретный поступок, но не ребенка.
В отделении проводятся занятия логаритмикой. С детьми работает логопед с музыкальным образованием и психолог. В группе обычно 6-8 детей. Занятия логаритмикой стимулируют развитие пассивной и активной речи ребенка, поскольку он имеет хорошую возможность подражать звукам, слогам, словам, которые произносит взрослый. Логаритмические упражнения способствуют развитию темпа и ритма речевого дыхания, развитию артикуляционной моторики, укреплению мимической мускулатуры, формированию фонематической системы языка, развитию темпоритмических и мелодико-интонационных характеристик речи, развитие умения сочетать движения и речь, координировать их, подчинять единому ритму, оказывает благоприятное воздействие и на формирование пространственных представлений. В целях развития творческих способностей маленьких пациентов в мастерской ведутся гончарные работы. Давно известно о положительном влиянии лепки из глины на эмоциональное состояние. Завораживающее движение круга надолго удерживает детей за столом, развивая усидчивость, внимание и моторику. В отделении проводятся занятия на системе мультисенсорного развития ОМИ-ВИСТА. Занятия с каждым ребенком строятся по индивидуальному плану. Оборудование используется при работе с детьми, страдающими аутизмом, задержкой психического развития, умственной отсталостью. Также ОМИ-ВИСТА эффективно при работе с расстройствами настроения, эмоциональными и поведенческими расстройствами. С началом применения мультисенсорной системы ОМИ-ВИСТА в условиях данного отделения с апреля 2013 года наибольшая положительная динамика выявлена у детей, страдающих ранним детским аутизмом и задержкой психического развития. Всего с момента установки ОМИ-ВИСТА система была использована в ходе не менее 2000 занятий. Новая система позволяет расширить инструментальный спектр в работе медицинского психолога, повышая ее качество и результативность. В отделении активно применяется нейромоторная коррекция. Она представляет собой систему специальных упражнений, которые направлены на формирование и развитие речи, памяти, внимания. Цель программы – научить мозг правильно обрабатывать информацию, полученную от органов чувств. Данная программа рекомендуется детям с синдромом дефицита внимания и гиперактивностью, нарушениями аутистического спектра и проблемами с овладением школьными навыками. В основу тренировок положены упражнения на балансировочной доске, а также нейрокоррекционные и дополнительные общие вестибулярные упражнения на фитболе, батуте, гимнастической скамье. Нейромоторная коррекция является прекрасным дополнением к коррекционным занятиям с другими специалистами, такими как психолог, логопед, дефектолог, повышая их эффективность. Еще одна методика, которая используется в реабилитационной программе, это кинезиотейпирование. Тейпы производятся из высококачественного хлопка, который эластичен и по своим свойствам приближен к человеческой коже.
За счет того, что эта лента эластичная, соответственно, как бы наклеивая ее на кожу, она двигается вместе с кожей. В нашем случае, в нашем отделении, мы используем кинезиотейпирование с целью улучшения микроциркуляции лимфы и кровообращения в воротниковой зоне, и наклеиваем мы эту ленту определенным способом на воротниковую зону. Еще мы в нашем отделении используем наклеивание ленты для нейромоторной коррекции, для стабилизации поясничного отдела мы накладываем на поясничный отдел эту ленту. Значит, и в занятиях с логопедом мы тоже используем это обклеивание для улучшения работы артикуляционного аппарата, для стимуляции мимической мускулатуры. Кроме того, наклеенный на кожу тейп, он активизирует многочисленные рецепторы, находящиеся в слоях кожи. А соответственно, мы подаем импульсы к головному мозгу, а соответственно мы стимулируем и работу головного мозга.
В ходе своей работы специалисты детского медико-реабилитационного отделения стремятся прежде всего помочь родителям принять имеющийся на сегодняшний день уровень ресурса ребенка, задать нужный вектор в лечебной и психолого-педагогической работе, настроить на совместное решение маленьких задач на пути к главной цели – достижение максимально возможного для данного конкретного ребенка уровня социальной адаптации.
Занимается основанием основы. Давай. Очень аккуратненько. Ниточка к ниточке. Не торопись. Молодец. Так. Вот она. 8. И ниточка пошла в обратную сторону. Вот так мы наматываем основу. Готовим основу для ткацкого станка. Для изготовления кукол нужна чистая белая шерсть. Как у тебя дела? Да. Хорошо? Справляешься? Это я. Да, время-то идет, конечно. Ну, покажи, как ты работаешь. Молодец. И что? Ты добавляешь шерсть? Ну-ка, покажи. Ну, покажи. Как ты, сколько добавляешь? Вот так понемножку добавляешь, да? Молодец. Ну, здорово у тебя получается. Шерсть расчесанная, да? Ой, довольный. Наверное, еще надо добавлять? Данила? Да? Еще-то надо добавлять? Да. И сколько ты добавляешь? Вот так маленькими кусочками добавляешь. Молодец. Тогда шерсть получается очень хорошо расчесанной, да? Да. Так. Подожди. Еще рано. Ну, давай, работай. А то для кукол нам надо много шерсти. Ладно, спасибо. Не буду тебе мешать. Работай давай. Пошла. Вот. Ну, давай.
Представьте, что окружающий мир – это хаос вещей, людей и событий, и вы не знаете, чего ожидать. Вот так некоторые дети воспринимают реальность. Им очень непросто, но надо научиться жить в этом мире. В Сургуте мы создали 2 центра, где помогаем детям при нарушениях речи, поведения и обучения. В Центре инклюзивного образования и социальной адаптации «Счастье» есть группы социальной адаптации для школьников с ограниченными возможностями здоровья. Здесь ребята стараются стать более самостоятельными и общительными. К К примеру, ребенка спрашивают:
Никит, куда ты ходишь?
А счастье – это научиться улыбаться, дружить, перестать бояться громкой музыки, пробовать новую еду, учиться новому, ходить в обычную школу, в магазин, в кино. А в 2014 году мы открыли Центр педагогической коррекции «Логаритм» для детей от 1,5 до 18 лет. Здесь мы помогаем детям запустить речь, проводим комплексную реабилитацию, развивающие занятия. Мы работаем с самыми сложными ребятишками, у которых такие заболевания, как синдром Дауна, синдром Ретта, Мартина Белла, Аспергера, задержка психического развития, аутизм. Специалисты центра используют уникальные методики – томатист, fast forward, in time и многое другое. Нам очень важно понять природу каждого малыша и подобрать к нему ключик. За 3 года работы «Логаритмом» мы приблизили к норме не 100 детей. Они ходят в обычные школы и практически не отличаются от своих сверстников. Для нас это большая победа. Каждый ребенок должен быть уверен, что его любят любым. Любите своих детей такими, какие они есть. Приходите к нам, мы будем вам очень полезны.
Для меня главное в проекте «Тренировочная квартира» заключается в том, что мой сын Гонсалес Александр впервые в жизни оторвался от дома, от семьи и прожил почти 4 месяца на своей собственной самостоятельной жизнью, чего у него никогда раньше не было.
В проекте «Тренировочная квартира» только потому, что хотел жить самостоятельно, наверное, познакомиться с другими людьми, вот, и немного научился жить самостоятельно.
Сейчас мы расскажем про проект ТК. То есть не про сам проект, а про то, как мы в нем участвовали. Конечно, мы очень надеялись на то, что Вова наш станет очень аккуратным, что он научится убираться, пылесосить, следить за чистотой. И, говорят, он неплохо научился. Но дома он почему-то этого не делает. А еще мы знали, что Вова очень хочет научиться готовить. И он готовил на тренировочной квартире и себе, и своему другу. И тоже мы надеялись, что он это будет делать дома. Но дома он это делает очень редко. Но зато произошло то, на что мы даже не надеялись. Вова стал отлично чувствовать время. Раньше это было его самое слабое место. Он очень плохо чувствовал время.
Я хорошо готовлю, убираюсь, мою посуду и стираю одежду. Я хочу жить самостоятельно. Мне эта способность пригодится на будущем, чтобы я жил самостоятельно, без мам. Ну, возможно.
Сын Максим в феврале месяце, всего 1 месяц, был на тренировочной квартире, из-за заряда бодрости, драйва, желания жить, желания дружить и общаться, вот откуда ни возьмись, просто хватило на полгода.
Для меня это значило какая-то попытка проявить самостоятельность и попробовать себя в реальной жизни, узнать, насколько я готов ко всему этому.
Мне очень понравилось жить отдельно в квартире, самостоятельно. Я научился готовить, научился, плохо или хорошо, убирать места общего пользования, научился мыть полы, научился многому чему. Очень много чего узнал интересного, проживая один, вообще о квартирах.
Для меня самое главное это то, что, живя на тренировочной квартире, он не обращается ко мне 100 раз на один с вопросом, что мне делать, а ищет ответы на этот вопрос в чьей-то еще помощью. Очень хочется надеяться, что и сам находит ответы.
И мне очень нравится эта работа тем, что я могу помогать другим людям, у которых тоже есть ментальные особенности, с тем, чтобы они могли лучше справляться в жизни со своими трудностями и вообще спокойно жить в обществе.
Для меня работа на тренировочной квартире означает возможность помочь людям видеть прогресс в наших подопечных, как они становятся самостоятельнее и их жизнь становится лучше. Это дает мне надежду, что жизнь любого человека может стать лучше, а значит, может стать лучше мир. Просто иногда миру нужна помощь.
Я там научаю.
We are live.
We'd like to start, right? Isn't that true?
Yes, Professor Mesic, we can start officially.
Oh, okay, because it is already 2:48, so we are 3 minutes late. So before we start with Michelle Bobon, let me say a few words. Please stop the slides until Michelle is ready to start. So now let me say a few words, because I do not have any paper, but I am the organizer of the symposium, and I'm very grateful to all of you for agreeing to enrich the symposium with your presence. I think that this is a significant development in person-centered medicine, person-centered psychology, because all of you are here. And therefore, there is the opportunity. In addition, although we have 3 non-Russians here, Michelle Bobol and Olga Madera, and myself, although my heart is a little bit Russian, but I'm not fully Russian. So, but we have 3 very distinguished Russians, Valery and Krasnov, Maya Kulagina, and Elena Pervishko. And I see Elena Pervishko immediately comes. Professor Sinchenko also comes to mind, because
У меня отключился микрофон.
К сожалению, я не слышу. Да, Алиса, мы не слышим профессора Мезича.
Unfortunately, we cannot hear Professor Medici. Yes, probably something happening to his microphone. Maya, can you try to inform him that something is going wrong?
Professor Mesic, we can't hear you. Unfortunately, would you please to switch on your microphone? But as I see, microphone is switched. Michelle, do you hear Professor Mesic? Yes, but what we can't. Maybe it's our problem. Алиса, я думаю, что это наша проблема. Профессор Батбол слышит Мезича, но мы, русскоязычные, не слышим.
Да, но как нам теперь поступить?
Ну, это какая-то техническая проблема, потому что у него включен микрофон, и профессор Батбол его слышит.
Да, я вижу, что профессор Мишель Батбол что-то обсуждает с ним. Совершенно верно. Может быть, мы продолжим дальше с профессором Батбол, ну, чтобы не терять наше время.
Do you hear me?
Yes,
Maya?
yes, we do.
Michelle, yes.
Do you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
we hear you. But it's Juan we don't hear.
Yes.
So I am not hearing him myself either. I hear him because he's in the same room that I am.
Oh.
But I thought it was the computer, it's just the nature for the moment. Because we are in the same room, in Canterbury.
Да, профессор Батбол и профессор Мезич в одном помещении, поэтому Мишель слышит. You're mute, Мишель.
Майя Александровна, да, вы скажите, пожалуйста, профессору Батболу, что ему нужно все время держать включенным микрофон, пока говорит Хуан Мезич. Тогда мы будем слышать Хуана Мезича, да, потому что они сидят рядом.
Well, could we hear Professor message from your microphone, Michelle?
Come, Juan. Juan, come to me, and you will have my computer. You use my computer, and then I will come to present my.
Yeah, but I need to be close to my computer.
Ah, okay. Sorry.
Because I have
Okay.
close a meeting. Around an hour and a half. You don't need to be.
1 hour and a half, I don't need. So let's come here.
I can get
and close this one. Close this one, otherwise we'll have reverberation. Reduce this one.
I can close it.
No, reduce it.
Or reduce it. Okay. Well, but that reduces my microphone. That reduces the speaker.
Yes, and then close your microphone.
Yeah, but I want to. I need to listen to also. No,
come here.
Oh, okay. Let me do that.
So we don't have we don't need two computer. And
okay, so
afterward you will put back yours if mine give up.
Yeah, and also you will speak, and then our colleagues will speak, not me. So I think that now can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, well, so you cannot hear me before, right?
No.
So I'll just say 1 minute of what I was trying to say, that we all have organized this international symposium of person-centered medicine within this International Congress of Mental Health. And that is an important symposium because all of you. And furthermore, it's important because of some particular features of our group. Namely, 3 of us are in different continents, so to speak, in a way. Olga Marega is in South America, is part of the Americas, but she's a sexologist. I will introduce her at the moment, but she's from Argentina. Michelle Bolbol is from Canada, and I'm Peruvian, but I live in the United States.
Not from Canada, from France.
I said Canada. I'm sorry. Why?
Yeah,
I don't know why.
It's
It's really
because
it's
crazy.
mind and mind. France
to make me closer from you, maybe.
It may be. Yeah, I'm sure that's the reason. Yeah. Okay. So we have France, North America, and South America represented on one hand, and then, most importantly, we have 3
from Russia.
Magnificent Russian colleagues here. Professor Valery Krasnov, the most important Russian psychiatrist for many, many years, since I had a chance to work with Russian psychiatry. There are other important, but I think Valery was close to our heart as our closest friend. And then we have Maya Kulegina, who we met also around the same time that we met Valery. And then most recently, I had a fortune to meet Elena Pervichko at the Lomonosov University, the most important university in Russia, perhaps, and where she is a scholar. And at that time, she was working on her thesis. And I met the dean of the Russian school, Professor Sinchenko. And they were so productive that as part of that, we produced a paper that has been published in Russian psychology.
Okay.
Right.
Congratulations.
Right. Thank you. And it was about person-centered medicine too, in part. So that was very inspiring. And also, I think it's very interesting to have these 3 distinguished Russian colleagues, because you form a group. In addition to be an excellent individual scholars and professionals, you are also a group of Russian colleagues, and therefore you may want to associate yourselves. Now, I have suggested to Professor Krasnov to consider organizing a group, almost a society, a Russian society of person-centered medicine. And So, and he said that he will try. So this may be the beginning of it. And that would be wonderful because this could give us a chance to continue to be in touch. In any case, the issue of having this symposium in this Congress of Mental Health, I think it's also interesting because the main theme of the Congress is development, it's children and adolescents, mental health, which illustrate the issue of development, human development. And it happens that human development is very important also for person-centered medicine, because the idea of being a person, of being a good person, which is the center of person-centered medicine, is not just a goal, but it's a process, as everything important in life, a process of becoming a person. Since we are born, we have the opportunity to become more fully a person. and in an Aristotelian sense of being, living life as it should be lived, not just living to enjoy ourselves, so to speak, in a crazy manner. So under those perspectives, I think we have a very interesting set of talks. Michel Boldbol, who is the most important psychoanalyst in the world, but in addition to those who are person-centered. But as he said, how could you be a psychiatrist if you are not person-centered? So, so Michel will have the first talk about human development, right? Person-centered human development.
Yeah, okay.
Something related to that.
Yes, yes.
Right. And then Valery Krasnov has kindly agreed to speak about person-centered psychiatry in Russia.
Okay.
And then Maya has agreed to speak about person-centered psychology, right? Or person-centered mental health. I'm sorry, person-centered mental health, I think, Maya. Is that right? And
I'll talk about person-centered approach in ICD-11 diagnosis of mental health.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Perfect. And then Elena Pervichko will speak about person-centered mental health, right? Or person-centered psychology, no, one of the two, right? Yes. Okay, so so we are five, and it would be ideally, I'm sorry, last but not least, actually, we go back now to the international arena after talking about that. Last but not least speaker is my dear colleague and friend, Olga Marega from Argentina, from Tandil, Argentina, part of the province of Buenos Aires. And she's a gynecologist and obstetrician by training, a medical doctor who specializes in obstetrics and gynecology. But additionally, she has devoted her life to sexual education and sexual health. Now, she's one of the most prominent specialists in Latin America. And so she has agreed to speak about person-centered sexual health, right, Olga? Right. So, so very different points as complex human life is. So we'll try to look at it from different perspectives and different parts of the world, different cultural, different languages. And so it should be a very interesting experience. So we have 5 speakers, no, without including me. And so the total time available is 1 hour and a half. But now with all of this, we have only 1 hour and 15 minutes. And so if we could speak between 10 and 15 minutes, it would be great. So we have a little bit more chance to talk among ourselves. And if there are others, like Alisa and also Maria Karaivanova, who want to ask a question, that would be great. And we'll try to answer such questions. There are other people here also, like Daniil Basualvili, etc., and others who may join. So in any case, so let's start by having the presentation from Michelle Bolbol on something related to person-centered human development. So are you presenting your own slides? Or?
Yes. I will present my slides if you allow me. And it's my topic is a little original, if you want. It is what the early development tells us about communication and empathy in person-centered medicine. In fact, we know that to build a common space between the professional and the patient is something crucial in person-centered medicine, because it allows us to reach the objective defining PCM, and among them, particularly, to establish a therapeutic alliance and share the decision-making related to to medicine, but also and mainly to integrate the subjective aspects of the patient health status. However, all these researchers consider that what is difficult here is that in highly emotional relation, the intense feeling of understanding and sharing with the other result in a sort of chimera considered as a common space in which the border between the patient and the professional or carer are not erased, but temporarily porous and confused, that is able to allow what we feel to get us an access to what the patient feel and represent of himself and of his situation. Of course, this means that communication is essential, but it's not enough, and that the theory of communication doesn't give a theoretical model explaining fully how transmission of what is inside one and the other can be so efficient to construct such a shared psychological space. And to understand what is transmitted beside cognitive and affective knowledge, other theoretical models have to be brought in to be used. And I have two examples of such models that are very important for my own, were very important for my own reflection on that topic, is the model of early mother-baby interaction in the subjectivation process, how a baby becomes a subject, and the model of transgenerational transmission of attachment, which is a particular case in this frame of transmission, which has been studied, documented in a very evidence-based manner. So in a way, if we go for the first, we look into the model of early mother-baby interaction in the subjectivity process, how babies evolve from a fusional state to a subjectivation process, and how this process develops in the mother-baby interaction at very early stage of the baby's life, and how in this process, babies' access to very complex and sophisticated social abilities on the base of rather simple and limited early abilities, something which some neuroscientific called simplexity, because the process are simple, but the effect is very complex. And this is how could be designed the model of Bobini model of interaction between mother and baby. The mother is available and the baby is expecting. There are breathing modality from the side of the mother, response to the stimuli from the part of the baby. This response to the stimuli are interpreted by something that establish the relation between the mother and the baby. For example, when he looks to the mother for reasons that are purely purely motor. It's a way for him not to have his head falling. It is interpreted as a recognition of the baby, of the mother from the baby. So this thing establishes a relation to the mother and a relation to the baby in postpart, which is organized into an internal relational model, which is result in affective attachment and attunement, sorry. So 3 dimensions, 2 are obvious and objective, behavioral, affective, and the third one has to be added, which is imaginary, conscious or unconscious. Psychic interaction between the dyad partners, giving access through this imaginary sharing to transgenerational and cultural influences. And it is whatever is the way and the mechanism through which this transmission is implemented. So the introduction of this third dimension introduces a crucial conceptual change because it can explain how rather simple process leads to the transmission of very, very sophisticated and complex dimension, including things that are representation in the mother mind, which are involved in the subjectivating process in the baby through very, very simple elementary moves. If we add the imaginary narrative dimension to the 2 more objective others, the process can be the base of the building of the baby's subjectivity from the mother-baby intersubjective interaction involving only innate elementary capacity. Now, if we go to the other model more faster, more briefly, the model of transgenerational transmission of attachment, you know, there are 4 patterns of attachment. We are not coming back to that, secure and insecure, 4 patterns. And nothing to explain how there are such a strong correspondence between the pattern of the mother and the pattern of the baby. The pattern of attachment of the baby and the pattern of attachment of the mother are correspondent in 80% of the case. And everything has been studied to show how this mechanism, how this happened, because it's not so obvious. It's not genetic. It's not the sensitivity of the mother, it is, and after studying it for thousands, not hundreds of papers have dealt about this mystery. And what emerged to be the main thing was the role of the micro behaviors in the transgenerational transmission. The behavioral pattern of attachment would be the base of the internal working model, underlying this behavior pattern, rather than the contrary. That means that through the behavior, you transmit something that is the way the pattern of attachment. And here, of course, we can think there are many probabilities that the mirror neuron system is a very important way to get into that transmission. So this model brings in a good hypothesis to describe and embody in an evidence-based model medicine perspective at a fine-grained level the mechanism of the transgenerational transmission between mother and baby. My hypothesis is that this mechanism could be generalized to everything which is transmitted through generations. It could be also a good candidate to explain what happens between 2 persons engaged in a highly emotional relation at large, when it is not only objective things, but some subjective things that are transmitted. So is it, my hypothesis here is that it is also a scientific ground to
something happens. Dear Michelle, we can't hear you. Something happens with your computer, maybe. Do you hear me? Dear Juan, we can't hear Professor Bodbol. Валерий Николаевич, Елена, вы слышите профессора Бодболь? Нет?
Can anybody hear Professor Budbol?
Hear me? Что-то случилось. Они нас не слышат.
Unfortunately, we're having interruption with connection.
И что делать? Так, а он нас не слышит. Dear Juan, do you hear me?
Он завис.
Нет, ведущий, профессор Кмезич, он на экране, но он не слышит, похоже. Dear Juan, do you hear me? We can't hear Professor Bodbol. All Russian colleagues don't hear him. Do you hear me? Juan? Olga, do you hear me? Olga? Yes, Olga, hear me. Juan, do you hear me? Это что-то с их компьютером, они с одного компьютера и не слышат. Olga, would you please?
I call Juan.
Okay, thank you very much. Издержки дистантного общения.
I'm calling him.
Something happens with their computer. They're talking from one computer.
He didn't answer. He didn't answer me. Maybe the mobile is not near. Okay.
We didn't hear you. We don't hear you. Yes, we don't hear you.
Майя Александровна, давайте предоставим слово Валерию Николаевичу, да? А потом мы, если что, вернемся обратно к предыдущему докладчику, потому что время у нас... Можете сказать для Ольги?
Olga, do you hear me? Yes, we should start, we should continue with the presentation.
Yes, with my presentation.
No, Professor Krasnov, the next speaker, okay?
Yes.
Could you write to...
Sí.
Okay.
Сейчас меня слышно?
Да, Валерий Николаевич,
You can hear me now. Yes, Valerie. Okay, excellent. Yeah, let's move on. But do Juan Michel and so do they hear me, Juan and Michel? It seems that they don't hear anyone, but Olga can hear us from Latin America. Yes, but I really want Juan and Michel to join this discussion.
Валерий Николаевич, давайте...
Yes, Valerie, I'm sorry. We have to start. I started your presentation and you can begin. As for other speakers, we'll get back to them later.
I don't finish and I let Valerie. I'm sorry, I don't know what
Я слышу Мишеля.
Please go on, Valerie. I was only concluding and I will send you PowerPoint. Okay. Okay?
Okay.
Conclusion.
My conclusion is that, in fact, this gives us a model to explain and base scientifically the idea of that it is possible to access to subjectivity of the other in a not magical way, but in a scientifically explained way. Thank you very much for your attention, and sorry for being either too long or too absent. I'm sorry.
Well, let me, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Now we are hearing you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Michelle, for your presentation. It was very inspiring.
From my own perspective,
yes,
I think that he has tell us several crucial things in a very compressed manner. One is that subjectivity is very important as an element of the human development, and that this should be assessed scientifically, not just in a speaking in a general way, but that the scientific assessment has to be fit to function, appropriate for the field. And it is possible to do it, but it requires a specific procedure for doing it.
And the only adding is what the information we got from the mother-baby early relation explained, because it has been very much studied, how it is possible to find this fit for purpose explanation.
So the analysis of the mother-baby
give us a model.
Give us a model.
A model.
And this is the type of model that we have to follow also later in life to understand subjectivity.
Exactly.
That's wonderful.
So if it is true, it's wonderful.
To learn from development.
It is an hypothesis, and I think it's a good one and not a too bad one, because we have, if our purpose is to explain that and not to erase it from all scientific approach, which would be a pity because it would be false, it is necessary to go on trying hard to find some scientific model to explain how it is possible to think that the other is the other, but can be understood nevertheless.
Yeah, if it cannot be proved, it would be a pity. But if it can be proved, then Michelle should win the Nobel Prize.
Well, exactly. Exactly. It's what I want.
So with that, we move to Professor Valery Krasnov from Moscow, who will speak about person-centered psychiatry in Russia. Valery, the floor is yours.
Okay. I'm interested in Alisa. Do we have interpreter?
А у нас есть переводчик?
У нас есть переводчик или нет?
Okay.
Алиса, будет перевод
Alisa, are we going to have a translation for our, because I prepared this presentation in Russian. Yes, we all prepared the presentation for, yes, we do have translators. Please, you can continue with your presentation. Please go ahead. Thank you. Right. So the work of Juan Medic in 2006, if you remember, his pioneering work, it was dedicated to the necessity of development so-called person-centered psychiatry. And this idea spearheaded the discussion in international medical community on establishing so-called person-centered medicine. And Professor Andrew Miles in 2012 actually pointed out this dual nature of a medical profession, which is very important. So this duality of nature of medicine that contains a humanitarian knowledge and hard sciences. I'm making pauses for translation.
Is that understandable, Juan?
Well, unfortunately, unfortunately, my Russian is very limited. But so, and Olga Pasina told me that it was going to be simultaneous translation.
But you don't get her.
But we should have right, I think for that, everybody would have to have the way to connect to that, no? And that is a level of sophistication.
Shortly, Juan.
Perhaps one way to go, Valerie, for those of us, for Olga, Michelle, and I, is that you say the main things, perhaps in a shorter way, and then...
Майя Александровна, это как раз тот момент, когда мы обсуждали с вами, что нужно...
Maya, we discussed this with you. You had to tell your international colleagues that if they want to hear translation, they have to press the globe and
the globus, globus with translation on your screen.
Yeah.
Do you see globus?
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
Yes, please switch on, and then
yeah, please select English language because there is a translation.
Sorry.
There is a translation. Can you hear me
now? Yes. So please go again.
Okay, go ahead.
Valerie, we need you to repeat this last slide.
Валерий Николаевич, очень кратко повторите, пожалуйста.
Valerie, could you please repeat the slide that you just explained? Yes, of course, no problem.
Sorry.
Yeah, Olga, you can do it too.
No.
The pioneer work of Juan Mesic in 2006, if you recall, was dedicated to the development of so-called person-centered psychiatry, and it initiated a discussion in international medical community on creation of person-centered medicine.
Okay.
And Professor Andrew Miles, if I recall correctly, in 2012, indicated that there is a duality in the nature of medical profession that contains humanitarian knowledge and hard sciences.
Okay.
And the main goal, I'll say, of person-centered psychiatry was I would say opportunity to give the patients all of the modern advancements and achievements of biotechnology in a more humane approach. So up until now, we already have certain understanding of person-centered psychiatry and person-centered medicine in general as an opportunity to give these achievements of biotechnology in a way that, again, Juan Mesic and Mr. Miles were saying previously. Next slide.
About historical prerequisites of
Валерий Николаевич, вы можете говорить на русском, есть перевод.
Yes, Valerie, you can say this in Russian because there is a translation. Oh, there is. Okay. So in Russian psychiatry, that starting from 19th century, starting adapting best practices of German, French, and British psychiatry, we always paid a lot of attention to the personality of the patient, his social environment and cultural context. And so for us, from Russia, person-centered psychiatry was, first of all, taking into consideration values, morals, and the ethical values of the patient, and all of the conditions of his life and his environment. And even though the definition of person was interpreted in different ways, we always try to organize them and help them and support them in different ways. We try to organize, for example, some musical numbers for them, theaters, studios, arts and crafts, and supporting our patients in different ways. This indicated our humanitarian approach to patients. And it is known that, for example, such prominent writers from Russia as Chekhov and Tolstoy numerous times visited psychiatric hospitals just to check on the patients. So Sergei Korsakov, one of the pioneers of Russian psychiatry, he outlined the principles of what he called clinicism. Clinicism as very close attention to patients, not just trying to fix them from their diseases and ailments, but also focus on the values of the patients, of their ethics, aesthetics, and religious values. And his students of Korsakov, Serbsky and Rybakov, were following the principles of clinicism. And in the Soviet Union, early Soviet Union, one of the students of Korsakov, Lev Rosenstein, they tried to create a system of prevention medicine of psychiatric disorders on the basis of consultation hospitals.
It's true.
So Vladimir Bekhterev is the leader of St. Petersburg School of Psychiatry. Even before George Engel, I think he was earlier than him by 100 years old at least. He started to look into the united social and biological entity of human being. On the basis of that concept, he created the institute with his own name, where he started developing psychological, and biological knowledge about person. One of the students of Vladimir Bekhterev, Alexei Lazursky, he was studying endopsychic and exopsychic sides of psychiatry and how it is being affected by society. Next slide, please. So methodological foundation of our understanding of psychiatry, of person, of, well, the nature of personality and the origin of personality up until now has been influenced by the school of thought of Mr. Vygotsky. And Mr. Vygotsky created his understanding on cultural and historical concept of the human psyche. The central element of his concept, of his theory, was interiorization, which means learning all of the cultural and social norms, standards, cultural customs during the vocational activity of patients and their interaction with other people. He said that personality cannot be born out of itself, but it is born when you interact with your environment.
Very good. Yeah.
And this concept got a further work in the studies of his students. And one of his students, Alexei Leontiev, again, very prominent psychiatrist from the Soviet Union, he created a theory of activity. So he understood that personality as the highest level of development of mental health, and it is a social level. And here, personality is defined by the conscious and all of the social norms and values in the country that this person lives. And in a certain way, we can talk about the familiarity of concept of such American psychologists as Allport and Maslow. He was very close to them and similar in his ideas. Again, another Soviet psychiatrist, Dmitry Melekov, whom I actually knew in person. I spoke to him, worked with him numerous times. He came up with a theory of activity as a methodological foundation of what he called vocational rehabilitation of mental patients. In 1940s and in 1950s, we didn't have any modern ways and such a medicine or equipment for treating mental disorders. Mr. Melekov engaged mental patients with different vocational processes. So it can be different work, different activities. And he appealed not just to their mental disorders, but to all traits of characters that were still intact in those people, appealed to their social values, spiritual values, and he brought them back into the society. So this vocational rehabilitation, as he called it, can actually, well, as we see, was a prototype of a wide range of rehabilitational activities in the system of polyprofessional vocational work in modern psychiatry and psychiatric facilities. Also, I would like to remind everyone about one neuropsychiatrist who contributed a lot to our understanding of personality, Mikhail Bakhtin. He had a huge spectrum of scientific interests. He studied culturology. He studied a lot of artists and writers. He wrote a lot of works of Francois Rabelais, Fyodor Dostoevsky, and also he studied the psychology, and he created this concept of dialogic nature of conscious. As he said, again, conscious cannot be born out of itself. It always happens from the interaction of a person with another person and with the environment that surrounds him, where he lives and he works and he loves. And he wrote the following quote: when we, for example, look at each other, then when we look at the eyes of our speaker, two worlds are being reflected at the same time. That's how he wrote this. So we've come a long way, really, in terms of overcoming very complicated and very difficult period in Soviet psychiatry, where we spoke about institutionalizing mental patients. But the traditions that I've just mentioned in my presentation, in my understanding, it helped us to overcome this, I would say, aggressive nature, abusal nature of psychiatry. It is no longer used as a punishment, but more of a rehabilitation and helping people. So currently, the situation, again, is seen more humane as possible. But of course, there are some mistakes happening, as in any sort of activity of a human being. And I can actually demonstrate this humanitarian nature that right now modern psychiatry in Russia still pursues. With this picture, and this is a photo taken at one of the psychiatric facilities. Look, this is a cognitive training activity. It's a routine procedure that is happening on a daily basis. This is how we rehabilitate our patients. These are trainings of social skills, creative skills, practical skills, communicational skills, and others. And since Mr. Mesic asked me to, well, say a couple of words about the development of idea of person-centered psychiatry, I can probably say about our cooperation with other disciplines, where psychiatrists are in high demand, in cooperation with, for example, cardiologists, with neurologists, with rehabilitologists, is very productive, is very fruitful and efficient. And I would list Professor Veltishev, who is also working very productively with Institute of Rheumatology, by bringing in life ideas of person-centered medicine when working with the patients that suffer with hematoidal arthritis and other pathologies. Professor Alexei Bobrov, again, prominent member of our community, works on an international level he works with the endocrinologists, and he also brings into life and manifests the ideas of person-centered medicine in his medical practice of endocrinology, into research process and actual activity. Also, this pioneering work done by Juan Medic that was continued by many colleagues of ours. And I also am a part of this direction, this way. We are trying to manifest it, to extend it, to expand it in our medical activity in a broader sense of this word. So as to say about institutional form of this activity, we cannot say about that yet, but on separate individual cases and examples, I try to emphasize that we continue our work, we continue our development, we continue to promote this wonderful idea of person-centered medicine, because it is a very humanitarian way of helping people, any patients, not just psychiatric patients. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, I hear you.
Well, let me thank Professor Krasnov for his magnificent presentation, which has illustrated the power and depth of Russian psychiatry and the many precedents and topics that are very related to the idea of the person. And I would say not only humanitarian, because that tends to be associated with a kind of an ethical respect for the dignity of persons, but it goes even further, which he has illustrated, namely to take into consideration, for example, the personality of the person, and to take into consideration the context of the person. So in other words, to consider the person not only as worthy of respect, but also as the proper way to understand health by looking at the various dimensions of the person, biological, psychological, social, as he has pointed out. No, so person-centered medicine is not only humanistic but also scientific, by paying more attention to the fullness of the person, all the aspects of the person. So and then the second component of all this will be that to try to engage people, and he has already engaged. He has brought from the past these figures from Russian psychiatry who illuminate the many very interesting contributions, very important contributions of Russian psychiatry to universal knowledge. And I think that is a wonderful way to start. And now they will be, hopefully will build that description of Russian psychiatry by including the contributions of Maya Kuligina and Elena Pervichko and Professor Sinchenko, etc., and other colleagues that he already mentioned, some current colleagues that also are interested in this perspective, which is not only a kind of a special perspective, but probably the most appropriate way to do psychiatry, mental health, and medicine. And so with all of that, we thank him very much for his wonderful presentation and look forward to his writing a paper. Perhaps I think it would be very valuable to have a paper that we could publish in our journal, International Journal of Person-Centered Medicine, and also perhaps in a Russian journal about this perspective of Russian person-centered medicine that would illustrate the contributions of Russia. And then perhaps kind of set a basis in that academic manner to establish a society of a Russian society of person-centered medicine. So thank you very much, Professor Krasnov for your presentation. I am next to Professor Bodbol, as you can see, and while you were speaking, we were nodding to see how much wisdom you were presenting to us. So we're very pleased to have had the opportunity to listen to you. Do you have any comment, Professor Krasnov, about this comment of mine?
Валерий Николаевич, вы хотите что-то добавить?
Yes, Mr. Krasnov, would you like to add something?
There are some differences between notion person in English, person in Russian. I spoke mostly about personality, but of course, if we speaking about person-centered medicine, we should take into account also biological status of individual, and we consider the humanistic approach to choose very appropriate safety medication or other treatment for taking into account biological special features of individual, but psychiatry more than other disciplines.
Уважаемые докладчики, напоминаю, что у нас
Yes, dear presenters, I shall remind you that we have 30 minutes left. Let's maybe speed up because
thank you very much,
we have three more
presentations, and we'll keep in touch by email. Okay, so we should now move to the next person in the program, who is Maya Kuligina, a psychologist from Moscow. Would you please give us your presentation in a short time, if you can, like 10 minutes or less?
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for your introducing, Professor Mezic. It's an honor, a pleasure to taking part in this symposium, and I will talk about person-centered approach to diagnosis of mental disorders in the new classification ICD-11, International Classification of Diseases of 11th revision. I will talk in Russian, and I hope you'll have translation putting on the globus, as well as in Professor Krasnov presentation.
So, person-centered approach to diagnosis of mental disorders in ICD-11. As Professor Krasnov just mentioned, personality
and person, there are different concepts. In Russian, person-centered approach.
So in Russian, person-centered approach can be interpreted not just as something that is focused on personality, but as a human-oriented approach. So that means more comprehensive, more fundamental approach, if you will. So here we mean not just about the full holistic approach of providing help to mental patients, but first and foremost, we talk about diagnosis, the first stage of helping person. So here we talk about integrated diagnosis that unites and encompasses not just certain manifestations for the current period, what sort of symptoms are we looking at, or maybe some individual signs or traits. We're not just talking about nosological diagnosis, for example, not just syndromatic diagnosis, but also psychological mechanisms, functional disorders and impairments, and also resources such as opportunity for rehabilitation or adaptation. So generally, This is manifested in a model that, again, is promoted and being developed by Professor Mesic, 2009, as you see, PID, Person-Centered Integrative Diagnostic Model. That is what I mean. So, allow me to present you a brief overview from the article that Professor Mesic mentioned. It was an article that was written with Professor Zinchenko, the Dean of Faculty of Psychology, with Professor Krasnov, and I think with Yelena Pervichko as well. It was our joint venture, our joint work. And this here you see an illustration of what questions we should ask when conducting person-centered integrative diagnosis. So first of all, of course, we have to ask what. So what is in the focus of our attention? So are we talking about the health status or illness status? What sort of experiences of health and illnesses can we talk about? What sort of maybe even contributors and characteristics can we mention about health and illness of the person? And the factors that also contribute to the whole picture of the health or the opposite, illness of a patient. Also, it's very important to understand how exactly this diagnosis is happening, what sort of instruments we can use here. So we, for example, assess categories that are contained in the diagnostics of psychiatric and mental disorders. We use different instruments for evaluating dimensions. This is how we try to evaluate in our procedure. And of course, the narrative approach that allows us to explain the whole essence of illness. This is an aspect of the entire content of description of all the procedures, of all the disorders. And the third question, final question, is with whom do we conduct this diagnosis, this diagnostic? And here it's very important to take a partnership approach that unites not just experts of different disciplines that Professor Krasnov mentioned in his work, because it's always multi-professional collaboration, multidisciplinary, if you will. But also we should pay attention to the family support. We should not exclude them. And social environment is also very important. And of course, how we interact in between doctor and patient relationship. So many aspects of this model, this person-centered and integrative model, are reflected in the modern classification of our diseases, the ICD-11. Just to remind you that it was created under the auspices of the World Health Organization. And the main emphasis here, of course, we try to unify all of the approaches to make our medicine more internationally friendly, if you will. But here it's also important that in this edition, in ICD-11, we also reflect multidisciplinarity in this nature, because again, it's a classification that is used not just by psychiatrists, but also psychologists, social workers, and other people, maybe even patient communities. So this ICD should be clear, simple, and easy to understand, and that reflects the entire essence of all the diseases that contained there. So this is a classification that used in more than 120 countries. This is how many countries are used in ICD. So it should, of course, reflect also cultural aspects.
Collaboration, if there are too many things to agree on, it's complicated.
Right. So in 2019, ICD-11 has been adopted at the General Assembly of the World Health Organization, and in 2022, we will see gradual adoption of ICD-11 in clinical practice. Of course, it will take some time because it takes time to translate it in different languages, and We need to adapt. We need to make some certain comments. We need to make certain revisions. We need to test it. But in ICD-11s, we've taken into account latest empirical data, including the neurobiological data that we got from various studies. So all of the changes were made on the basis of all of the opinions of experts that, of course, comprise our medical community from all over the world. And we also include a lot of results of field tests. In Russia, the head of field tests was headed by Professor Krasnov. So main focus of this main new edition is made for its usability, its clinical reliability and usability and applicability in clinical practice. Under the auspices of the Russian Association of Psychiatrists, we already made the first draft of translation. Here you can see the cover of this book, how ICD-11 looks in Russian. And I should emphasize that the changes in ICD-11 are made on various levels, starting from the titles and structures of the book itself, and all over down to the guidelines. So now, for example, we have chapter 6. It contains 162 categories with 4 numeral and literal code that explains all the mental and behavioral disorders and neuropsychological development. So the disorders themselves, they comprise syndromes that include different disorders in behavioral and mood level, and then can be manifested on biological, social, and psychic levels. And they can, of course, impair our functioning. So, of course, we pay great attention to this. It's one of the main signs of mental disorders. And here, now, in this ICD-11, we reflect contextual approach that both Professor Medic and Professor Bol also mentioned, that I am I and my circumstances, as Jose Ortega y Gasset wrote in his book. So we put our patient in social context, finally.
Thank you very much. Could you bring your conclusion now? Just 1 minute for your conclusion.
Okay, I see. Я бы хотела тогда отметить.
Yes. Then I would like to emphasize the importance of diagnostic principles of classification and what is exactly important for our contemporary times. So now we use ontogenetic principle of conducting diagnosis. So we're talking about disorders with specifics on childhood and teenage years, but all disorders that are mentioned in ICD-11, they can be diagnosed throughout your entire lifetime. So there is no disorder that are age specific, only for children, for example. They can manifest on different age of a patient. And it's important for clinical and diagnostical guidelines, we should write specific their clinical manifestations on different age periods, considering cultural differences and gender differences. So here are a couple of examples. But to sum everything up, in conclusion, we can say that in the new edition of ICD-11, personality, person, is now finally becoming into the focus of attention. So finally, we got patient-centric and personality-centric diagnosis. And that makes treatment approach more individual, because right now we look, when compared for the previous ICD editions, we look at the macro social and cultural context. Thank you very much for your attention.
Personality disorder. Well, thank you very much, Maya, for your very interesting presentation. I was commenting with Professor Michel Bol-Bol, who is one of the authors, along with me and others, of this, the paper that presented the person-centered integrative model was published in Canadian Journal of Psychiatry in 2010. Right. So we actually would invite Maya and Professor Krasnov to write a paper about the person-centered integrative diagnosis in Russia with ICD-11. No, and you can try to consider as a reference the application that has been done of the person-centered integrative diagnosis in the Latin American Guide for Psychiatric Diagnosis. And probably you can find that paper also. And you can use that as a reference and to produce a similar presentation. But the slide that you presented about what to consider is, I think, masterful. No, that's the best slide I have seen. And I will try to follow myself this way of presenting the domains, the tools, and the participants in the process. So.
Yes. What, how, and whom.
Exactly.
It's excellent, this slide. And we should ask you, we have to ask you to allow us to use it again, dear Maya.
Right now?
No.
In the future.
In the future, I want to borrow it from you to present things when it happens, but I will say, I have that from Maya.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maya. And I hope that you can write to us soon about this invitation to write a person-centered integrative diagnosis with ICD-11 in Russia, and perhaps in collaboration with Professor Krasnov and other colleagues you may wish to invite.
Thank you very much. It's very
if you try to do it quickly, before you forget about this. Before
we'll try to be
before you forget about us.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we move to the next speaker, who is Elena Pervichko, Dr. Elena Pervichko from Lomonosov University, from the faculty of Lomonosov University. And we are very much looking forward to listening to you. Please be mindful of the fact that we have only 15 minutes for 2 papers. So I'm very sorry. This frequently is what happens in this symposium. The last speakers have less time. And so Olga, Marega, please start thinking about how you can summarize your paper in 5 minutes or so. So in any case, Elena, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Professor Mezich. I am very glad to be a member of the session. And I would like to use Russian, please, for my presentation, if possible.
Yes.
Okay? Yes. Итак, дорогие коллеги.
So I'll be presenting in Russian, as I said. Dear colleagues, the subject of my message today is psychological view on personal-oriented help during COVID-19 pandemic in Russia. Similar title in English. And I would like to tell you that indeed I am presenting. However, I have a number of co-authors for this presentation. Here they are on slide. Olga Mitina, Olga Stepanova, Yulia Konyukovskaya, and Yegor Dorokhov.
Которое, собственно, посвящено как раз-таки изучению психологической проблематики в условиях пандемии.
And I would like to tell about our research about psychological problematics during COVID-19 pandemic in Russia. We were talking about personal variables, social variables,
Часть слайдов я буду опускать.
I will omit a number of slides. Let me say this. In the very beginning, in the publications related to 2020, there was this idea resonating that biopsychological model of this illness and healthcare and well-being must be taken into consideration if we are trying to provide aid to the patients, and both clinical and psychological. I am referring to the data of my Chinese colleagues, from my Chinese colleagues. If we talk about biosocial model, it's logical to recall the person-centric diagnostics. And in this sense, it's very important to highlight the contribution of Professor Mesic and what is happening and what has been happening in this domain. There's a number of colleagues there as well, but the idea has been there for quite a while and well described. I can only add that generally speaking, person-centric integrative diagnosis that's well known assumes the structure of diagnosis based on the information not only about disorders, but also that part of health that's been preserved, taking into account personal and emotional values and resources of the patient and his or her ability to adapt and do the compensation. As it has been highlighted by Mr. Krasnov in his presentation, indeed, we can see a number of common traits with the works of Russian clinical school. That's the notion of extended diagnosis, and that includes the works of Botkin and other classical Russian doctors. That includes also functional diagnosis, 70s, 80s of the previous century. Both approaches to diagnostics assume the need to take into account pre-morbid adaptation potential and psychological block, the block of psychological adaptation, social block as well, and the block of social support. So what matters to me, being a clinical psychologist, what do I pay attention to? It's obvious that this sort of diagnostic models in healthcare, as opposed to classical nosological diagnostics, assumes taking into account psychological diagnostics as well. So without our aid, without the aid of psychologists, without the aid of psychologists and psychiatrists, this sort of diagnostics could not be made. Although I assume that this may be a disputable point. So, the tool of psychological diagnostics that allows to do system-based research for this complex clinical phenomenon can become a could be done by the analysis of psychological syndromes, and this system phenomenon could be included in a more complex diagnostics model, which dictates the need to conduct all sorts of system research. And I implore you to pay special attention to clinical research that can be done with the inclusion of psychologists into this research model, therapists, I mean. So this sort of paradigm, by all means, reflects the attempts to implement the evidence-based approach in medicine. Of course, there's a question, the question of system. What sort of systems do we mean? In contemporary Russian philosophical science, when we mean scientific knowledge, we also highlight post-neoclassic, post-non-classical science and post-non-classical philosophy, where the focus of attention falls into self-developing complex systems. And by all means, when we speak about this system, like the system of a human, we mean that obviously this is one of the most complex self-developing systems out there. And if that is true, then We need quality methods of research for psychological diagnostics. And we need to use specialized mathematical methods, statistical methods that gives us the opportunity to build using mathematical models and prognostics. System-based mathematics, prognostic mathematics. Mr. Krasnov mentioned Mr. Vygotsky and Luria. I believe that all of you probably familiar with this, with their work. Also, Mr. Krasnov talked about the importance of interiorization. So, for clinical diagnostics and for person-centric interior diagnostics, we should highlight the points of Vygotsky, like the notion of higher psychological functions as having social origin, voluntary in terms of their functioning, and independent from one another in terms of their build. Another thing, the notion that higher psychological functions have systematic structure, meaning body functions that are complex. And it's also important to highlight social functions like breath, and biological functions like breath, food, sexual needs. They can be considered as similar in terms of their systematic nature, similar to higher psychological functions, I mean. If we talk about the cultural structure of Vygotsky, we mean this important category, like psychological syndrome, analysis of psychological syndrome. And psychological syndrome as the structure represented as a number of cause and effect, causal symptoms of different levels. Yelena, sorry for interference. We have 5 minutes before the end of the conference.
So,
I see. 5 minutes for the next presentation.
Dr.
For the next presentation.
Please present your conclusions. Try to summarize what is the main message just in 1 minute.
Meaning I can make a conclusion, right? Yes, you can make a conclusion. Okay, let me quickly do that. Let me talk about COVID. So the objective of our research is studying of personal determinants and individual notions on the pandemic of COVID and experiences during the pandemic amongst those who did not contract COVID-19. So, without going into the reporting, I should say this. I would like to briefly describe our methodology. We have been using, of course, Russian target group, 6-factor personal polling by Herzog, based on Herzog methodology, also the stress scale 10, reactive anxiety from Spielberger, and brief poll for the perception of the disease by broadband, and statistical analysis, which is our know-how that we're especially proud of, the modeling by structural math equations, the procedure of track analysis that helps us to statistically prove the contribution and ties, causality between different components.
That's very interesting, but and I will follow on that perhaps by mail later on. But now tell us what are the findings and the main conclusions. The main just in the
Вывод. Одним словом, личностные.
So briefly, a conclusion. Personal traits, emotional friendliness, being able to be forthcoming, affecting the condition of psychological non-well-being. And this non-well-being leads to the fear for the unknown, disease, the feeling of threat against pandemic, and the feeling is there's this negative determination, the feeling that the person cannot control what is happening. So in this stats model, we're seeing redundant variables, this variables. They make a contribution into the functioning of the entire model. And certain statistical analysis allows us to confirm that this redundant variables can be put together into one unified variable called social representation of COVID-19, meaning how they imagine in a society what COVID and pandemic are, how this phenomenon are dangerous. And if we look at the determination coefficients that are mentioned here, we'll be able to see that social representation of this COVID pandemic imbues into everything, it makes a very strong contribution into everything, no less than personal particularities. We can highlight emotionality, which makes the maximum contribution into what we see as a result. And being emotional determines psychological non-well-being, while the presence of traits like friendliness and being extrovert makes the person more stress resilient during the pandemic. And another thing that we observe, social representation during COVID shows very high determination coefficient, which make a contribution into the perception of COVID no less than individual typological specifics. That's briefly.
Thank you very much. I think this is very interesting, and I would like to invite you to write a paper about mathematical modeling of the representation of the pandemic in a person-centered manner.
Thank you very much.
Person-centered representation of the pandemic using mathematical modeling. And I will be delighted to consider it for publication in our journal. Thank you very much, Dr. Pervichko.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And then let's move quickly to the last speaker, Olga Marega. Fortunately, she's a brilliant woman, and therefore she hopefully will respond in just a few minutes, like 3 minutes. What are the main points about person-centered sexual health? Go ahead, Olga.
Okay.
Алиса, вы можете включить презентацию, Алиса?
Okay. I'm very glad to be here, very happy to be here, sharing all my knowledge with you. I'm waiting for my presentation, please.
Алиса.
Maybe better that you, instead of making your presentation, well, you can use this slide, but just in 3 minutes, make your presentation about what is more, just orally.
It's very, very, very short time. Okay. The name of my presentation.
Уважаемые спикеры, у нас 1 минута. К сожалению, мы
Dear speakers, we do have 1 minute. We cannot extend the time of our presentation. We have the closing ceremony that we need to switch to.
Dear Olga, we have just 1 minute, please, in 1 minute.
1 minute.
Okay. Sexual health is the
tell us
state
what the
of
conclusions are.
Минутку буквально.
Okay, conclusion is the sexual health is a very important function in the human being, and is very, very important to take account the biological, psychological, and social influence to create a sexual health of the person. And it's very important to respect the sexual health, because the sexual health right is related with dignity of the person, and it's very important to take account the childhood like a stage of life where is created of values about sexuality and about personality. Is my conclusion is teach in students, medicine students, about these new concepts, because we need professionals that take account the personality and the dignity of the personality of the person. 1 minute, no more time.
Thank you very much. You did very well. Thank you very much for this presentation, and hopefully you can also write a paper about this topic, person-centered sexual health, and that will be a wonderful contribution. So I think that we have had a marvelous.
Спасибо большое всем докладчикам.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you all for the presentations.
With a contribution of papers that we can publish in our journal or similar vehicle. So thank you very much, dear friends, for this opportunity. I send you a hug at a distance, and with the pandemic, that's all you can do anyway. You cannot see anymore. And so best wishes, and we'll keep in touch. Oh, we can take a photograph of all of you, right?
Со стороны Союза охраны психического здоровья благодарим всех выступающих.
Thank you everybody who presented today. And we invite you to follow the link for the closing ceremony.
Научной программы.
The link is in the chat. And our listeners who are watching us today live, we're inviting into the hall number 1. Thank you very much for participation, and goodbye.
Спасибо. You are welcome at ceremonial conclusion.
Уважаемые коллеги, друзья, приглашаем вас посетить виртуальную выставку, которая пройдет в рамках 3-го конгресса «Психическое здоровье человека 21 века». В онлайн-формате для вас доступны демонстрации услуг и товаров партнеров конгресса, каталоги, брошюры, презентации, результаты клинических исследований и другие необходимые для ежедневной практики данные, интерактивное голосование, анкетирование, опросы и конкурсы, контактные данные представителей компаний, онлайн-чаты, звонки. Для перехода на виртуальный стенд экспонента нажмите на логотип интересующей вас компании. Ждем вас в разделе «Выставка» на портале Конгресса.